Good morning, one and all. Thank you so much for being here. It's an honor to welcome all of you to this occasion. It's coupled with the dedication of the G.K. Chesterton collection that we recently acquired, well, recently, 3 years ago, that we acquired from the Chesterton Library Trust, compiled in large part over decades by Aidan Mackey. And so we've celebrated him and will continue to for his steadfastness and his love for Chesterton. I will not say much today other than we're grateful that you're here. I feel like I've come to a family reunion of people I've been in touch with for 3 years, and they're close to me now, but I'm only meeting them. So it's a curiosity that the pandemic has put us in touch, but also denied us the opportunity to come together. So we're very grateful at this point to do as we will. There will be 4 sessions today. There will be 3 presenters in each. Vittorio Montemaggi, my good friend, and the director of the Von Hugel Institute will kick us off as the moderator of the first panel. Michael Shallcross will be one of the presenters in this panel. He is not currently here, but he is with us via Zoom, so we're glad of that. So I turn it over to Vittorio.
Thank you, Father Jim. Good morning, everyone. It's a great honor and a great pleasure to be here to chair the first session of the first Chesterton conference to follow yesterday's historic dedication of the Chesterton collection here at the London Global Gateway of the University of Notre Dame. To allow for as much time as possible for our distinguished speakers and for our shared discussion, we've been asked to keep introductions to a bare minimum. I will simply say that the format we will be following is we'll hear the 3 presentations first. Each speaker will speak for approximately 20 minutes. That should leave about half an hour for discussion. Our first speaker will be joining us on Zoom. Michael Shallcross will speak on Chesterton and the devil.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Can you hear me okay? Marvelous. Okay, well, I'm very disappointed not to be with you in person today, but very grateful to Caroline and Joe for organizing this brilliant technological solution. Yeah, the reason I can't be with you is that I'm rather ill. I've put together a PowerPoint fairly late in the day to largely avoid you having to stare at my fevered brow for the next 20 minutes looming over you. I'll attempt to get through this without coughing too much and becoming a distraction in that respect. I just need to share my screen if you just give me a minute. Okay, are you able to see that okay? I can't hear.
That looks great, Michael, thank you.
That was good, okay, great. Okay, thank you. So, in 1891, the 17-year-old G.K. Chesterton produced an illustrated pamphlet for the amusement of his friends entitled Half Hours in Hades, an elementary handbook of demonology. Posing as a professor of supernatural science at Oxford University, Chesterton plays literal devil's advocate, strongly opposing the notion that demons are an unnecessary, not to say prejudicial, element in our civilization, since these creatures undoubtedly exerts so great an influence over all our lives. There follows a taxonomy of what the professor terms the 5 primary types of demon. He begins by explaining that the biblical serpent was later superseded by the medieval devil. This close relative of the faun or pan occupied an entirely different class to the tempter, since it was the subject rather of playfulness and household merriment than of abhorrence. However, the devil later underwent further stages of diabolical evolution, progressing to more elegant varieties, such as the particularly fine species conceived by Milton. There follows an account of the 4th variant, Diabolus Mephistopheles, discovered by that learned and enterprising German naturalist, Mr. Wolfgang von Goethe, before the professor finally lights upon the most modern demon of all, the blue devil, a manifestation of melancholy that finds its natural home within the wider culture of the 1890s, where it has frequently been domesticated in rich and distinguished houses and cultivated by the wealthiest aristocrats and most successful men of commerce, not to mention clergymen and other respectable persons. While Half Hours in Hades might be thought little more than a charming piece of juvenile whimsy, I want to argue that it actually encapsulates a key element of the mature philosophy that powered Chesterton's greatest fiction. Although his lightly satirical rendering of the scholarly narrator suggests an ironic distance from the sentiments expressed, the set of judgments offered on each variant genus of devil is entirely Chestertonian, most notably the contrast drawn between the carnivalesque medieval devil as an agent of merry disruption and later manifestations of the romantic Satan, representative of a more somber malignancy, informs the idiosyncratic bestiary that populates his fictional world, from Lucian Gregory to Professor Lucifer, Lord Ivywood to Hercule Flambeau. Today, I'm going to focus just on the last of these figures, since Chesterton's fictional rendering of Flambeau endured across 26 years of his life, from 1910 to 1936, and the diabolical evolution in his portrayal over those years consequently produces a unique case study of Chesterton's lifelong grappling with the problem of how to handle the devil as an agent of fiction. Flambeau began life as a faithful manifestation of the medieval devil, whose disruptive ludic spirit serves to oppose the blue devil that Chesterton associated with the culture of the fin de siècle. As the narrator of The Wrong Shape observes, choking oneself with opium and writing little erotic verses on vellum was not Flambeau's notion of how a gentleman should go to the devil. This distinction corresponds to Chesterton's portrayal of the romantic Satan elsewhere as a kind of neurotic, peevish hyperaesthete. A man in a certain nervous condition would dislike the sound of the sons of God shouting for joy. I have no doubt that the devil did dislike the sound of that celebrated chorus and considered it extremely rowdy and tactless. In The Flying Stars, Flambeau spends the whole story dressed as a harlequin, a trickster figure whose name derives from a mischievous demon commonly portrayed in French medieval passion plays. The context of the passion play also informs the close of the first story, The Blue Cross, in which Flambeau's sacrilegious attempt to steal a precious religious artifact while dressed as a priest ends with a theologically grounded confrontation in the wilderness of Hampstead Heath, in which he tempts Father Brown unsuccessfully to adopt his philosophy of metaphysical anarchism. Of course, Flambeau's own fiery nom de plume implies both diabolism and elemental energy. As Chesterton observes in his 1910 critical study of William Blake, which coincided with the release of the first Father Brown stories, when Blake uses the word devils, he generally means some particularly exalted order of angels, such as preside over energy and imagination. In a 1929 essay on William Blake and inspiration, he refines this diagnosis further. In Blake, devils stood for the divine principle of energy and angels for the divine principle of wisdom. In this sense, Flambeau and Brown stand as twin Blakean figures, a marriage of heaven and hell, although while Blake declares, "This angel who has now become a devil is my particular friend," Chesterton takes the precaution of switching Blake's rhetorical parcels, Father Brown style. His opening suite of stories narrate the story of a devil who has now become an angel under Father Brown's tutelage. Nonetheless, before this reassuring transformation is enacted, Chesterton essays something rather more disruptive in The Queer Feet, a story in which Flambeau is still nominally Brown's adversary, which actually shows them joining forces in the guise of trickster thief and clown priest to satirize the inhabitants of a private gentleman's club. Readers of my book on Chesterton will be aware that I'm slightly obsessed with the remarkable artistry of this story. But one thing that I didn't explore fully in that analysis was the air of carnivalesque devilry with which Chesterton invests both characters. While Flambeau penetrates the club's threshold in the guise of a quasi-satanic archangel of impudence, Brown enters with a paradoxically meek impudence. When the priest finally explains the nature of Flambeau's crime while making it clear that he considers the criminal more morally upright than his victims, one of the clubmen labels Brown the most up-to-date devil of the present company. As Mikhail Bakhtin writes, in the Diableries of the Medieval Mysteries, the devil is the gay ambivalent figure expressing the unofficial point of view. This disruptive unofficial role is exactly that adopted here by Chesterton's double act. As Chesterton explained elsewhere, the devil is frequently portrayed in medieval iconography as an irreverent but essentially harmless clown or prankster. It was the Christians who gave the devil a grotesque and energetic outline with sharp horns and spiked tail. It was the saints who drew Satan as comic and even lively. Accordingly, Brown and Flambeau are everywhere portrayed with a grotesque vitality in the stories. Brown is called a goblin in The Secret Garden. Flambeau is a monkey in The Flying Stars, both conventional symbols of low-grade mischievous devilry. In contrast, the high-ranking politicians and plutocrats of The Queer Feet, who correspond to the successful men of commerce discussed as companions of the Blue Devil in Half Hours in Hades, are invested with a disturbing quasi-diabolic ontological absence, in line with Chesterton's dictum that where there is nothing, there is Satan. This association of Satan with nothingness is also instructive in relation to Chesterton's association of the medieval devil with the faun or Pan in Half Hours in Hades, since the name Pan, of course, translates as the precise opposite of nothingness. In his early essay, A Defense of Farce, Chesterton anticipates the satirical approach of The Queer Feet while invoking Puck, a local representative of Pan in British folklore, in his account of the Harlequinade's potential to reinvigorate modern society via an elvish invasion of civilization and abrupt entrance of Puck into Pimlico. The regenerative faculties of Pan also play a part in the resolution of The Man Who Was Thursday, in which the quasi-divine figure of Sunday is compared to the goat-footed god, though Chesterton again takes the precaution of articulating this notion via the voice of a credulous professor. When I saw him from behind, I was certain that he was an animal, and when I saw him in front, I knew he was a god. Pan, said the professor dreamily, was a god and an animal. As Patricia Merivale notes, Pan has long been identified not only with the devil, but also with Christ, not only as a god of shepherds, but as a shepherd god. She cites Rabelais, one of Chesterton's great influences, as an early proponent of the Pan-Christ figure, in view of his line, "Most great Pan, our only saviour." Chesterton later acknowledged that the gargantuan figure of Sunday had been meant for a blasphemous version of the Creator, a vision of nature as it appears to the pantheist, whose pantheism is struggling out of pessimism. As the Edwardian era drew to a close, Chesterton's increasing sense of unease over the unorthodoxy of his creative imagination, along with his ongoing belief that unconscious diabolic forces exert so great an influence over all our lives, produced a gradual shift in his portrayal of Flambeau. Just 6 months after the publication of The Queer Feet, with Father Brown and Flambeau now both apparently on the side of the angels, things unexpectedly took a more pessimistic, self-questioning turn with the sins of Prince Saradine. Here the pair undertake a curious heart of darkness voyage into fairyland, when a boating expedition in the Norfolk Broads leads them to an enchanted space and an implicit encounter with Pan. The pair are searching for the titular prince, whom we learn once sent Flambeau a fan letter expressing admiration of his criminal ingenuity, which has piqued the latter's interest in meeting him. When Flambeau exclaims that the locale is like being in fairyland, Brown warns that it isn't only nice things that happen in fairyland. As they enter the space at twilight, they pass a mysterious man sporting rays of red whisker, whom Brown identifies as a bad fairy, and who points them towards their destination. They pass along reedy and silent reaches of river to Reed Island, upon which stands Reed House, the prince's dwelling. Flambeau then moors his boat in the rattling reeds beside the old and silent house. In total, the story contains 12 references to reeds and 16 to silence. Lest the reader should miss the significance of these twin signifiers of the imminent appearance of Pan, the narrator informs us that Reed House is built from upstanding rods of bamboo, so that when the early morning breeze rustled the reeds round the island, it sang in the strange ribbed house as in a giant panpipe. Sure enough, Pan seems to be mysteriously invoked when Saradine is visited, shortly afterwards by the avenging son of a man he once murdered, the son being described as a pagan man of stone from the morning of the earth. Saradine then borrows the very ruse that he had most praised Flambeau for, that trick of yours of getting one detective to arrest another, by fooling the vengeful assassin into killing his brother instead of him. As this suggests, if Saradine fan worships Flambeau, he doesn't share the latter's criminal innocence. Nonetheless, when the narrator describes Flambeau as a former king of thieves at the beginning of the story, this suggests a parental relationship to the prince. Likewise, in Greek mythology, the god of thieves is Hermes, who is conventionally considered to be Pan's father. The effect is of Flambeau coming face to face with a malign double, who is also in some sense his offspring, taking his apparently innocent japes and turning them sinister. As Flambeau notes at the end, the prince's most disturbing quality is that in explaining his crime to Brown, he had been laughing the whole time, in an echo of the proverbially equivocal mirth of Pan. When Brown advises his friend to come away from this house of hell and describes the prince as a representative of evil spirits, Flambeau exclaims, "Do they get such ideas from Satan?" To which the priest replies, "He got that idea from you," a roundabout way of replying in the affirmative. This deepening sense of pessimism about the potential ethical snares of influence, combined with Chesterton's gradual journey towards ever greater religious orthodoxy, culminating in his conversion in 1922, produced a striking tonal change in the portrayal of Flambeau when he resurrected his series in 1925. As with Half Hours in Hades, what emerges in the framing story The Secret of Flambeau is a diabolical evolutionary step leading from the medieval devil to Milton's romantic Satan. As Flambeau and Brown reveal their respective criminal biographies to a curious visitor to Flambeau's residence. For the first time, the narrator reveals Flambeau's real name to be Duroc, the name of a 19th century American breed of pig, a proverbially unclean animal with diabolic associations. Indeed, we're told that Flambeau's house is surrounded by great grey pigs in the story. As the narrator explains, the other title of the torch had only been a nom de guerre, like that under which such a man will often wage war on society. While Brown is discovered perched like a goblin beside the goblin stove, Flambeau rises up to satanic dimensions in an ominous passage that contradicts their visitor's complacent sense of distance from the maleficent. Sitting here in Monsieur Duroc's nice, comfortable house, we are safe by the fireside, and we know that the house is not on fire. We know there is not a criminal in the room. The Monsieur Duroc to whom allusion had been made rose slowly from what had been called his fireside, and his huge shadow flung from the fire seemed to cover everything and darken the very night above him. "There is a criminal in this room," he said. "I am one. I am Flambeau, and the police of 2 hemispheres are still hunting for me." If Flambeau is made here to confess the full extent of his guilt, referring to himself as a criminal in the present tense despite years of good works, I think this can also be read as a kind of mea culpa on the author's part. Chesterton had first turned to a popular theme of folk devilry as a counter to a decadent culture of romantic Satanism that he considered at least partially a sham. "I was one of the few people in that world of diabolism who really believed in devils," he said. However, the very extent of his belief meant that he could never be fully comfortable with a fictional flirtation with alternative forms of devilry as a regenerative antidote. Now, having exposed the carnivalesque Flambeau to be a mere mask of the satanic Duroc, Chesterton set the series aside again for several more years. However, there's one final twist in the tale. Around a decade after The Secret of Flambeau, the very last Father Brown story to be published in Chesterton's lifetime, The Insoluble Problem, returns us to 1910 with a series of self-reflexive allusions both to the Blue Cross and the Queer Feet, and an update of the acolyte motif that shows Flambeau to have learned from his encounter with Prince Saradine. Instead of being flattered by a case of fandom, here he's indignant at a jape that very closely echoes his own attempted crime in the Blue Cross. The new would-be king of thieves is one Tiger Tyrone, a name that ties a Blakean theme of fearful elemental vitality to an allusion to the Blue Cross, in which Flambeau is said to have once been the fraudulent proprietor of the Tyrolean Dairy Company. A tyro, of course, is in some sense an apprentice, and derives etymologically from young soldier. Accordingly, when the story closes with the capture of the criminal, the narrator reports that Flambeau and Tiger Tyrone looked at each other with steady eyes and exchanged something that was almost like a military salute. If this is a gesture of deference on Tyrone's part, it also signifies for Flambeau a more sober, chastened sense of identification. In a very close echo of the plot of the Blue Cross, we're told that Tyrone is one of the most famous of international jewel thieves and is trying to steal a world-famous reliquary to be delivered to a Catholic monastery. However, in a neat reversal, as a detective, Flambeau is recently taking to pastiching the very trick used by Father Brown to catch him in the Blue Cross. He recently laid so ingenious a trap for the criminal who planned to carry off the celebrated sapphire necklace that the artist in question actually carried off the copy which he had himself planned to leave as a substitute. As the narrator notes archly, perhaps there was something in this association of ideas which made Flambeau feel that the priest would be a particularly appropriate companion in this adventure. The Queer Feet also finds its place in the story's hinterland. The opening line describes it as a queer incident, and later Tyrone's accomplices waylay the detectives with a riddle involving a series of incomprehensible capering footsteps, mirroring the mystery of Flambeau's queer feet in the earlier story. As though unconsciously recalling his own former Harlequinesque persona, Flambeau is moved at this moment to exclaim, "What the hell is all this hellish pantomime?" Though Flambeau is now more self-critical, Brown is more indulgent. When the narrator reports that the priest was not by any means hopeless about Mr. Tyrone and his deplorable family, but rather more hopeful than he was about many more respectable people, there's a gesture back to Brown's moral comparison of Flambeau and the clubmen, in which the criminal had come off rather better. There are also hints of darker devilry in Tyrone. Father Brown suspects him to be crazily anti-clerical, perhaps having dabbled in a little diabolism. Elsewhere, he alludes to Coleridge's Kubla Khan and surmising that Tyrone's wife is wailing for her demon lover. And meanwhile, there's an allusion to the biblical snake when Tyrone places a false arm through a monastery window, which is seen crawling like a black serpent through the crack. Nonetheless, as with the description in the Blue Cross of Flambeau's taste for bloodless though undignified scenes, Brown ultimately considers Tyrone to be an existential innocent, driven by little more than a macabre taste for playing all sorts of wild tricks that look wickeder than they are, doing anything to shock people. As this suggests, if the devil's multiple, often contradictory evolutionary personae ultimately presented an insoluble fictional problem for Chesterton, the affectionate callbacks to his earliest stories in this final story, combined with the notes of caution gleaned from later experience, suggest that perhaps he had finally found a way to reconcile himself with his own imaginative legacy, recruiting the full bestiary of Half Hours in Hades to produce a mutually correcting ensemble cast of archetypes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Michael. We will come back to you when the Q&A section starts, so feel free to watch for the rest of the panel. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Michael. And welcome, Michael Hurley, our next speaker from Trinity College, Cambridge, who will be speaking on Father Brown versus Sherlock Holmes. I ask you to use this microphone so Michael will be able to.
My title actually says Sherlock Holmes versus Father Brown. I'm not sure the significance of the
No.
I just the reversal is intriguing. A third of all books sold in the UK are drenched in blood, stuffed with dead bodies, and overrun by psychopaths. Our literary love affair with criminality is often traced to the 1920s and 30s, the so-called golden age of detective fiction. But it was Arthur Conan Doyle who, in the twilight of the 19th century, really established the genre. Sherlock Holmes was by no means the first fictional investigator, but when he came to life as the great detective, something shifted. Curiously, though, the greatness of Sherlock Holmes is not an expression of boundlessness, but rather of limitation. G.K. Chesterton admired Conan Doyle's tales above all for their economy. Take the example of Silver Blaze. The valuable racehorse is stolen and the trainer guarding him murdered by the thief. Various people are plausibly suspected of the theft and murder, and everyone concentrates on who had killed the trainer, until Holmes realizes that it was the horse that had killed the trainer. Because it is the precious jewel, Chesterton explains, the horse is not suspected of being also the deadly weapon. Brilliant simplicity. The Holmes stories are sensational because their mysteries turn out to be straightforward. Their solutions are dramatic because they are surprising, but at the same time, immediately graspable. How different from the ragged way that TV detective dramas typically tie up. A complicated plot may be intriguing, but a convoluted explanation is always disappointing. Henry James complained that 19th century novels were large, loose, baggy monsters. Holmes's adventures are the very opposite, and that is their appeal. Holmes's greatness as a fictional character expresses a similar kind of focus. He had a prodigious intellect, but he only expends intellectual energy on things that will immediately assist him in detection. At one point, he claims not to know that the Earth revolves around the sun, and on learning that he does, he hopes to forget the fact as soon as possible. Because the mind only has, he thinks, a finite capacity for attention, that is, he wishes to cram his only with things of immediate utility. The learning he's laid down in chemistry is therefore profound, since it is a powerful forensic tool. But when it comes to literature and philosophy, Watson rates his knowledge as precisely nil. If the greatness of Sherlock Holmes, both the stories and the character, might be read in this way as a curious triumph of self-limitation, it is yet more curious to notice how far the creative genius behind the Holmes stories triumphed in the opposite direction. Conan Doyle was interested in everything and correspondingly impatient with limits. As the self-styled schoolmasters of Europe, the Jesuits had a confident maxim: give me the child for the first 7 years, and I will give you the man. Conan Doyle spent exactly that appointed quota of his education at Stonyhurst, the Jesuit school in Lancashire. Yet the man who emerged refused his Ignatian formation. He rejected the religion that the corps d'élite of the Catholic Church had sought to inculcate, embracing instead what he took to be the rival form of knowledge offered by science. He trained to become a doctor and in the process became an atheist. Wrote, "When I finished my medical education in 1882, he recalled, I found myself, like many young medical men, a convinced materialist." Conan Doyle was at this point in his life a fair simulacrum for his fictional detective, who presented his work as an exact science and who scoffed at the supernatural. Quote, "The world is big enough for us," Holmes declares in The Adventure of the Sussex Vampire. "No ghosts need apply." He likewise dismisses the legend of the Hound of the Baskervilles as a collection of fairy tales. Doyle evidently thrilled to this same peremptory skepticism, but he could not in the end maintain it. What must at first have seemed like an intellectual liberation from his religious upbringing soon felt like the opposite. He would recant once more. Spiritualism would be his final destination, and it was a long time coming. When he explained that the subject of psychical research is one upon which I have thought more and been slower to form my opinion about than upon any other subject whatever, he was telling the truth, but more than he knew. For in his extensive and slow thinking about spiritualism, he was weighing more than the hard data of available evidence. His conversion to spiritualism had in certain respects begun from the time of his schooling. The ground had been prepared in and through his earliest educational formation, to use the Jesuits' preferred term, formation. Holmes aficionados have proposed that Baskerville Hall was modelled on the buildings at Stonyhurst, and that the baying hounds of the story recall Doyle's experience of hearing his schoolmates' dogs who were kennelled on the grounds, and that Doyle named Holmes's nemesis Moriarty after a fellow pupil, all of which stacks up. But Stonyhurst seems to have affected him in rather more profound and elusive ways too. Though he rejected his Catholicism after he left school, the religious impulse, William James's term, stayed with him, and just enough to draw him back at the last from a lifetime of materialism. Chesterton memorably called this drawing back, this phenomenon, a twitch upon the thread. The phrase Evelyn Waugh adopts as a chapter title in Brideshead Revisited to suggest the same notion. Callow young people who are inducted into Catholicism, the conceit goes, are forever caught. They may strain to mature and evolve into rationality, as the scientific materialist would have it, and as Doyle doggedly does, but they may yet at any moment be reeled back by an unseen hook and an invisible line, which is long enough to let him wander to the ends of the earth and still to bring him back. When the Jesuits were founded in 1540, they took Ad Maiorem Dei Gloriam, to the greater glory of God, for their society's motto. And one of its earliest priests, Geronimo Nadal, affirmed the much quoted charism of the order, quote, "We are not monks. The world is our cloister. The world is our house." Monks take vows of stability. They stay in their chosen monasteries. The Jesuits, by contrast, would inhabit the entire world. Nothing is not ambitious then, and that was not the half of it. When the Jesuits came to publish their centennial celebratory volume, by which time they had indeed made their presence and influence felt across the continents, the motto beneath the globe on the title page revealed that their agenda extended even beyond global domination. Whereas Holmesian scientific materialism recognizes the reach of his belief system to be bounded by the world, the Jesuits audaciously affirm, unus non sufficit orbis, one world is not enough. The theological grammar of that audacity is worth pausing over. It does not imply forsaking the world, this world, for the next. It is not the creed of religious believers who, like Gnostics within the Western Christian tradition or like Buddhists within the Eastern, imagine physical existence to be a dangerous temptation and illusion to be resisted and despised in favor of the spirit. This world is indeed to be engaged, our cloister, our house. But another dominion is to be kept in full view as well. Doyle took this lesson to heart, whatever else his head tried to tell him. He was absolutely grounded in the mundane, but he was at the same time like Walt Whitman's tireless spider, ceaselessly musing, venturing, throwing, seeking connection with something beyond his own little promontory. Doyle was self-aware enough to appreciate that he was no Sherlock Holmes. He had tried to be, but he couldn't keep it up. The Holmesian perspective was too costive. His education, as well as his own experiences, had told him that finite physical existence was not enough. At his death, he welcomed what he called the greatest and most glorious adventure of all. Sticking fast to his materialism, hewing to contemporary scientific orthodoxy would have saved Doyle from the portentous folly of advocating spirits and fairies. Playing it safe comes with its own risks, however. Credulity might be avoided, but so too the rewards of pressing beyond the beaten bounds. Chesterton's observation on the relationship between, quote, logical completeness and a spiritual contraction is apt. And from it follows his apothegm that when everything else has been said about a man, he must in the end be judged very stubbornly sane who has one foot in the earth and the other in fairyland. But what does that fey flourish mean exactly? When the founder of the Jesuits, Saint Ignatius of Loyola, asks his priest to live with 1 foot raised, he was not encouraging whimsy, but worldly savvy. Making the world your house demands extraordinary agility. Being poised to move an unnecessary leap is needful when encountering new peoples and foreign cultures. But there is a philosophical edge to the Jesuits' praxis too, that does perhaps converge with Chesterton's. Having 1 foot raised is an act of humility. It implies a willingness to live with uncertainty. It means knowing you will not always know what's next. There is, in that sense, a spiritual dimension to the posture of readiness. Maintaining a faith means holding fast to a conviction, but believing what cannot be proved in material terms is also necessarily a matter of tilting into the unknown. Keeping 2 feet on the ground in the Holmesian mode is a more stable and by extension more respectable position, but it also comes at a cost. Undignified slips and embarrassing pratfalls are the hazard of the thinker on the move in pursuit. The scientific materialist never risks the silliness of the man chasing his hat down a windy street. Fixing 2 feet on the ground is a precaution against being gulled or just plain wrong. But as an epistemological stance, it is also a peremptory curtailment. It reduces in advance what it is possible to know. Chesterton, who, as I've noted, had the deepest admiration for the self-limiting craft of the Holmes stories, could not admire this self-limitation in Holmes himself. Father Brown is Chesterton's most explicit alternative vision for a great detective, a sleuth who precisely inverts the Holmesian method. He solves his crimes by forsaking science in favor of metaphysics, which in practice means treating the crime and the criminal from the inside rather than the outside. To approach criminality as a science, Brown suggests, means studying man, quote, in what they call a dry, impartial light, in what I would call a dead and dehumanized light. They mean getting a long way off him. When the scientist talks about a type, Brown objects, he never means himself, but always his neighbor, probably his poorer neighbor. Treating criminals as types reduces them into essential categories distinct from each other, and especially from the non-criminal, whereas Brown emphasizes their essential commonality, from which he by no means exempts himself. He puts the secret of his sleuthing this way. I mean that I really did see myself and my real self committing the murders. I didn't actually kill the men by material means, but that's not the point. Any brick or bit of machinery might have killed them by material means. I mean that I thought and thought about how a man might come to be like that until I realized that I really was like that, in everything except actual final consent to action. Chesterton offers a pointed riposte to the Holmesian method in his own voice too, when in Orthodoxy he describes what it is like for a mind to move, quote, in a perfect but narrow circle. All circles are infinite, he allows, in the sense that they have no beginning or end, but it is also true that some circles are larger than others. Believing this world is all there is, and that the only legitimate knowledge is empirically verifiable, is one such self-consistent worldview, infinite in one sense, but at the same time very limited. The strongest and most unmistakable mark of the madness of the modern world is, Chesterton regrets, exactly this combination between a logical completeness and a spiritual contraction. Doyle eventually came to the same conclusion. In an article for the Strand magazine from 1921 entitled The Evidence for Fairies, he deftly summarizes what he'd come to regard as the impoverished purview of the late 19th century. Quote, Victorian science would have left the world hard and clean and bare, like a landscape on the moon. And in language of the same order as Father Brown's resistance to studying human beings, he says, in what they call a dry, impartial light, or what I would call a dead and dehumanized light. In an even more striking, unwitting echo of Chesterton, Doyle continues by invoking the image of the closed circle. But this science, he says, is in truth but a little light in the darkness, and outside that limited circle of definite knowledge, we see the loom and shadow of gigantic and fantastic possibilities around us, throwing themselves continually across our consciousness in such ways that it is difficult to ignore them. Having first rejected religion in favor of science, then, he latterly insisted upon expanding science's limited circle of definite knowledge. But he had not thereby himself come full circle. He figured his evolution instead as a reconciliation of religion with materialism, such that spiritualism might be defined as a science of religion. That means, in practice, it forgoes mystical rituals and trades instead in material stuff. The very trappings that to us most obviously discredit spiritualism, the goo from ghosts, the overexposed photographs, the tenebrous noises erupting in seances, these were for Doyle its authenticating proofs. We are a materialist generation, he explained in A Lecture on Spiritualism, and the great force beyond appeals to us through material things. Doyle cannot bend Holmes towards this worldview, though his later stories do register a slightly expanded sense of his super sleuth intellectual sympathies, recognizing that, quote, all knowledge comes useful to the detective. The value he puts on knowledge nonetheless remains strictly for its use in detection. Other fiction that followed Doyle's spiritualist turn reveals more of a shift. notably in the way he reprises his scientist hero, Professor Challenger, in The Lost World, 1912. Challenger discovers a land where dinosaurs still roam. When he returns, when the character is reprised, in The Land of Mist in 1926, it's to discover that spirits have always roamed amongst us. From the scientifically improbable to a possibility that science would rule out in principle. Doyle tells his tales as symmetrical. Belief in the existence of dinosaurs is a matter of demonstrable facts rather than faith. So too, the life of spirits is presented as subject to empirical proof. There is something Christian, even more specifically Catholic, about an insistence on the physical being alive with the metaphysical. God becomes man, the resurrection of the body, the power of relics, the real presence of the Eucharist. That is the logic of incarnational theology. But Doyle's spiritualist emphasis on the material also cuts crudely across this irrefragable Christian praxis, which is to overcome what a century later Pope Benedict XVI would identify as the self-imposed limitation of reason to the empirically verifiable. Doyle would expand Victorian science's limited circle of definite knowledge, but only so far as was consistent with a materialist insistence on proofs taken to be empirically falsifiable. By a rhythm of thinking that Hegel would recognize, what was overcome in Doyle's materialist convictions had not in fact been entirely deleted. It was instead set aside or preserved within it. Doyle rebels against the impoverishment of a materialist outlook with which he remains thoroughly complicit. He puts his faith in a spiritual realm, the reality of which might only be attested by physical proofs. Religion's claims are acceptable to him only when purged of everything that falls outside empiricism. His spiritualism sublates the very scientism it would transcend. The negative side of Holmes's self-limitation is only the most explicit expression of this scientism. Father Brown speaks back to Holmes, the materialist, from a Christian perspective, but he also speaks back to the scientist from the vantage of the poet. According to the logic that Percy Shelley would defend the poets against the demands of utilitarianism, that is, for the ways in which the poet, quote, enlarges the circumference of the imagination. Whereas the scientific rigor of Sherlock Holmes solves difficult mysteries. The great detective avoids altogether the very greatest questions of life and the world with which Father Brown is routinely preoccupied. All circles are infinite, but some circles are larger than others.
Thank you, Michael. Our next speaker, Michael Ward from the University of Oxford, will be speaking on gravity and levity in The Man Who Was Thursday.
Good morning. I'm honoured to be on this panel with Michael Shallcross and Michael Hurley. They've both written whole books about Chesterton. I've written one single article. Given my non-expertise, I suspect I was invited to join this first panel of the day because I'm also called Michael. Michael of the morning, to quote Chesterton's poem about the Archangel. I'm going to be talking about The Man Who Was Thursday, but I'm going to start by referring to Chesterton's collection of essays called The Defendant, in which he has a chapter entitled A Defense of Planets. There, Chesterton says this: it's a very remarkable thing that none of us are really Copernicans in our actual outlook upon things. We're convinced intellectually that we inhabit a small provincial planet, but we do not feel in the least suburban. If a single poem or a single story were really transfused with the Copernican idea, the thing would be a nightmare. Can we think of a solemn scene of mountain stillness in which some prophet is standing in a trance and then realize that the whole scene is whizzing round like a zoetrope at the rate of 19 miles a second, a strange fable might be written of a man who was blessed or cursed with the Copernican eye, and saw all men on the earth like tin tacks clustering round a magnet. It would be singular to imagine how very different the speech of an aggressive egoist announcing the independence and divinity of man would sound if he were seen hanging onto the planet by his boot soles. It would be an interesting speculation to imagine whether the world will ever develop a Copernican poetry and a Copernican habit of fancy, whether we shall ever speak of early earth turn instead of early sunrise, and speak indifferently of looking up at the daisies or down at the stars. That's the defense of planets. And Chesterton is here explaining that the Copernican revolution has left the human imagination almost entirely unaffected. We can't easily picture the reality of our cosmological situation in heliocentric terms. It really does seem as if the sun is moving across the sky and we are staying still. However much we try to hammer into our brains the fact that the sun doesn't actually traverse the sky, that it's only a trick of perspective, the notion won't stick. And Sherlock Holmes, as we heard, refused to keep room for such a useless fact in his mind. All human minds, not just Sherlock Holmes's, are so configured, Chesterton implies, that we find it impossible to realize in any practical fashion that it's the Earth that's revolving, not the sun. Reality and appearance are out of kilter. The universe is, for a fact, heliocentric. We experience it geocentrically. What does this misleading perception, appearance tell us, if anything? What does that perception or misperception reveal about ourselves, the universe, and the way the Creator has placed us in this universe? That's not a cosmological question, a theological question, or at least a psychological question. It's not a question that falls within the domain of the physical sciences. Now, the defense of planets provides, I think, a helpful hermeneutical lens through which to read The Man Who Was Thursday. The title of the novel indicates that Chesterton is concerned with the days of the week. The protagonist, Gabriel Syme, is a man called Thursday because he's a member of the Council of the 7 Days, also known as the Central European Council of Anarchists. The other 6 council members, you remember, are as follows. Sunday, the president of the council, a huge unsleeping man with a vast head. Monday, who's the secretary of the council, he's thin-faced with a twisted smile. Tuesday, Goggle, a gloomy and hairy Pole. Wednesday, Inspector Ratcliffe, square-bearded, frock-coated. Friday, Professor de Worms, however you say it, senile and apparently moribund. Saturday, Dr. Bull, sphinx-like, black-haired, respectable. Chesterton introduces the characters into the story in no particular order, but towards the end of the story, when the council members gather together for the grand denouement, we're told that they meet in a garden where, in a kind of crescent, stood 7 great chairs, the thrones of the 7 days, but the central chair was empty. The central chair is the seat of Sunday, the president of the council, the central seat. But does this mean that the model of the cosmos on display in The Man Who Was Thursday is a post-Copernican heliocentric model? Well, possibly, but possibly not. Because somewhat confusingly, according to the pre-Copernican model of the cosmos, the sun had a central position of a kind. Before Copernicus, the sun obviously wasn't central as far as the Earth was concerned, but it was central as far as the other 6 planets were concerned. In the model of the 7 heavens, the sun was in the middle. It was 4th from the top and 4th from the bottom. Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn rotated above the sun. Venus, Mercury, and Luna rotated below the sun. And this central position was held in medieval thought to betoken a peculiar dignity or honor, like the heart in the middle of the body, or like a king surrounded by his subjects. And so when Chesterton leaves the central chair empty for Sunday to sit in, he's acknowledging the centrality of the sun within that old heptarchical system. That system in which the Earth, remember, was not a planet, but the very center of the whole universe, the focal point about which all the 7 planets, including the sun, revolved. Now, if this apparent clash of centers provokes a vague sense of discomfort in the reader, that's no doubt intentional on Chesterton's part. And at this point, we do well to recall that The Man Who Was Thursday has a subtitle. In an article published in the Illustrated London News in 1936, on the day before his death, Chesterton drew attention to the fact of this subtitle. He says, "The book was called The Man Who Was Thursday, a nightmare. It was intended to describe the world of wild doubt and despair which the pessimists were generally describing at that date, with just a gleam of hope in some double meaning of the doubt, which even the pessimists felt in some fitful fashion." That's a very helpful comment from the author. The Man Who Was Thursday is a nightmare story, but it contains a glimmer of a good dream in it somewhere. Let's refer again to what Chesterton said in his Defense of Planets, where he wrote, "If a story were really transfused with the Copernican idea, the thing would be a nightmare." Is it possible that he subtitled The Man Who Was Thursday a nightmare because he wished to express the nightmarishly unstable quality of trying to live consciously in the Copernican cosmos? It may be so. The Copernican idea is that we go around the sun. And that's precisely what the Man Who Is Thursday does in this novel, along with the men who are Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. They all go round the Man Who Is Sunday. They revolve around the president of the council. They're described in one place as his satellites. More than once, these 6 other characters are called wanderers, for they are the planetae in this Copernican system. That's what planet literally means, a wanderer. Sunday is the cynosia who dominates both the council of anarchists and the police force. He's the figure in the dark room, sitting with his back to the policemen as they each come in one by one to receive their orders. From the back, he looks like an animal, as we heard in Michael Shallcross's presentation. From the back, he looks like an animal. From the front, he looks like a god. Which way round should you look at him? The very first line of the novel draws our attention to the sun. A suburb of Saffron Park lay on the sunset side of London. That sets the keynote for the whole book. We are to be preoccupied with the sun and the place where the sun goes down, but where the sun fails us. Later in that opening chapter, we're told this particular evening, if it's remembered for nothing else, will be remembered in that place for its strange sunset, that impossible sky. And once Gabriel Syme has joined the Council of Anarchists and become known as Thursday, things become even more impossible. Let me quote, "Syme had a singular sensation of stepping out into something entirely new, not merely into the landscape of a new land, but even into the landscape of a new planet. Every trace of the passionate plumage of the cloudy sunset had been swept away, and a naked moon stood in a naked sky. The moon was so strong and full that it seemed like a weaker sun. It gave not the sense of bright moonshine, but rather of dead daylight. Over the whole landscape lay a luminous and unnatural discoloration, as of that disastrous twilight which Milton spoke of as shed by the sun in eclipse, so that Syme fell easily into his first thought that he was actually on some other and emptier planet which circled round some sadder star." Is this Chesterton's attempt to depict something of the lunatic nightmare of this Copernican world, this world of wild doubt and despair, described by those pessimists whom you referred to on the very eve of his death. If we look a little more closely at the opening sentence of the novel, we find the word suburb there, appropriately enough. The suburb of Saffron Park lay on the sunset side of London. And this should remind us again of the defense of planets, where Chesterton says, "We are convinced intellectually that we inhabit a small provincial planet, but we do not feel in the least suburban." Well, Gabriel Syme is literally suburban, and when he meets his co-conspirators, he finds that they too are suburban, in the sense that each figure seemed to be somehow on the borderland of things, just as their theory was on the borderland of thought. They are displaced and eccentric persons, feeling themselves to be on the periphery of reality, the circumference of their society. But later in the novel, as in a nightmare, this perception is suddenly, if temporarily, reversed. Syme had, for a flash, the sensation that the cosmos had turned exactly upside down, that all the trees were growing downwards, and that all stars were under his feet. Then came slowly the opposite conviction. For the last 24 hours, the cosmos had really been upside down, but now the capsized universe had come right side up again. Syme, rather like the reader, hardly knows whether he's on his head or his heels. The Copernican universe tells modern man that he's hanging off the planet by his boot soles, yet all his natural senses indicate that the sun is above, not beneath him. Which is the correct vision? Are the criminals chasing the police, or the police chasing the criminals? Are we in a preposterous vehicle in which the passenger is spurring on the horse, or does the cabman have the whip hand? Has an old gentleman in grey clothes run away with an elephant, or has the elephant eloped with the elderly gent? Is the hornbill a huge yellow beak with a small bird tied on behind it, or vice versa? This oscillating vision comes from trying to think in a manner which is cosmologically correct, but perspectively inhuman. The scientific data tell us that the sun is fixed and circumnavigable. Our senses tell us that it rises in the east, arcs across the sky, and sets in the west. The Copernican vision of the cosmos, for all its scientific demonstrability, flies in the face of commonsensical perception. It's a cosmological model that runs counter to our experience. Let's look again at the defense of planets. Chesterton says this: "In the early days of the world, the discovery of a fact of natural history was immediately followed by the realization of it as a fact of poetry. But for some mysterious reason, this habit of realizing poetically the facts of science has ceased abruptly with scientific progress, and all the confounding portents preached by Galileo and Newton have fallen on deaf ears. They painted a picture of the universe compared with which the apocalypse, with its falling stars, was a mere idyll. They declared that we are all careering through space, clinging to a cannonball, and the poets ignore the matter as if it were a remark about the weather. They say that an invisible force holds us in our own armchairs while the earth hurtles like a boomerang, and men still go back to dusty records to prove the mercy of God. We don't need to go back to those dusty records, the ancient scriptures, to prove the mercy of God, Chesterton is implying. All we need to do is become fully awake to God's mercy in not allowing us to spin off this careering cannonball that we call home. Here we are, zipping around the sun at great speed, yet the centrifugal forces don't fling us off into the farthermost corners of space. God, in his mercy, has given us the gift of gravity to save us from that fate. And that gift results in Earth appearing to be below us and the heavens above us, not the other way around. For all that Copernicus is right scientifically, he's not right poetically or experientially. The sun really does go round Earth as far as we are concerned. It takes a huge effort of imagination to interpret reality otherwise, an effort so unnatural, so distorting of our normal currents of thought that it resembles a nightmare. Chesterton's nightmarish story was, by his own admission, a very melodramatic kind of moonshine. Moonshine, of course, means nonsense. Only a lunatic believes that the moon shines with its own light. The Man Who Was Thursday is a story about an attempt to live nonsensically, as if moonshine were an original and self-sustaining kind of light, rather than dependent and derivative. And this brings us back to the character of Sunday, the president of the council. Chesterton disclosed that Sunday is an equivocal being. He wasn't meant for a serious description of the deity, but he was mistakenly accorded that status by certain critics, and readers gave him a temporary respect among those who liked the deity to be so described. But this error, Chesterton says, was entirely due to the fact that they had read the book, but had not read the title page. The title page, with the subtitle, A Nightmare, is where we're tipped off that this whole story is meant as something approaching a hallucination. Or perhaps not quite the whole story, because the tale ends, you remember, with a beautifully calm and gentle vision at dawn, as Syme sees Rosamond, the girl with the gold red hair, cutting lilac before breakfast with the great unconscious gravity of a girl. Those are the very final words of the book, and they provide a peaceful resolution of the nightmare. Unconscious gravity of the girl is evidently being depicted as a good quality. We know Chesterton to have had a supreme respect for the self-forgetfulness of childhood. The problem with the post-Copernican cosmos is that if inhabited with full knowledge and awareness, it makes gravity into something we must consciously and continually and effortfully recognize. No one can live like that, or not without rendering their world unbearable. But we might ask, who even tries to live like that? Or to put it another way, who is the implicit target behind Chesterton's writing of The Man Who Was Thursday? Why should he have expended so much imaginative energy depicting a situation which, to all intents and purposes, no one practically speaking inhabits? I suspect his implicit target is Nietzsche, whom he tackles in numerous places throughout his writings. And I'm here indebted to my doctoral student, Jadiel Perez, for putting me onto this line of thought. Nietzsche believed that Christians worshipped a God who was the source of all heaviness and oppression. God was the spirit of gravity. Through him all things fall. Thus spake Zarathustra. Nietzsche is here using the German word for gravity, die Schwere, as a kind of theological or metaphysical pun. It conveys two things at once, both the Newtonian force that pulls objects earthwards and a moral force of somber seriousness. These two effects, both the physical and the moral, derive from the Christian God who is fundamentally an oppressor. God prevents mankind from rising into freedom. And when God dies, so does the oppressive gravity of his moral law. And so in The Gay Science, Nietzsche explains his preference for an alternative kind of grounding, a Dionysian acceptance of good and evil equally, that would somehow keep humanity anchored on earth, while yet liberated from the shackling, inhibiting pressure of God's moral demands. Nietzsche, however, was trapped by the terms of his own pun, the victim of his own metaphor. Yes, gravity has a literal physical meaning, the Newtonian pull downwards, but to describe the metaphorical meaning of gravity as an oppressive spiritual power is to beg the question. The spiritual power that floors us when we transgress the moral law does so for our own good. That we're being thrust down is evidence of divine justice and mercy, not of divine oppression. As Chesterton writes in Orthodoxy, Satan fell by the force of gravity. But that was not the fault of the moral law, it was the fault of Satan's pride. Pride Again, orthodoxy. Pride cannot rise to levity or levitation. Pride is the downward drag of all things into a sort of selfish seriousness. But one has to rise to a gay self-forgetfulness. That's the true gay science. The ability to rise gives proof of one's humility. Angels can fly because they can take themselves lightly. But if there were no moral law, no gravity, the angels would not be flying like birds, they would be merely floating like feathers. Angels and human beings are moral agents, responsible for whether they rise or fall, responsible for how they perceive reality. And when they rise, they don't abolish or escape the gravity of morality, they transcend it. Rosamond, at the end of The Man Who Was Thursday, is beautiful in her unconscious gravity. She's not thinking of herself, nor of the moral law, but of that for which both she and the moral law have been created. Innocent gardening in the cool of the day.
Michael, thank you to all our speakers, all our Michaels. We now have about 20 minutes for discussion. The floor is open. I'm told that in order to ensure that things are audible for those who are following online, it's helpful for me to repeat the key aspects of questions from this microphone. So please keep your questions in a form that I can distill to those who are following us online. So the question following from Michael Hurley's exploration of the relationship between metaphysics and fiction is on the relationship between romanticism and fiction. Yeah, yes.
Yeah, it's a very interesting question. What precisely do you mean by that? So I think there's, although I set up my thing with the competition, Martin, what's most interesting about it is in fact quite simple. There is an imaginative capacity. So, although Sherlock has a cartoonish ability to human standpoint, which is to scale those things. In fact, and as far as because ground, part of the quotation that I read is I suppose imagine consent, not really the sun, we don't get to see beyond it, sense of mass, not was working on the line over classes. Well,
So the question is picking up on reference to the poor neighbor. A request for expanding on that.
not just everyone else is there. One door to move by downstairs. And I think the rest of it is that I've done for now. The imagination, section about Chesterton. The using the data of this and the necessity for I was kind of struck by this kind of idea of gravity. Kind of struck with things that what I found one that was a substantive what I like and someone might think about this aspect of risk because it appears to me that it's one of the reasons why I don't feel like under the creature. So yeah,
So I won't do it justice in my summary for those following online, but yes, but a question for all speakers to reflect on risk in relation to Chesterton's style. Yeah, Michael, following us online, perhaps.
Sorry, what was the nature of the question?
On risk and the dangers of risk, but also the necessity of risk in relation to Chesterton's style.
Well, I suppose that at least in relation to my paper, clearly that was an element of his that he was taking something of a risk especially in terms of his own theological outlook by engaging with the concept that the portrayal of the devil in fictional form could be in some sense a sort of regenerative or have a regenerative impetus, and that's partly what I was trying to suggest was that I think that there's an increasing tension for him in the sense that whether that risk was actually sort of worth it or not. Obviously, generally speaking, Chesterton is a risk taker, and it's one of the appealing things about him, but also, you know, one of his failings at times. You know, that's both stylistic and conceptual, I suppose. And it's the famous thing of the reviewer who complained that you know, rhetorically one should have a salad with a sprinkling of onions, but Chesterton's salad was all onions, and that sort of always aiming for treble 20 rhetorically, I think, is, you know, you'll hit a few ones on the way as well, but by the same token, you know, there are dangers of being that ambitious theoretically as well. And I think that's something that perhaps I would suggest is part of the tightrope that he walks with the portrayal of Flambeau, and that he becomes increasingly aware of, and that's why the sort of self-reflexive aspect of the portrayal becomes increasingly noticeable. But I suppose I'm arguing ultimately that it's a risk that paid off.
Thank you.
Following that, reminds me of doesn't know too much as if you so there's a sense in that there's a risk of this as the experiment and exploration. That was a risk that also writers of DNA, I think, the nature of evolution as such, which is to move beyond. So he has a lovely passage about the difference between wits and fear. And he says that wits can be really like a sword that we admire and so think about people wits and that's a big thing. So the humour, which is what he's doing, is they had a kind of gratuity about it and they were spinning about it. There's a kind of other about it, right? So you see it as a message that it creates the capacity to do things it's not possible with maximum stringency. And I think that one can see that generally the way, not just in the more broad studies, think about what his essays were. They endlessly say that essays should essay, they should explore, they should try, they should find long terms and so on. And so writing about the essay, describing it as semi-second method. It's not that you just jump around, but he goes to see what's there. So sometimes it goes to something that doesn't parts of the follow thinking. And then finally, if you can sit with the feature of writing paragraphs, then paragraphs, of course, is plenty of time on there's a significant different kinds of paragraphs. There's a mere verbal paragraph, mere verbal text. It's necessary to think about all these things. That these conditions happen ontologically, the deepest reality. Imagine it. On the one hand, paragraph says has a function unsettling in the I'm telling you that they see things differently. Which also is happening in self listening, the evaluation of that direction. It's not accidental, that's the future. Being more dialectic self. Yeah, there will be risk if there's something at stake. There will be something at stake if there's moral agreement. It's definitely like this. The thing that human intent the difference between the right and wrong, people know what's that line? Is it testimony? You also have to adults are sinners and prefer mercy. Children are innocent and prefer justice. And that just distinction between light and dark is a human awareness that has to be because of childlike innocence and its humility. And I think that does inform the style. Yes. the radical defensively up and down. You know, we're not getting here in Chesterton, like Robert Brown and the smudginess, you know, the honest thief, the telling the murderer. No, there's a difference between murdering and not murdering. You can't murder people tenderly. So I think that starkness, that primary colours, you want to call it that you see in Chesterton's style, I think that's still there. It's been always. Yeah, there must be something at stake in order for the day to move something.
Thank you.
This is a question for in ethics of elsewhere, the company talks about various stories of water. How to the world after the and I think that's kind of what's going on with the current world. And sad. I think it's kind of turned all in heads that we realize that even if this is country, it actually is quite diverse.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, there's a glimmer of a hope even in the dark. There are flashes of brilliance even in the nightmare. So I think that the subtitle, I like that. It's got a general tone better than really can't hope. It's a disconcerting story. You never quite know where you are, but that's the whole point. However, there are the military flashes where you go, oh yeah, this is brilliant. Like you get in the love it. That's the best I can do on that. I hope you have anything to add.
I think we have time for one more question. We have two potentially, so two quick questions.
Quick question about the Chesterton encounter with the abolition the slaves called Rebekah. He wrote a novel, the first one about fear. I just wonder what you say about the fellow students, how that changed his perception of devils. Things that he had some time for that could be
Michael, online, I'm not sure if you heard that there was a question for you on the potential influence on Chesterton of the diabolism of the Slade School and the decadence he might have encountered there.
Okay. What was just that general sort of point?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I think that obviously is a critical moment in his life, and obviously he writes about it in the quite well-known essay on the Diabolist. It's sort of a striking incident in the sense that it's quite, the way that he portrays it in the essay is very self-dramatizing. He actually portrays it similarly to the sort of wilderness episode at the end of the Blue Cross, as I describe it, that he I think he even says within the essay that he had a feeling of being tempted in the wilderness, which is a curious sort of placing himself in the role of Christ in that sense, with this person who he portrays as a quite nuanced demon figure, since he's described as being a gentle-voiced and thoughtful person who Chesterton enjoyed having philosophical discussions with, but had this sort of almost split persona, which was what Chesterton found most disturbing about it. So, I mean, I think it's a foundation myth of Chesterton, that particular incident. That's not to say that it isn't biographically meaningful for him. It's a kind of vouch of the fact that he was profoundly disquieted by the question of evil in the same sort of period, not too long after he was writing Half Hours in Hades and sort of making a joke from the premise. So I would agree that it sort of informs all of his subsequent fiction, especially Lucy and Gregory, where there seems to be a hint of the same dialogue going on between Simon and Gregory. Yeah, that's all I would say about it.
Thank you. Alison, I don't know if you wanted to quickly.
It's something very quick question.
Okay.
So we'll get back to it.
Are you sure we can return to it later? Thank you. Thank you again to our speakers for a profound and profoundly interesting first session. Thank you for all the contributions and the questions. And Josh would like a word. Let's thank our speakers in the meantime.
Thank you again, Michael. Bryce, over. Thank you, Vittorio, for leading our panel here. Coffee break now. Just a reminder, quick reminder, for those of you who haven't had a chance yet to see the collection, or if you did, as part of the festivities yesterday, you were here for that, and you'd like to see them in situ or have another closer look, there are opportunities during the break. I would encourage you, please do take advantage of that. We'll have some sign-up sheets here for you to grab those in the coffee breaks, the lunch breaks. Please do avail yourself of the opportunity on our ground floor where you can see some of these things in situ. We'll take a coffee break and we'll try to keep close to our schedule of starting back for the next session at 11 o'clock. Thank you so much.
I've got a PowerPoint.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you had a wonderful little break there. We're going to get started with our second panel. I'm delighted to introduce our first speaker, will be the Reverend Dr. Alison Milbank, Professor of Theology and Literature at the University of Nottingham. She'll be speaking today about the Ballad of the White Horse, Tradition and Apocalypse. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you had a wonderful little break there. We're going to get started with our second panel. I'm delighted to introduce our first speaker, Reverend Dr. Alison Milbank, Professor of Theology and Literature at the University of Nottingham. She'll be speaking today about the Ballad of the White Horse, Tradition and Apocalypse. All right, thank you very much, Professor Milbank, for that lovely exposition on the Ballad of the White Horse. Next up, we have Professor Mark Knight, Professor in Literature, Religion, and Victorian Studies at Lancaster University, who will be speaking to us today about reimagining literary studies, the Club of Queer Trade. Professor Knight.
Wonderful, thank you. It's tremendous to be here. So thank you very much for inviting me, and thank you to all of those who have put together. And also I'd just like to register a note of thanks to Aidan Mackey, who I first met 6 years ago. And he was just spectacularly helpful for me as I was starting out with work on Chesterton. So I remain so grateful for his assistance. Okay. It is 30 years since I first read Chesterton, initially as an undergraduate, and then more systematically during my PhD. I've been reading him on and off ever since. Many of Chesterton's convictions are ones that I share, but even when I disagree with him or grow frustrated with that tendency to touch on issues briefly without detailing how he got there, I am grateful for the opportunity to think with him. That notion of thinking with someone is a curious thing. It can involve following the logic of someone's thought and determining the extent to which we are willing to go along with their conclusions. It can entail reflecting on an author's use of genre and style, registering the extent to which form is integral to thought rather than simply being an ancillary means of illustration. And perhaps most important of all, thinking with someone involves encounter, adventure, the experience of unexpected possibilities, and a conversation that is not determined in advance. I emphasize this last area because I continue to be surprised by Chesterton, despite my familiarity with his beliefs and rhetorical strategies. Most recently, that surprise has come about as I've been reading Chesterton and thinking about the current state of literary studies. I'm about to take on the role of head of department at Lancaster, and already my time is increasingly taken up with questions about resources, a national drop in the number of students taking English literature, and the precarity of literary studies in the modern university. If these concerns seem a long way from the subject matter of our conference, I ask you to bear with me as I seek to trace the connections. Those of us who study literature find our subject under a great deal of scrutiny. We are not alone in this respect, with the whole of the arts and humanities facing similar pressures. But a problem shared does little to change the fact that those of us in literary studies have been asked to reimagine our discipline and make a case for why it matters. In some institutions, the answers to such questions have been found wanting and programs have been cut. In most places, though, the call to justify what it is that we do is a crisis that is not quite as apocalyptic as it feels. The shared etymological roots of the words crisis and criticism suggest that literary scholars can be energized by the act of having to reflect on the work they do. If Matthew Arnold is to be believed, attending to this question has played its part in the creation of great works of literature. Still, being asked to explain the function of criticism at the present time is not always a comfortable experience. The question may not be new, it may not be terminal, but it can feel hard to answer when government, funding bodies, university leadership teams, and the parents of prospective students voice a preference for forms of knowledge that serve an obvious purpose. Those seeking to defend the humanities tend to take one of two routes. The first insists that the area is more useful than it may initially seem. This approach can involve highlighting transferable skills such as writing, argument, the skill of critique, It can involve reminding people that graduates in the humanities remain attractive to employers, and it can sometimes lead to an emphasis on the contribution humanists can make to areas of pressing concern, such as race, social exclusion, and the environment. The second route to defending the humanities takes a different direction. It sees one objecting to the instrumentalization of knowledge and insisting that there must be more to education and life than profit, the accumulation of facts, and the development of practical skills. The second route, as you know, sometimes given a theological inflection, as in the case of Newman, although one does not have to be too religious to find a role for imaginative thinking that goes beyond utility. Both routes are important, and I should make it clear that this talk is not about trying to find some kind of third way. Instead, I want to think about these lines of argument in relation to literature, so that we don't abandon the literary to mount defense of the humanities. How might we imagine literary studies in a way that registers its distinctiveness as a subject? And the nature of that distinctiveness is complex and contested, but I take it for granted that it must have something to do with our reading of literature. So to this end, my talk today offers a deliberately idiosyncratic and playful reading of The Club of Queer Trades, one of Chesterton's less frequently discussed novels. I'm less concerned with providing an exposition of what Chesterton really means in it, and more concerned with exploring how his literary acrobatics might be incorporated into our thinking about the discipline. Now, if you're unfamiliar with Chesterton's book, let me summarize it briefly. The novel, if I can call it that, involves 6 linked episodes, all describing some initially incomprehensible instance of an eccentric and bohemian club in which the members, quote, must have invented the method by which he earns his living, close quotation. One of the principal characters, Basil Grant, turns out to be the club president, and we find that he has left his work as a regular judge to take on a trade in a voluntary criminal court where people choose to be tried for their social crimes and receive a sentence that is not legally binding. So that includes a woman who is locked away. She can come out if she wants, but she's locked away because she's been accused of backbiting. It's all by her choice. Other instances of eccentric new trades in the book include professional detainers, a house agent who specializes in hidden tree houses, and perhaps inevitably an adventure and romance agency that, in return for a yearly or quarterly fee, undertakes to surround clients with startling and weird events. So Chesterton's novel is full of paradoxes, inversions, and romance-style adventures for which its author is well known. But what does it offer someone like me, who is trying to think more seriously and reimagine literary studies? One negative review in the Bookman in 1905 complained that the text was not likely to stand the test of rereading. Chesterton's novel was, the reviewer went on, evidence that its author should step back from writing stories and be content with being one of the chief wits of the day. Now, whatever we think about the charge that the novel lacks intellectual substance, I see a parallel with the charges leveled against my discipline. But the more I have thought about this similarity, the more I have found myself caught up with Chesterton's flights of fancy. I find myself speculating that the Club of Queer Trades speaks to my challenge as a forthcoming head of a department in literary studies. After all, the fanciful thinking goes, it is noticeable that the principal character's surname, Grant, recalls a level of financial support that is no longer available to students. Similarly, bear with me, similarly striking is the parallel between Basil Grant's departure from the legal profession to undertake work he deems more important, and conversations with some colleagues about whether they should leave the academic profession earlier than planned so that they can go back to reading and studying texts. And to push the analogy one step further, reading Chesterton's novel in my current position has left me wondering whether modern literary studies is best thought of as its own club of queer trades. Not in the sense that we have invented a profession, but in the sense that our paid employment as literary scholars is increasingly strange to those who look at it from the outside. I want to pause here and acknowledge a debt to my colleague, John Shatt. So in one of his earlier books, Queer Fish, Christian Unreason from Darwin to Derrida, Shatt argues that Christianity's primary contribution to intellectual thought revolves around the strangeness of faith rather than its respectability. The insight chimes with what Alison Milbank and Michael Hurley have said elsewhere about the theological importance of defamiliarization and strangeness for Chesterton. Chesterton described the Christian faith as being reasonable, but not quite. The terminology is different than Shatt's talk of Christian unreason, but the impulse, I think, is the same as the two men employ surprising literary forms to comprehend the heart of faith. If orthodoxy is to be thought about as a work of apologetics, it should also be acknowledged that it's unlike any other example of that genre that I have ever read. Now, Shatt's book on Christian unreason is different again. But like Chesterton, he attends to how literary and theological strangeness might affect the form of our writing. Queer Fish features a highly associative mode of thought that can appear odd to readers who expect something more conventional from their literary critics. And Shatt's approach in that book is proved to be a step on his path to subsequent work in what is sometimes called creative criticism. Like Oscar Wilde, Shatt treats criticism as a creative act, and he invites us to consider sticking with the experimental forms we encounter in literary texts as we write our own works of literary criticism. Fusing the creative and the critical, Shatt frequently seeks to locate the critic in creative work rather than having them always look on from the outside. So for example, writing about Jacques Derrida's Envoi, Shatt employs the form of detection to imagine and investigate a connection between the French author and Shatt's own father. In another book on Walter Benjamin, we get a novel about a council estate in Watford where Shatt grew up, and we encounter a prophetic figure, Mr. O.E. Tell, who speaks only in the words of Benjamin. I give you a brief flavor here of the strange forms of writing Shatt employs to try and explain some of the critical moves I am making in this talk today. The first occasion on which I have made any sort of attempt to follow in Shatt's footsteps, but his creative, it may be the last, but his creative critical fusion seems apposite for thinking about the strange and the unlikely stories in the club of queer trades, and more generally in thinking about the discipline that I want to reimagine. So with Shatt's work in mind, I have found myself dwelling, oddly, on how the club of queer trades intersects with my own experience. The results have been remarkable, if not necessarily persuasive, so bear with me. Chesterton's second story describes a character called Wimpole, who is presumably based on Oscar Wilde. I am currently writing a book about Wilde. You might dismiss this as a coincidence, but it's not an isolated connection. Chesterton's third story details a male vicar in female clothes. And I found myself thinking about this story last Saturday, the same day I attended a seminar in Lancaster by a vicar who was talking about sexuality in the Anglican Church. I promise you that I am not making up these connections. Last Sunday, I found myself perusing property on Rightmove as one of those kind of acts of procrastination, so I didn't have to get on with my work. And then I remembered that the next story by Chesterton I wanted to go back to involved a house agent. And having finished looking at that story, I turned to the fifth story of the Club of Queer Trades, which included a passing reference to a Dr. Coleman. That startled me because I'd just written a reference for a Dr. Coleman. And then stranger still was the realization that Chesterton's sixth story involves the figure of Professor Chad. Now, given the debt to my colleague I have just outlined, the choice of a similar, not exactly, but a similar sounding name was uncanny. So too was the discovery of something I'd never noticed before, that Professor Chad is described as a nonconformist. Nonconformism is the religious tradition in which I grew up. And as I looked to Chad, another person who grew up nonconformist, to read about a Professor Chad who studies Zulu cultures and indigenous languages, I started to wonder whether Chesterton's novel might have something important to say about an issue that is across many of our desks in literary studies, namely a call to decolonize the curriculum. For those of you who find yourself alarmed by these strange lines of thought, I hope you find some reassurance in my confession that I've been unable to see how the fictional Professor Chad might help me decolonize the curriculum. In some ways, that's one of the crucial points I take away from reading Chesterton's text in a more experiential and creative manner. Literary texts contain useful knowledge, and reading them can be a useful activity. But literature directs us in all sorts of ways, not all of which serve an obvious purpose, and not all of which point where we want. As the character Basil Grant reminds us, the focus on useful knowledge obscures many of the issues that should concern us most. He says, facts obscure the truth and may be silly. In fact, I'm off my head, but I could never believe in that man. What's his name in those capital stories? Sherlock Holmes. Every detail points to something, certainly, but generally to the wrong thing. Facts point in all directions, it seems to me, like the thousands of twigs on a tree. It's only the life of the tree that has unity and goes up. I've been thinking about this quotation a lot over the last few days, and I'm not sure that Basil Grant is right. I agree with his reservation about facts and the deductive reasoning of Holmes, and I understand the optimistic thinking behind talk of a tree or substance that has some intrinsic meaning. But the reason I read literature is not because it glimpses some sort of hidden truth, but because literary texts, like the thousands of twigs on a tree, point and sign in unexpected ways. And if that capacity for adventure and surprise is at the heart of the literature we study, then how can we also find ways of building this into the forms of writing we employ to talk about that literature? So finally, let me draw this talk to a close by returning once more to the notion that literary studies might be thought about as a club of queer trades. It's a conceit I find generative, like theology, literature is fundamentally strange, which probably means we should be cautious about any effort to make the discipline too respectable. We should perhaps be open to modes of critical writing that are as odd as the literature we study. Reading literature can send us off in all sorts of unexpected paths, which is why it's useful to think about a club that allows those different possibilities to coexist, rather than seeking a simpler answer to questions about the function of criticism at the present time. Those multiple possibilities have to have some level of legibility to merit the allocation of resources and earn their way. But there is a salutary lesson in the way that the members of Chesterton's fictional club are more interested in their activity than their profit margins. Finally, if the conceit of a club of queer trades offers a way forward for literary studies, then I wonder what it might also offer for our thinking today about the state of Chesterton studies. I began this talk by referring to Chesterton's capacity to surprise me as I think with him, and I end with a call to keep that idea in view. Whatever we might say about Chesterton, we do him an injustice if we allow our readings of him to become too predictable.
All right, our final panelist today will be presented a wonderful talk on the theological imagination. Please join me in welcoming Professor Judith Wolfe, Professor of Philosophical Theology at the University of Cambridge. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's wonderful to be here with all of you and to share a panel with two very dear colleagues. What I would like to do in my talk today is to draw together some of the things that have remained implicit in the talks that we've heard so far, and hopefully also some things that will resonate with talks yet to come in the next session, especially on the Pre-Raphaelites and the Modernists, and to think a little bit more constructively about Chesterton's use of imagination and a Christian imagination in his works and in what he encourages others to do for themselves. In many ways, my talk takes its start from the book Orthodoxy, from the Ethics of Elfland, and the contrasting vision of the madman as the person who is too beholden to reason to see the true breadth and width of the world, the depth that it can have if he is not entrapped in his own narrow rational connections. And so I want to think about the way in which imagination has been used in the philosophical tradition that Chesterton partly picks up on, and which can illuminate certain aspects not only of Chesterton's work, but also of the work of the Bible and the work that we do in Christian education. So the version or the definition of imagination that I'm working with here is not so much the familiar definition of the imagination as the ability to imagine absent things or things that don't exist, but rather what the European tradition, all the way from Aristotle and Aquinas, but then through to Hume, Kant, Wittgenstein, Merleau-Ponty, Ricoeur, and so forth, what this European tradition envisions as the power of perception, the power to integrate all the sensory data that confront us all the time into wholes or forms or gestalts. In other words, for this tradition that reaches all the way back and reaches us through Kant and Wittgenstein and so forth, the very act of perception in everyday life is not something merely passive. It's not merely the case that we automatically receive things that are there, but is always to some extent something constructive, because we always assimilate and integrate a field of undifferentiated sense perceptions in a way into patterns that we carry in our minds and that are either innate or trained. And the particular importance of the training of the imagination to see things in certain ways is very important to the Christian tradition, both in the East, where we see this already in Origin and so forth, as the spiritual sensation tradition, and for people like Chesterton and Lewis. So when we think about everyday perception, we don't usually see ourselves at all as conscious of any creative work that we might be doing. We we perceive in very habituated and automated ways. But one of the interesting things that art and the perception of images in art can teach us is to recognize, to become conscious of how much this work of perception is partly creative. And art does this primarily by making us participants in the construction of the images that we see. In other words, artists, not marginally, but centrally to the work that they do, withhold sense data or juxtapose contrasting sense data in such ways that we as beholders have to imaginatively participate in making something into an image that we can see. Here is Escher, of course, who makes us see impossible images. This is also true of poetry. Here we have a classic example from a Scottish poet, and it is true of portraits and so forth, where we see a sort of depth of the person through our own imaginative entering into it. We can see this particularly well in certain visual illusions that have been used by philosophers, including Wittgenstein, to demonstrate exactly this active work of imagination. The most famous one, perhaps, is Wittgenstein's Duck Rabbit, which Wittgenstein uses to remind us that we never merely see lines that we then overlay secondarily with meaning. We always see a figure, whether that be a duck or a rabbit. And we can change this perception from duck to rabbit, but we can't simply hold the lines in our heads and then say, well, this might be either a duck or a rabbit. It's immediate, and at the same time, it's constructive. There is no arbitration that allows us to withhold our own decision-making in seeing this image. The same is true of the Necker cube, which makes us conscious of the work of imagination because it can only be understood, it can only be seen as organized within a spatial framework. And yet, nevertheless, that spatial framework, that depth of space within which these lines make sense as a cube, is not independently available to us. We're not seeing this image in an organized space. The space is projected by the lines themselves. And so we are doing the projection of space, which, on the other hand, alone makes sense of the image. There are contrasting examples, like the rotating mask, which I'll show you in a moment, which remind us just how much our perception, our immediate perception of things, relies on our own memory and experience. For most of you, I expect, and I'd be interested if there's anybody in the room for whom it doesn't do this, this mask suddenly jumps out into convex form about 2/3 through. Let's do that again. And that's because we're so used to seeing faces that come out and so utterly unused to seeing faces that turn inward that it's almost impossible for us to see even when that is what is in front of us. So this reminds us just how much our own habituated, our own training of our imagination is active, even in immediate visual perception. The Ames room is another good example of this. Here we have an illusion in which actually somebody has constructed a room that is very, very unusual in its spatial construction, because the room is actually constructed jutting backward on one side, and the floor tiles are actually very irregular. But because our entire experience is with rooms that are square or rectangular and with floor tiles that are regular, we can't help but see it in that way, even though that forces us to see these people as growing and shrinking. We are, as Ernst Gombrich puts it, blind to the other possible configurations because we literally cannot imagine these unlikely objects, these unlikely types of floor tiles and walls. They have no name and no habitation in the universe of our experience. Now, this kind of active pattern matching, what I call the imagination, our imaginative involvement, the involvement of the structure of our minds in the way in which we perceive the world, goes on all the time in ordinary life, but we're rarely aware of it. It springs into consciousness on occasion, such as when we jump startled at the sight of a bug, only to realize that it is in fact, thank goodness, a leaf. Or when we read an email or a text message in accordance with our expectations, only to find afterwards that we have misread. This happens to me increasingly the more emails I read, because the weight of expectation is becoming so much heavier than whatever I might be finding new, that I just go with the expectation. And this is obviously also a dominant mode of AI learning. Artificial intelligence learns by pattern matching and seeing former patterns in new phenomena. And you can see this, unfortunately, when autocorrect tends to correct whatever strange name you're writing into something that it's more familiar with. In my case, apparently a French company. Object identification, as I say, is usually unrecognized by us. But in art, it becomes conscious and it becomes recognizable. Interestingly, we can see this at work in the history of modern painting. The paintings of the Impressionists in particular capture the visual impression of a scene in all its dynamism and its ephemerality. By avoiding familiar schemata, in other words, in this case, for example, by avoiding the traditional outlines of horses, they remind us that if we did not already know that these were horses, or these water lilies, we wouldn't see them as such. In other words, the remarkable vitality of Impressionist painting comes precisely from the collaboration between an artist's minute observance of light patterns or movements and our Gestalt perception, our own bringing of expectations to bear on those very vivid details in order to make a scene that we couldn't see in that same way in ordinary life. It comes from the dynamism of our imaginative impression of Gestalt on a riot of colors. The Expressionists push this dynamic considerably further, where Impressionism still aims for a collaboration between unstructured sense impression on the one hand and Gestalt or schema or form that we impose on the other. Expressionism deliberately sets the two at odds with each other. The elements of an expressionist painting resist being integrated straightforwardly into a form or a whole, such as we might encounter in the real world. They gesture in that direction, but they don't allow us to complete the gesture. We simply cannot tell where in space Kokoschka's still life with Hyacinth is placed, or how the elements of Picasso's still life with a guitar fit together. In other words, here something is creating an expectation of a familiar form into which we might integrate and structure this painting, and yet they don't allow us ultimately to impose that form, and so they create a sort of dissonance, which might evoke all sorts of different feelings in us. And the Expressionists don't tell us what to do with these feelings of dissonance that come from seeing such paintings. They just evoke them. Sometimes these paintings call into consciousness the perpetual and usually unconscious endeavor to read or see elements according to a whole. And sometimes they do so in order to resolve an incoherence on the sensory level by coherence on some deeper level. So for example, Picasso's Weeping Woman can be resolved, the incoherence of this figure can be resolved on a psychological plane by saying this woman appears broken because she's broken on the inside. So sometimes in expressionist paintings and in many other forms of art really, there's a sort of disjunction or tension on the pictorial plane, which can only be resolved imaginatively by projecting a certain psychological or semantic depth. What about language, which is of course Chesterton's other great field apart from art? The stimulation of our imaginative capacity to project forms or wholes or depth from disparate sense data is as operative in poetry as it is in visual art. And this activity is not frivolous, but necessary, because the world as we encounter it always, in a sense, needs depth projection of that sort. It needs to be made sense of. Rowan Williams observes regarding the poet, and I quote, The reality before him is obscurely incomplete. It proposes to the poet the task of making it significant, which does not mean imposing upon it an alien structure of interpretation. Similarly, Jacques Maritain describes poetry as the recomposition of the world, more real than the reality offered to the senses. This is evident at the most basic level in figurative language. Consider the small handful of metaphors in poetry. Soundlessly they go, the herons passing by, arrows of snow filling the sky, or like a heavy fragrance, snowflakes settle, lilies on rocks. Or Shakespeare, shall I compare thee to a summer's day? Or Ezra Pound's attempt at a haiku, the apparition of these faces in the crowd, petals on a wet black wall. Or Seamus Heaney's famous extended metaphor, the cold smell of potato mold, the squelch and slap of soggy peat, the curt cuts of an edge through living roots awaken in my head, but I've no spade to follow men like that. Between my finger and my thumb, the squat pen rests. I'll dig with it. Each of these images awakens our imagination to see in ways that at once attenuate and intensify ordinary perception. They hold before our mental eye two distinct realities or objects and invite us, by the exercise of our integrative power of imagination or perception, to see them together, to see one through and in the other, to see as through a stereoscope, a double or depth vision in the conjunction of digging and writing, or of the swelling of faces and petals, snow and lilies, herons and arrows. This brings our own imagination to consciousness, precisely as a search for a meaning that is to be found, not only in the poetic text, but in the world at large in which it is set. For the search is, in a sense, for a depth of world at which these different things are related to each other. Just as we project a space within which the lines on a canvas or in a drawing can make sense, so we project a depth of space in which these two things can make sense together somehow. None of those projections comes with any truth claims. Neither the poet nor the reader claims that digging and writing are in fact the same. Rather, what truth they have depends on the acts of seeing, thinking, and acting that they make possible for us. We can act in this world that has this depth of connection. And that's precisely, of course, what Chesterton is trying to make us do. He's making possible new spheres of action through the conjunction of disparate things. This is why the overinterpretation of poetry is an ineradicable risk. We can never know whether an author really intended a meaning that we see in a poem. But that risk is not deleterious or even decisive, because the responsibility rests in any case with us. The question is, what possibilities are opened by certain ways of seeing? Adjudicating and using these possibilities is the reader's responsibility. And that's also why good literary criticism can extend the work of the poet by extending our imaginative reach or interrogate its presuppositions, limits, chances, and dangers. And it's very worth emphasizing on Chesterton's account, although this is a metaphysical view that is not necessarily in the minds of all poets, but it's worth emphasizing that the possibility and the pleasure of these metaphorical ways of seeing as depend on an innate desire that we all seem to share to connect things, to trace patterns through different layers and domains of existence. Aristotle observed that to metaphorize well implies an intuitive perception of the similarity in dissimilars. And this does not seem to be a marginal human ability, but a central one. As we have said, all perception to some extent depends on the ability to see similarities or patterns in vastly disparate sense impressions in order to recognize objects at all. The ability to see two very different things as both trees, but the ability to see metaphors, to imagine one thing in and as another, and to imagine the world in which those connections have space, shows the remarkable extent to which such perception relies on an intertwining of finding and making. In other words, the world really may have a depth at which all these things are connected, but we do have to make the connections creatively. And so for Recur, for example, the human ability to create and understand metaphors reveals a profound truth, not only about our cognitive apparatus, and I would say that this is true of Chesterton as well, but about the world in which such width and depth of connections are genuinely to be found. Just as the ability to create scientific models and mathematical formulae reveals a profound truth about the deep knowability and therefore the potential meaningfulness of the world. And this finally brings us to the explicitly theological dimensions of Chesterton's understanding of the imagination. David Jones, the modernist painter and poet and thinker, said that it would be unthinkable at the redemption of the world that anything should have been done which committed man to any activity not utterly inalienable from his nature. In such a context, the extraneous is inconceivable. The Lord's choice on the night before he died to take bread and wine and declare them his body and blood was not an extraneous or optional act, but named and transformed a mystery that lies near the heart of human existence itself. The Last Supper made into fact what can usually only exist as a poetic invention. It is, in a sense, a literal metaphor, an instance of seeing one thing, bread and wine, as another, body and blood, which is also literally true, and imagining that truly finds. Indeed, we can say that the Christian faith has at its heart a belief that the human capacity and need both to find and to make, to see creatively in this way, is adequate in some deep, mysterious sense to the nature of reality. That the world is indeed poetic, both in the sense that it is God's work or craft, and in the sense that we do not only find, but also make it creatively. The two are not in competition. Love is genuinely there to be found, but it cannot be found without being made or received. Much of the Christian faith is organized around metaphors, whose truth is both found and made, both real beyond our own imagining, and yet ours to construct. The greatest, perhaps, is the church as the body of Christ, into which we must actively grow, as which we must actively imagine ourselves, and which will not be complete, not grown to its full stature until the eschaton. Recur calls the Bible a poem, and this is true, among other ways, in this, that the Bible elicits our imaginative participation in just the ways that I've described. The difference between it and a mere poem, of course, is that the Bible as sacred text also elicits assent to its images. Unlike other poems, they stake strong claims about reality. As Rowan Williams puts it, again, revelation on such an account is essentially to do with what is generative in our experience, events or transactions in our language that break existing frames of reference and initiate new possibilities of life. The load-bearing, we can pour ourselves into them unreservedly, though never without risk. The Christian faith may manifest itself, among other things, as a mode of seeing the ordinary world, which invests that world imaginatively or inspiredly with an unseen depth of divine intention, spiritual significance, beauty, and connection. To have faith is to see the world in some sense as a work of art, as having a shape or wholeness that makes sense of its parts, has beauty, displays intention. This need not be a matter of simple affirmation, of claiming to find something which one is in fact partnering in making. Rather, faith sees potential significance, which is yet to be realized, promises that are yet to be fulfilled. It takes hold of a metaphysical gestalt or vision of the world, affirming that the very heart of reality being itself is personal, that creation is a gift expressing the love of its creator, that the human pursuit of truth is therefore not merely a matter of human eros, but also and foremost of divine agape. But faith also recognizes the dissonance between this gestalt or vision of the world as we perceive it, between the gestalt or vision as we perceive it in faith and the world as we perceive it with our senses. And it doesn't attempt to resolve them simply by imposition. Rather, it expresses itself as both action and hope, as what the biblical authors call metanoia. And consequently, one of the primary ways that the biblical narratives inspire and teach, and I would say that Chesterton, in emulation of this, seeks to inspire and teach, is by engendering perceptual shifts. Shifts from perceiving one whole or form in one's world to perceiving another. This is the case both for characters within these stories and for their readers. And you'll all be able to think of stories in Chesterton, but in the Bible, where of course, as I've said, unlike in Chesterton, these come with strong truth claims, strong load-bearing capacities for how we see reality. These biblical stories often turn on their characters' sudden ability to see their world or lives no longer as one thing but as another, to perceive them as forming a gestalt that they did not previously see. This is especially striking in the prophetic or wisdom literature. In the book of Jonah, God raises up a gourd tree so that the prophet may learn to see the Ninevites anew, as people who cannot tell their left hand from their right, eliciting God's concern, just as the gourd tree elicits Jonah's. More expansively, in the book of Job, Job ultimately does not find explanations, but experiences a radical perspectival shift. In God's self-manifestation, his perception of the shape of the world and of his own place in it change. In the Gospels and Acts, Jesus encourages Martha to see the world afresh when he urges that Mary has chosen the better part. After his resurrection, he enables Mary Magdalene, Thomas Didymus, and the disciples on the road of Emmaus, and his persecutor Saul to see him, and with him the entire story of which they are part, anew. These conversions comprise not so much deliberate decisions as sudden shifts of perspective. His disciples come to see Jesus as my Lord and my God. To see him thus transforms their vision not only of him, but with him also of the whole world, themselves, and how they are to speak and live in it. Biblical stories not only recount experiences of such gestalt shifts for their characters, but as importantly aim to inspire such shifts in their readers. John's Gospel immediately commends Thomas's realization to his readers. Blessed are those who do not see and yet believe. Many of the scripture's parables likewise aim to inspire new ways of seeing ordinary circumstances. Thus, 1 Corinthians 12 trains its readers to see the people of Christ as a body conjoined, and Matthew 25 likewise to see the stranger and the prisoner as, in some sense, Christ. Here is an eschatological vision that wants us to see already in those around us our risen Lord and to act accordingly, even though that is a sort of depth or double vision rather than a simple reinterpretation on the literal level of what we see. The Bible inspires us, and Chesterton inspires us to see this double vision in the world around us and to act to realize it. The mental transformations engendered here are aptly described by the Greek metanoia, conversion or renewal of mind. And like metanoia, they imply not only a passive change of perception or even an active reimagination, but also the responsibility to enact these in life, though without any ultimate guarantees. This is precisely, I think, what Chesterton too helps us to do, and why, regardless of the particulars of his paradoxical and double visions, what he encourages us to do is precisely to take that kind of vision forward in our own lives, to carry it on in our own lives of Christian mission and education. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We have a few brief moments for questions for any of our panelists here before lunch. So please just indicate a question by raising your hands and we'll go through wrestling with that.
But some people have seen quite a lot of the Ballad of the White Horse. I mean, obviously the White Horse is a sign anyway of the and they certainly read the Ballad of the White Horse, and he reread it with his daughter Priscilla. So on that occasion, he said he didn't think it was as good a poem as he thought first time round. But the whole attitude to the pagan world is obviously something talking balance. Now, we could have got that through reading the Edda, which, of course, the only access we have to Nordic myth is through Christian writers. But could, you know, and obviously Beowulf is a text which is written by a opposite Christian writer, and yet is about a pagan class. And Tolkien, to some degree, presents the Lord of the Rings as some kind of pagan Old Testament. I suppose I like the way that Tolkien has this enormous sense of instability. And this is something that comes over in the melancholy of the poem. But I was trying to argue that the poem is not just melancholy, but opens creatively to an idea of tradition as something that lies almost eschatologically ahead of us. As what Judith was saying about the kind of opening up, the engendering that comes from the creative act of imagination. And that's something that Tolkien is trying to do as well. So that at the end of the book, we've got two endings, it's a sense of two truths and a kind of opening. But the faithfulness to the pagan as something that Christians are to do is, I think, something that Tolkien kind of holds on. But I can't argue that it just comes from Chesterton. I did have a conversation once with Priscilla Tolkien, where she told me that he owned a huge number of Chesterton books, including some very rare.
All right, thank you. Yes.
Which is this last thing saying something about language. I think about what all of the Yeah. Yeah, it does. And that comes about book. And But it does, I made that little remark about just not probably be and I don't mean that you don't. I mean, that's really your question that you get around the same. It is, I think somebody needs that space to forge an connection, to appreciate the extent of the obviously. This is that something about and perhaps if I heard you correctly, I think you want to try to think in kind of similar ways, which is to say, surely some of these reasons actually do have something to say to that, and I think that's good. But I'm not about to set an essay about that. To really do think I think either counterproductive or just not quite right in starting that. But it's certainly anyone does have those things like lecture. I think it might be there. I think that would be there. Like sequence and all of that. Is that one?
Yeah, I mean, that's like I've been
Yeah, I mean, it's so it's certainly that's what I think. Yeah, yeah, just particularly on that. I mean, I haven't put it a while, but I used to keep the thing in the and I do that. Culturally, 24 about it. I guess I failed to persuade my students. So, and that they could not necessarily reject the line of argument by the doctor, but really deal with it. And yeah, but I think it must be there. It's really just a discussion. And I wonder as well about your sense of follow thought you would follow to
All right, we have one question over here.
the follow-up.
Very interesting question to be asked. I think one thing is not isolate colonialism within this world, but how does it turn out to other kinds of people? Public impoverishment and discussions about treated as a special case as opposed to broader ambition in my country. And so the problem is located in justice and broader people, mostly one thing to do that. Thinking about this is further to Alison wanted to paper about Ballad, and it has this idea that says progress is a metaphor in my way of this idea. The best thing is that as far away from where we are, all directions is another kind of growth, which is like the tree, which grows from it, and the center is still the center of the outwards. And it occurs to me that in an essay like his essay on skeleton, rather than thinking about building projects, following data, in the town of Stilton, we call it Stilton Sheep. And he said that this seems to be a strange allegory for everything that's wrong with it now, a town that has forgot its own name. So an idea of the dignity of the individual conceptually nested out is the dignity of the place, the terroir, and then the fact that there's a version of that you can nest out this to think about the dignity which is ultimately a common humanity. And so that thinking about Chesterton's democracy, which is a wonderful word that's been used in the double digital during that Chesterton's democracy, not thinking of special case, but rather how you dignify the individual, which is essentially incorporating into his bigger resistance to the big shops and the whole political project itself, which is what it's flat out. Such a good question. I just look at the points of this debate.
That's very, very helpful way of thinking about it, because it's a kind of subsidiarity as far down as it can go, and yet subsidiarity depends upon the few other levels. So he can sometimes sound like a leader, that kind of bad kind of localism. And at its best, there is a sense in which one is held by these different levels of participation. But then it's all goes all the way down, and not any level is being neglected. So I regard that he has an equal adherence to the common. But again, each establishes every level that you go on. I will probably get more about that when we go back to speak.
All right, we have time for the final question in the back, the gentleman in the center. Pardon me, the gentleman to behind you.
So my question is for Professor Wolfe. I found your presentation very interesting. So I just want to know if you have considered this inner sense called by Aquinas the constitutive power or particular reason. Sometimes we call it also particular reason. So it is, I work on particular reason. So I would call that inner sense for Aquinas during the presentation, because he says that this inner sense enables us to make these practical judgments perceptually, which is really interesting. But I think that it's also important to take into account this constitutive power, which in some way we can find that in animals as well, but it's called the stimulative power. It can be shaped by a universal reason. I know in your account you have considered that, because if we don't shape our constitutive power, then we will follow our perceptions. So we can also commit our actions. So that's one question. And the other one is if I don't know if Chesterton dealt with the constitutive power directly in any of his works. Perhaps you know that. Thank you very much.
So this way of perceiving the world, a form, they're not yet, they're still on their way to the form which will manage I think the innocent certainly, for Aquinas, as for the whole tradition, there is a moral for Aquinas, what I was talking about, to be virtuous is to see according to the value or according to the they will have. And this is something that lives very strongly so that we have a responsibility to train our senses and we do this part of to train our perception between. I think Chesterton inherits this
And I'm sure that you have a sense of literature as, you know, in the way towards the Rhino, or the speech of Adnan, as this powerful figure of the abstraction of the good, so that we can learn to see the good as a factor. I think that's just much more deliberately constructed. And I think a lot of the images are not going to make us actually see the world in this way, as if these are what people really were the way to see them, but to actually learn that government to what they do. I think that's more critical than applying to see that form our senses to a more of a
All right, thank you very much for your attention to this panel. Please join me once more in thanking our panel for their time. All right, so our next stop will be a lunch break until 1:30, where we'll be returning back here for the third panel that afternoon. If you just follow some of our staff members, they'll help guide you back down. Thank you very much, and looking forward to seeing you this afternoon.
Well, my
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. Hopefully a restorative lunch break. We're delighted to begin panel number 3 of our Chesterton conference today. We're beginning with, delightfully, one of our own Notre Dame UNDE faculty, University of Notre Dame in England faculty. Hadas Elber-Aviram will be speaking today from Knightsbridge to Knightsbridge, the influence of the Napoleon of Notting Hill on Neverwhere and the door in the wall. Thank you, Hadas.
Hello. I'm a bit old school, so hopefully you all have handouts. Hello, everyone, and thank you so much for inviting me to speak at the inaugural Notre Dame London Chesterton Conference. I would like to take a moment to thank Father Jim, Joe Byrne, Alice, Gemma, Josh, Bridget, and Irene for organizing this fantastic conference. Thank you. Okay, so in his guest of honor speech at the Mythopoeic Society's annual conference, Neil Gaiman recalled, and this is the first quote on your handout: "I was always aware, reading Chesterton, that there was someone writing this who rejoiced in words, who deployed them on the page as an artist deploys paints upon his palette. Behind every Chesterton sentence, there was someone painting with words." And it seemed to me that at the end of any particularly good sentence or any perfectly put paradox, you could hear the author somewhere behind the scenes giggling with delight. Gaiman acknowledged his debt to Chesterton from his earliest work. The beloved character Fiddler's Green in the Sandman comics is modeled on G.K. Chesterton in his physical appearance, his walking stick that conceals a sword, his generous nature, his consummate storytelling, his penchant for paradox, and the first name he goes by, Gilbert. This link between Fiddler's Green and Chesterton was reinforced in the recent Netflix television adaptation of Sandman, where Green, played masterfully by Stephen Fry, loses track of the time because he has been reading Chesterton. Good Omens, which Gaiman co-authored with Terry Pratchett, is dedicated to G.K. Chesterton, and it also pays him tribute on the brink of its fictional apocalypse. And this is the 4th quote on your handout. "Lightning made the London skies flicker like a malfunctioning fluorescent tube. A livid sky on London, Crowley thought, and I knew the end was near. Who had written that? Chesterton, wasn't it? The only poet in the 20th century to even come close to the truth." Gaiman singled out The Napoleon of Notting Hill as the novel that influenced him more than any other of Chesterton's works. The Napoleon of Notting Hill was my favorite piece of predictive 1984 fiction, and one that hugely informed my own novel, Neverwhere, Gaiman asserted in the 5th quote on your handout, elaborating on another occasion that he was inspired particularly by the novel's ability to make the names of London places magical. The Napoleon of Notting Hill instilled in Gaiman, and this is the 7th quote on your handout, an idea of London as this wonderful, mythical, magical place that became the seed for Gaiman's own tale of wonderful, mythical, magical London. As Gaiman recounted in the 8th quote on your handout, Neverwhere began with London, not with the real London, not exactly, but with the version of London I read about in the Napoleon of Notting Hill. Thus, Gaiman expressly claimed the Napoleon of Notting Hill as Neverwhere's literary progenitor, reinforcing his claim with an epigraph from the Napoleon of Notting Hill that prefaces all 4 major book editions of Neverwhere. Chesterton himself associated Charles Dickens with the same narrative strategy that Gaiman attributed to him. In a characteristic example of the semiotic playfulness with London place names that have inspired Gaiman, Chesterton described Dickens' indelible connection to London as the experience of being crucified at Charing Cross. Indeed, Chesterton wrote about Dickens in lyrical prose that closely resembled his descriptions of Adam Wayne in The Napoleon of Notting Hill, as you can see in quotations 10 to 15 on the handouts. For Chesterton, Dickens' stars were the lamps of the street, just as Wayne saw the street lamps as things quite as eternal as the stars. Chesterton's Dickens endowed London with the beauty that only belongs to battlefields, while Wayne makes his dream of defensive battle of Notting Hill in war into romanticized reality. And where Chesterton's Dickens made London streets rich with irrevocable sunsets, Wayne transmitted the leaden London landscape to a romantic gold. Consequently, one may draw a line of literary influence that runs from Dickens to Chesterton to Gaiman, a tradition of London-based fantasy that evolves from the romanticization of local districts and boroughs to the London-wide sweep of secondary world fantasy. Neverwhere pushes the envelope of the semiotic playfulness and satirical whimsy of the Napoleon of Notting Hill, taking up its conceit and reconfiguring it from the borderline fantastical to the overtly supernatural. The Napoleon of Notting Hill is premised on the breakdown of metropolitan London into medieval townships, each with its own provosts, city guards, halberdiers, coats of arms, banners, robes, and signature colors. Although nominally set in the then future year of 1984, the novel conjures up the imagery of chivalric romance from the evocative names of London's boroughs and districts. Thus, as you can see in the 16th quote on your handout, King Oberon Queen spins epic tales about London's municipalities by riffing off of their names, waxing enthusiastic as he presents his new charter of the cities. In Oberon's tall tales, the district of Hammersmith lives in the shadow of that primal hero, the blacksmith. Raven's Court is named after the birds of prey feasting on the fallen of a bloody battle. Hyde Park is so named for its role in hiding the retreat of men from a previous battle, and Knightsbridge after the 3 brave knights who guarded that retreat. Kensington, for good measure, is named in mockery after its aristocrats, who could sing the rowdy songs of the people, that is, can sing, but who refused to do so out of haughtiness. In Neverwhere and his companion short story, How the Marquis Got His Coat Back, Gaiman carries over Chesterton's fanciful London wordplay from the pseudo-medieval battlefield into the overtly fantastical. In the companion story, as you can see on the 17th quote on your handout, there is a literal court in Raven's Court where one of the ladies has the unfortunate habit of reshaping those who displease her into birds of prey. In Neverwhere, Angel Station in the borough of Islington conceals an actual angel named Islington, and Knightsbridge morphs into Knightsbridge without a K. As you can see on the 18th quote on your handout, it is a haunted bridge of eternal night, a huge stone bridge spanning out over a vast black chasm into the night that conjures up all the nightmares that have come out when the sun goes down since the cave times, and on which the protagonist Richard Mayhew fancies he can hear a horde of huge misshapen trolls beneath the bridge. Neverwhere thereby creates a fully fleshed fantastical London that John Clute has famously described in the 19th quote on your handout as a world too copious, too subaqueous and mazed to be exhausted in a single tale. The Napoleon of Notting Hill was written out of what Chesterton termed, in the 20th quote on your handout, local patriotism. Born of Chesterton's conviction that the patriot never under any circumstances boasts of the largeness of his country, but always and of necessity boasts of the smallness of it. This sentiment found its political analog in Chesterton's championship of distributism in his role as the president of the Distributors League and his editorship of JK's Weekly. But that is the subject matter for another paper, such as Martijn Cremers' talk in the panel following this one. In all events, for Chesterton, the soul of local patriotism was a splendid smallness that sanctified the locales of London, especially the suburbs of West London. Bayswater, Kensington, Shepherd's Bush, Hammersmith, and of course, Notting Hill. The formidable comfort and compactness of these West London suburbs forms a precondition for the fanciful transformations wrought in their streets, as exemplified by that transfiguration of the railings of an iron fence in Notting Hill into the spears of Lancelot and St. George. Adam Wayne is moved to a passion for his streets because they are his. His whole life had been passed in his own punk street, and in its neighborhood, and therefore he regards it as the citadel of the city, and is willing to fight for it and to die for it. Yet Chesterton was concerned that this sentiment of local patriotism was waning, that London was already too large and loose a thing to be a city in the sense of a citadel. Consequently, he sought to restore a sense of wonder and reverence to London by scaling down the metropolis to its suburban locales. I had no use for an empire that had no sunsets, he asserted in a characteristic stab at British imperialism. But he was enamored with the strange sunsets over Notting Hill and Bedford Park, fictionalized in The Man Was Thursday as Stafford Market. Tinted in the romantic hues of Chesterton's childhood, the titular Notting Hill becomes a distillation of the poetry of London. The poetic fancy that transmutes a foggy London street into a seabed, and its carriages and cabs into deep-sea creatures with eyes aflame, finds a new lease of life in Notting Hill, where thousands of immortal spirits blaze with alternate hope and fear. Notting Hill becomes the mother of a mode of life, of a manner of living, which shall renew the youth of the world. Thus, the Napoleon of Notting Hill valorizes the intimacy of London locales that foster a sense of community and belonging so profound that the curbstones and gas lamps become as natural and enduring as the sky, the omnibus ride as enchanted as a painted ship, the railways and the railroads hollowed by love, sacrifice, and the battle cry, I have a city, let it stand or fall. Neverwhere, in contrast, was written from a distance, detached from any particular locale, and assuming a more totalizing panoramic perspective on London. Notwithstanding its designation as below, Richard first experiences the fantastical world of London below, not from below, but from atop a very high building. From this vantage point, London is reduced to a toy theater, with tiny cars, tiny buses, tiny taxis, tiny lorries, tiny buildings, and tiny people, dimly perceived in and out of focus and at a vast remove. This miniaturized view of London coheres with Michel de Certeau's theorization of the panorama as an alienated and objectifying view of the city. This is the 37th quote on your handout. The person who ascends to that height leaves behind the mask that takes and incorporates into itself any sense of being either an author or spectator. His altitude transforms him into a voyeur. It places him at a distance. It changes an enchanting world into a text. Thus, while Neverwhere is a love letter to London, it is a letter written from afar to a loved one long absent from the writer's day-to-day life. As Gaiman himself recalled of the novel's gestation and development, and this is the 38th quote on your handout, it's almost as if one is recreating England in one's head, seeing it from a long way away, and picking those elements one likes. Creating a sort of mythic London was in many ways easier, writing it in places like a hotel room in Galveston, Texas, or sitting around at home in Minneapolis. One could isolate why one wanted to make it mythic, what one was going for. These comments illustrate the turn in the London-based fantasy tradition away from refracting the lived realities of London, towards making it mythic, recreating London fantastically in one's head. Gaiman drew inspiration from seeing London from a long way away, a distance that facilitated the creation of a sort of mythic London. Thus, Gaiman was less concerned with celebrating London locale in the spirit of the Napoleon of Notting Hill, as he was with creating an alternative, fantastical, mythic London that offered an escape from the everyday city. Neverwhere was a milestone in the popularization of London-based fantasy and its introduction to a mainstream readership. Yet, its success story is tinged with loss. There is no sense in Neverwhere, as there was in the Napoleon of Notting Hill, that everyday London may yet be redeemed, that dreamers such as Adam Wade and G.K. Chesterton may yet behold London as really herself, when her lights shine in the dark like the eyes of innumerable cats, and the red and white and yellow suns of the gaslights thronged and melted into each other like an orchard of fiery trees, the beginnings of Elfland. Rather, Neverwhere ends with Richard's decision to depart London above and cast his lot with London below. Upon realizing that the soulless corporate life of London above no longer suits him, Richard turns his back on everyday London and escapes into a magical doorway leading back to London below, leaving nothing behind him. His escape dramatizes the readerly pleasure of secondary world fantasy, a pleasure described by J.R.R. Tolkien in the 41st chord on your handout as fulfillment of the desire to escape, not indeed from life, but from our present time and self-made misery. This impetus to escape London into a fantastical version of itself, to turn one back on the everyday city and give it up as a lost cause, resonates persistently across secondary world London-based fantasies. These fantasies no longer believe, as Chesterton had, that one may live on the border of fairyland that runs through a crowded city. In Neverwhere, this border has hardened into a barrier that forecloses the liminality of urban space, the liminality of genre, and the liminality of identity. Living on the border is no longer an option. Richard is faced with a binary choice: London above or London below, everyday London or fantastical London, but not both. Richard makes his choice with joy and conviction, but one cannot help but feel that something has been lost in his inability to assert, as Adam Wayne had done. So has the soul of Notting Hill gone forth and made men realize what it is to live in a city. In a somewhat cheeky addendum to this paper, I would like to offer you a loose thread and invite you to follow it in your own research, should you be so inclined. I am almost certain that the Napoleon of Notting Hill influenced H.G. Wells's famous short story, The Door in the Wall, first published 2 years after the Napoleon of Notting Hill in 1906. But I have yet to prove this influence conclusively. The Door in the Wall tells the story of Lionel Wallace, who discovers a secret door from London to a paradisical garden that appears before him in pivotal moments of his life. The door first appears before Wallace as a young boy when he wanders among the West Kensington roads into an area consisting of mean, dirty shops, and particularly that of a plumber and decorator with a dusty disorder of earthenware pipes, sheet lead, ball taps, pattern books of wallpaper, and tins of enamel. This description resonates with the Napoleon of Notting Hill, where Adam Wayne's local patriotism is first awakened in him as a young boy when he plays a game of the King of the Castle on the fictitious Pump Street. This game changes the course of his life by leading to his fateful encounter with King Oberon, who unwittingly spurs him to treat the fanciful idea of the defense of Notting Hill in war with deadly earnestness. As the idea takes hold, Wayne's childish fastidiousness fastens upon 5 shops that line this street: a grocer's, a chemist, a barber's, an old curiosity shop, and a toy shop that also sold newspapers. For Wayne, as for Chesterton, as you can see on the 47th and 48th quotes in your handout, these 5 shops become the innermost core of London. If Notting Hill was the heart of the universe and Pump Street was the heart of Notting Hill, this was the heart of Pump Street. In Wayne's fantastical imagination, the grocer's becomes a provisions depot, the chemist's a field hospital, the old curiosity shop a weapons arsenal, with enough swords, pistols, partisans, crossbows, and blunderbusses to arm a whole irregular regiment, and the toy shop selling newspapers a bastion of the free press. Granted, the shops on Pump Street are more pleasing to the eye than those by the door in the wall in Wells's short story, but one may nevertheless note the similarity in locale and the analogous revelation of the extraordinary and the mundane shops of West London. Furthermore, the titular door on the wall appears a second time among some rather low-class streets on the other side of Camden Hill. The very same Camden Hill on which Adam Wayne triumphs over his enemies by threatening to open the reservoir of the Waterworks Tower and flood the valley below, and the very same Camden Hill where Chesterton was born and baptized. Indeed, Camden Hill is still more prominent in the manuscripts of The Door in the Wall. As you can see in the 50th quote on your handout, Wells's draft has Wallace first discovering the door in the wall in the neighborhood of Camden Hill. I find this draft particularly interesting because it is dated 1 November 1905, 8 months after the Napoleon of Notting Hill was first published in March 1904. Granted, I could find no conclusive evidence that Wells read the Napoleon of Notting Hill shortly after its first publication, but I emailed Dr. Luke Seaber, with whom I have the honor of sharing this very panel, and Dr. Michael Shallcross, with whom I have the honor of sharing this conference, both of whom agreed that this supposition seems probable. Wells and Chesterton struck up a friendship a few years later, shortly after 1910. But Chesterton was fairly well known in literary circles by 1905. And he had written about Wells and heretics, and moreover, he referenced Wells explicitly in the Napoleon of Notting Hill. So I believe that there is a line of influence here and that it is worth pursuing, but that is as far as I got. You are more than welcome to take this up in your own research, and if you do, please do let me know what you find out. Thank you so much again to the conference organizers, to my fellow panelists, and to everyone who's joined us today. Thank you very much.
Say some kind words about you as you find that. Thank you, Hadas, and all best scholarly luck with your loose thread. I hope you can find your way. Next, we have Luke Seaber to share on this. Luke Seaber from University College London here to speak on Chesterton, Roger Fry, Modern Art and Elitism.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So thank you to the organisers for inviting me to talk here. This represents really a return to Chesterton for me. I haven't worked on Chesterton for some years before coming back to this. This was going to be a nice self-contained paper about Chesterton, Roger Fry, and modern art and elitism. It's become a work in progress. It's about Chesterton, it's about Roger Fry. Modern art and elitism aren't really going to be in this. I got 2 out of 4 for my title. Because let's say it's become, I think, the beginnings of another project now, so my original idea, which was quite focused, has become far more baggy and far more incorrect. So I apologize. I've been rewriting all day, in fact, listening to what everyone was saying, so I shall be going off on tangents possibly later. So we're here to discuss Chesterton as a polymath, and I want to look today at some of his writings as an art critic. I'm using the term art critic really quite loosely here. And his work in this field generally is perhaps not amongst his best known, but I shall argue he pays our attention, although perhaps not in the way we might expect. That is not, in fact, talk about art necessarily. There is one sustained piece of Chesterton's writing on art that has enjoyed some level of critical attention, his 1904 book on G.F. Watts, which I'll return to, as have his various comments disapproving of Impressionism on philosophical and theological grounds. And I still think the best analysis of that is Max Ripstein's 1982 article, Chesterton, Impressioniste, where he concludes, I translate, often in his novels he's an impressionist unbeknownst to himself, given the way that he so frequently uses colour. Not quite the primary colours that Michael Ward was discussing this morning, I think. Going back to G.F. Watts, though, I think it's worth a detour to see why, somewhat unexpectedly perhaps, it's one of his best-known books amongst academics, but not amongst academics who work on Chesterton or on G.F. Watts or literature or painting. It's a very odd connection with it to academia with G.F. Watts. This passage here. Every time one man says to another, tell us plainly what you mean, he is assuming the infallibility of language. That is to say, he's assuming that there is a perfect scheme of verbal expression for all the internal moods and meanings of men. Whenever a man says to another, prove your case, defend your faith, he's assuming the infallibility of language. That is to say, he's assuming the man has a word for every reality in earth or heaven or hell. He knows that there are in the soul's tints more bewildering, more numberless and more nameless than the colours in autumn forest. He knows that there are abroad in the world and doing strange and terrible service and crimes that have never been condemned and virtues that have never been christened. It is seriously believed that these things, in every one of them, in all their tones and semitones, in all their blends and unions, be accurately represented by an arbitrary system of grunts and squeals. He believes that an ordinary civilized stockbroker can really produce out of his own inside noises which know all the mysteries of memory and all the agonies of desire. Now, this is leading to a discussion on painting, but it's very clearly about language. It's leading to a discussion of communication of meaning through colour. And its fame and its rather odd afterlife springs from the fact that Borges translates part of this in his essay on John Wilkins, the 1942 essay on the language of John Wilkins. So this is my retranslation of Borges's translation, so to speak, which actually makes it more about visual art than the original. Borges cuts out the bits that, some of the bits that aren't actually about visual art. The importance of this, though, Borges is quoting Chesterton here, is the same essay, The Analytical Language of John Wilkins, contains the taxonomy of animals attributed to the Chinese Celestial Emporium of Benevolent Knowledge, reading which Michel Foucault states at the beginning of The Order of Things led him to write The Order of Things, one of the most influential books of the 20th century. In other words, G.F. Watts, which is a relatively minor book by an academically unfashionable and generally non-canonical author, or an academically unfashionable and generally non-canonical painter, is somewhat unexpectedly perhaps the text that most academics who may otherwise never have heard of Chesterton will have come across, because of its rather unexpected place in the genealogy of late 20th century academic thought. So we may perhaps hear more about G.F. Watts, both painter and book, later on in this panel. But my focus is different. I mean, I've touched on Watts today, if you pardon the parallexis, to show what I'm not talking about. I'm not discussing Watts, in fact. I'm not discussing the 1904 book, which is full of good writing. It has an important, although undiscussed, place in general thought. I intend to look rather at, not at almost at Chesterton's good writing, I intend to look at his most sustained engagement with his public, the very approximately 3,200,000 words he wrote for the Illustrated London News, our notebook column between 1905 and 1936. There are two chief reasons for this. In a letter from the 21st of August 1917, that it's almost impossible not to quote when discussing Chesterton's relationship to modern culture, Ezra Pound wrote to John Quinn that, this is why as the work in progress, the quote I have in my paper and the quote I have in two different quotes. So he also said, I believe he creates a milieu in which art is impossible, he and his kind. That wasn't the one that I was going to discuss. In the same letter, he also says, but Chesterton is so much the mob, so much the multitude. And say this. And Michael Shallcross, whom we heard this morning, has explored in detail the question of Pound's statements and his views in relation to literary culture in Chesterton. But I wish to look at Chesterton's role as the mob, as the perceived voice of the middle ground masses in relation to visual arts. More specifically, I wish to do so though looking at, if you like, the biggest of it and most middle ground of his pulpits, the Illustrated London News, the most mobbish, if you like, of his being the voice of the mob or being perceived as the voice of the mob. So our notebook began the Illustrated London News in 1884. It was written anonymously at the beginning, almost certainly written by the paper's editor, Sir William Ingram. Ceased publication in 1886, returns in 1888, no longer anonymous now, but under the byline of James Payn, who's a novelist, journalist, friend of Dickens. Payn dies in 1898, succeeded by the journalist Louis Frederick Austin. He then dies in 1905. Chesterton takes over in 1905, carries on with a weekly column. Sometimes there is a hiatus due to illness, due to travel. Generally, he's writing a column every week for 31 years, up until Chesterton's own death in 1936. This 31-year run, in fact, wasn't the longest run of a single author on our notebook. Chesterton's successor was the right-wing historian Arthur Bryant, who writes our notebook from 1936 all the way up to 1985, when our notebook finally ceases. Julia Stapleton, who's also very active in republishing Chesterton, has written about our notebook in general, not just about the Chesterton iteration, has written about a notebook that, as I quote, as a major platform for cultural celebration and cultural critique and about equal measure, it represents for researchers interested in the shaping of public opinion by influential commentators and valuable resource. So this is the first reason that I wish to look at Chesterton's Our Notebook. If Chesterton was the mob or perceived as the mob, I think it makes sense to look at where his voice, in fact, was most often presented to the mob. The other reason has to do with, if you like, the title of this conference and the underlying concept of Chesterton as Polymath. So we're here all discussing Chesterton as Polymath. And this rather suggests that Chesterton was very good at a lot of different things in various genres, in various forms, and various reasons. But I think we should sound a note of caution. From so prolific an author, the idea that everything he writes is in his role as a successful polymath, I think is problematic. Churning out 2,000 words a week for our notebook for some 30 years, alongside millions of other words in the same period, should lead us to expect that some, indeed even many, of these things will be hastily written potboilers. I mean, I was doing some rough calculations this morning. I worked out that it can't be much fewer than 10,000 newspaper columns that Chesterton wrote over his lifetime. And we shouldn't believe that all of these are going to be wonderful pieces of writing. And I want to skirt the trap really of exceptionalizing Chesterton in the sense of presume that everything he wrote is great literature or great theology or great philosophy. Like I think there is that tendency sometimes in work on Chesterton to presume that everything is of wonderful value and has a lot to say. And quite frankly, the great mass of the ILM columns, many of these are repetitive, they are dull, they're written in a hurry, they're not especially interesting texts in the literary sense. Going to also what Mark was saying, one of the problems perhaps in terms of literary studies with Chesterton is so much of his stuff doesn't have that much literary value in numerical terms. There's so much of it, and much of it is just, I need to write 2,000 words before midday. But what I appreciate I'm risking my life and limb here saying this about Chesterton, and I'm very conscious I can probably survive a jump out of the window if I have to. But what I would like to do instead, really, why this is now becoming a work in progress, is to use the ILM columns almost as a way of taking the middle-brow cultural temperature for much of the first half of the 20th century in Britain, and not just Britain, in fact, for much of the Anglophone world, as a resource rather than necessarily as important writing. And I align myself in this view with Ezra Pound, who launched one of his various attempts on Chesterton in the New Age, 1st of January 1920, the fourth installment of his The Revolt of Intelligence. So the Chestertonian system of journalism is so neatly adjusted that I might well label this article a study of Lord Milner. I have no intention of writing about Lord Milner. I know next to nothing about Lord Milner. But I take a popular subject as a heading. The next step is to conceal one's ignorance of the subject for the space of 2 or 3 columns. No other system will work. It is only by concealing an ignorance of this nature that the journalist, the Chestertonian journalist, can possibly be successful, i.e. make 600 or 800 pounds a year. Now, I'm not going to address the accuracy of Pound's accusation here. If for no other reason, it is almost impossible at this point to have a week-by-week knowledge of 31 years of British history to be able to answer that accusation. So often in the ILM columns, you would need to read your way through the previous week's newspapers, all of them, to try and find out exactly which particular thing Chesterton's talking about. There's a poor institutional pressure of not having the time to do that. Rather though, I want to point out where Chesterton's output as a writer on art in the ILM stood in the cultural panorama of the interwar years. In the public stated opinion of a figure like Pound, he was not an expert, not one whose words in our notebook should in fact be treated as anything more than what Sir Bruce Ingram, who was the editor of the ILM who employed Chesterton in 1905, described as the function. So Ingram wrote to Chesterton inviting him to write our notebook, calling it a very light discussion on matters of the moment. You have to accept it is only it's a piece of ephemera. These are lots of pieces of ephemera. And we have to bear in mind this double nature of our notebook. On the one hand, it's a middle-brow platform with a huge reach, read weekly by hundreds of thousands, and I suspect, in fact, millions of people each week, given that more than one family member would read the ILM. On the other hand, it is something that could be derived for a lack of seriousness, lack of gravity, even though these aren't virtues it's claiming for itself. Its weight as influence, though, comes from its being granted such tacitly by its being part of so respected and respectable a publication as the ILM. And as Judith Stapleton points out, its very position, its physical position within the newspaper bears out this importance. It was the flagship page of the Illustrated London News, I quote Judith Stapleton, for the best part of the century. It replaced the editorial page and until as late as 1969, even took the place of a table of contents introducing readers to each issue. It's the first, you get past the advertising wrap and you open it, it's the first thing that hits you. It's the leader, it's the table of contents all in one. This is the first thing you see every week. So against this form, so the Chesterton's Our Notebook form of criticism, I want to set some by another figure from the period, someone with, in a very different way, an equally important position of cultural influence. This is the art critic Roger Fry. of whom Kenneth Clark said, with regards to early 20th century Britain, insofar as taste can be changed by one man, it was changed by Robert Fry. So Fry was born in 1866 to the wealthy Quaker family of Fry's chocolate fame, studied at Cambridge, then trained as a painter. He realized that although he was a sound painter, he wasn't a great one. His importance is in a writer and publisher, talk and conversationalist about art. The great champion of the post-impressionists in Britain, he coins the label post-impressionist. He organized the Man in the Post-Impressionist exhibition at Grafton Galleries in late 1910, which exhibition has a strong claim to being what lies behind Virginia Woolf's pinpointing that winter as a symbolic moment human character changed. Woolf also, it was her last publication, it was posthumous, was a biography of Fry. She was a biography of Fry, the Bloomsbury Group. His writings and lectures on art from all places and periods, hugely influential, appointed a Slade professorship at Cambridge in 1933, then dies in 1934. So unlike the Chesterton of our notebook, Fry was very much seen, and quite rightly so, as an expert. So what I should do now is take two examples of their criticism, the expert and the non-expert, and compare them, if you like, all to highbrow and middlebrow perhaps. And this is now, which it wasn't going to be, the first stage, potentially larger project. I'm considering reading our notebook against various more expert opinion forms, which is why this has become far backward as it's meant to be. So I'm not going to talk about elitism, even though I have to quote. I'm just going to quote short. So the two texts on which to focus, I've chosen them because they offer the two longest pieces on similar subjects from the period I can find, so I can have a relatively sustained comparison. So they're Chesterton's Our Notebook for the 10th of December 1932, which in the Ignatius Collected Works is called Out of Africa, and Fry's The Art of the Bushman. The Art of the Bushman, which is republished in his very important 1920 collection of essays, Vision and Design. It had first been published in the Burlington magazine, which Fry was one of the founders, or the editor from 1919. First published in March 1910 under the title Bushman Paintings. This, though, was for a restricted audience of art experts. Vision and Design, though, which comes out in 1920, republishing, collecting various essays by Fry, was very much for the wider public, and as Fry's biographer, Francis Spalding, writes, had immense influence and confirmed Fry's role as arbiter of taste, and during the 20s, his influence was stronger than ever. So Fry's piece examines sand rock art from South Africa, as reproduced in M. Helen Tung's 1909 book, Bushman Drawings. Chesterton's column explores the Neolithic rock art of Fezzan in Libya, which the German explorer Leo Frobenius had discovered earlier in 1932, and on which the Illustrated London News had published two articles, one by Frobenius himself announcing the discovery on the 19th of November, and one a week later on the 26th, giving readers more examples of drawings discovered. Fry begins by talking of the similarities of primitive art to children's art, concluding in both cases the artist does not seek to transfer a visual sensation to paper, but express a mental image which is coloured by his conceptual habits. And I should like at some point to examine this view of Fry and other similar views of Fry's in relation to what Chesterton says in G.F. Watts about the relation of visual arts. His analysis of sand rock art, however, claims it is not primitive according to the definition that we've been discussing. A good example of combining 3 points of reference: sand rock art, children's art, and implicitly primitive art. The following passage. Indeed, however faulty these drawings may be, they have one great quality, namely each figure is seen as a single entity, and the general character of the silhouette is aimed at rather than the sum of the parts. Those who've taught drawing to children will know with what infinite pains civilized man arrived at its power. So art of the sand type then is likened to civilized adult art, with civilized implicitly using an antonym to primitive. Now, at first sight, this would appear to be a refusal of prevalent early 20th century racial hierarchies to an extent, an interpretation of Fry that could certainly be found amongst his contemporaries. The redoubtable Henry Tonks, who in fact taught Chesterton at the Slade, very much liked Chesterton's work as an art student. Henry Tonks wrote to Robert Ross, this was after the 1910 publication, saying, I say, don't you think Fry might find something more interesting to write about than Bushman, exclamation. However, Fry goes on to claim that the sand abilities because they are more primitive, not less. They have an artistic ability similar to the Paleolithic painters of cave art out in Dordogne. The Altamira drawings show a much higher level of accomplishment than those of the Bushmen, but the general likeness is so great as to suggest the idea that the Bushmen are descendants of Paleolithic man who've remained to the same rudimentary stage as regards the other arts of life and have retained something of their unique powers of visual transcription. The racial hierarchy then is still there. with a particularly forceful and unpleasant denial of coevalness, to use Johannes Fabian's term. The majority of the British reading public here would find nothing, I think, to challenge their convictions in that direction. In terms of cultural hierarchy, however, the situation is somewhat different. Indeed, the Japanese drawings of birds and animals approach more nearly than those of any other civilized people with the immediacy and rapidity of transcription of Bushman and Paleolithic art. The Bushman silhouettes of cranes, which is there, might almost have come from a Japanese screen. Like Japanese drawings, they show an alertness to accept the silhouette as a single whole instead of reconstructing it from separately apprehended parts. It's partly due to Japanese influence that our own impressions have made an attempt to get back to ultra-primitive directness of vision. Indeed, they deliberately sought to deconceptualize art. The artist of today has therefore, to some extent, a choice before him of whether he will think form, like the early artists of the European race, or merely see it, like the Bushmen. And Colin Rhodes has very acutely noted that the connection to modernist art here is through Japanese art rather than directly to Sam Bushman art. And this is very much part of the pattern with Fry in the Burlington magazine in 1910, around that period. This, though, is unlikely to be recognised by the much, much wider reading public of 1920 when this essay becomes much more spread out and no longer for a small literary experts. So Fry's cultural hierarchy here is less defined than his racial one. He calls into question who is produced and who will produce better art, still though centering an artist of today who is implicitly European. That is, the final and most important question of the piece is not over the quality of Sam art, but where that art may fit in the question of modern European art as inspiration, aspiration. It's, for Fry, Europe is important. We turn to Chesterton's piece. He starts with an introductory paragraph on the importance of Frobenius's discoveries, which are truly news rather than the stale peculiarities usually served out by press. He launches then into describing what would appear to be a similar racial hierarchy to Fry's. There's been a general impression, in spite of some highly civilized men of genius, such as Hannibal or Augustine. This, by the way, is interesting. Elsewhere in the Illustrated London News column in our notebook, he inveighs against this habit of talking about classical North Africa as Africa in that sense. He said everyone knows we're talking about different things. It's very, very false, misleading, disingenuous to talk about Hannibal or Augustine as Africans. And then he does exactly the same thing himself. Again, there's not necessarily that coherence, that consistency across the island. That Africa is upon the whole the savage continent, the barbarous and benighted continent, unlit by the learning and culture and innovation of Europe. That is what gives its extraordinary interest in discovering that African prehistoric art, which however prehistoric, is unmistakably art. That is an art that is really artistic. As with Fry, there is nothing here to challenge his readers' preconceptions and prejudices. Like Fry, he then brings in the Paleolithic with Southern Europe. When drawings as bold, as distinguished, and even as delicate were found in the caverns of Spain and southern France, we naturally connected it with the historical fact that these Mediterranean peoples had long afterwards become the leaders of history and humanity. But with the African explorations, there's revealed something of a paradox. It looks as if primitive Africa had been, much more than modern Africa, the equal of Asia and Europe. Popular science perpetually talks of the primitive man as the same as the savage. It really looks as if the modern African was savage, but the primitive African was not. So what Chesterton's readers are being told here then is not that Africans are inherently savage, inherently other as Fry suggests, but rather their position relative to Europe as part of historic and prehistoric change. Now, on the one hand, this is, surprisingly, clearly still a Eurocentric message, uncontroversial to African's readers. On the other, though, is also denial of inherent, inescapable European superiority. And it's an excellent example of cautioning us against presuming that the middle-brow textual space of our notebook necessarily offered its public a less challenging message than text produced by someone like Walter Fry by the Bloomsbury Group. And I would say that later generations too often have the presumption that Chesterton, so much the mob, so much the multitude, as Pound wrote, can safely be considered the apostle of common sense. After all, the apostle of common sense, if you like, is a way of turning Pound's accusation to Chesterton's favour. He is the voice of the people who have not spoken yet, the voice of the mob oppressed, so the logic may go, by the more culturally canonical voices of people like Fry. But to argue that, I think, is to accept a false image of Chesterton's work. The example I've been discussing, and there are many, many more amongst the thousands of columns from the Illustrated News, shows that he'd be more challenging to his readership's preconceptions and prejudices than those whose later cultural reputation and reception might suggest them as being the ones more likely to offer challenges. I don't want, though, to make Chesterton safe for the canon, as Matthew Taunton was warned against. That is, I want to argue the difficulty of fitting Chesterton into an easily summarized position or role. It is this unpredictability, this strangeness that Mark was talking about earlier, that I find ultimately most fascinating about Chesterton. He is far less predictable, far stranger, far odder than he very often is accepted to be and talked about to be. And this unpredictability is on full display in what Chesterton says next in Art and Africa. Having challenged his readers in one area more than Fry does, he then, like Fry, makes the link to contemporary European art in a very different way. All of his best and worst in these prehistoric sketches reminds us so sharply of most modern school of art. It's not a question of liking or disliking either. A man has the moral courage to be a Philistine, that is, a man who is so faithful to common sense as not to be frightened of commonplace, might quite well bring exactly the same objections against these savage strolls of sculpture and against the sculpture of exile or Eric Gill. And again, this is also the question of knowing how much we can recapture what was going on in the reader's mind. Almost certainly, he's talking about the 1929 Night and Day sculptures in 55 Broadway here. How many things like that are now lost to readers after Chesterton's writing? It's a historic fact that prehistoric art resembles the most progressive post-Impressionist art. So Chesterton's noting of the similarity between this African art and that of European avant-garde does not lead to Fry's implicit excitement and the possibilities therein, but rather he's using an African stereotype, the stereotype that he himself has just undermined a paragraph earlier, to criticise modern art. In other words, as the rest of the column shows, Chesterton is using the Fazan rock art as a pretext to air his views on European art. So in this, our first thought will be that Chesterton is doing a more sustained version of what Fry did at the end of his piece. That is, he's making what is ostensibly a discussion of African art into reflection on contemporary European art. Fair enough criticism it goes, but it's not the whole story. Chesterton goes on to repeat this rhetorical maneuver on European artists themselves. We might maintain there's a steady improvement in some kinds of technique, from the buffalo drawn by the African to the bull drawn by Paul Potter. We could not possibly pretend there was the same sort of progress from the bull of Paul Potter, some stiff Assyrian monster designed by a modern artist for a modern monument. In short, human history will remain utterly unintelligible to us, in art and everything else, so long as we try to interpret it merely in terms of progress, or worse still, evolution. So discussions of European art and artists, as with the African art and artists of Kazan, are a pretext to. What he wants to communicate, the illustrated Duncan to his readers, is the much broader point that human history does not work according to the conception of progress, where there is only change in one direction, but rather that humans are in a continual process of rediscovering their past and returning to it. And in this reading, Chesterton's Eurocentrism is less than Fry's, and the challenge to his readers' Eurocentrism greater. Both African and European artists can be used rhetorically in the same way, as a useful peg onto which to hang an argument, or, more positively, as steps on a ladder to be thrown away when the true subject of the column is reached. Now, I should be the first to admit that I've been looking here at a very small sample, because this wasn't what I set out to do in my panel in this paper. Nonetheless, I think it's illustrated how some of Chesterton's least interesting work, where he's most the moral of Pound's attack, most the middle-brow hack that his contemporaries on occasion accused him of being, still allows us to make the case that we should not fall into simple binaries when discussing it. He's a far more complex, far less predictable writer than both his detractors and his advocates often have tended to suggest, and still do not suggest. You can attack me for another.
Thank you very much, Luke. I'm afraid the windows are firmly closed, so you'll have to stand your ground during the Q&A. There we are, right back to where we should be. I believe so. Next, our third speaker on this panel is Rebekah Lamb from the University of St. Andrews. She'll be speaking on Chesterton among the Pre-Raphaelites. Welcome, Rebekah.
Can I confirm you can hear me in the back? You can, okay. Just make an indication if you can't. It's a delight to be with all of you. And before I start my paper, I just did also want to mention the late Stratford Caldecott, may he rest in peace. He gave me and a couple other friends many years ago a tour of the Chesterton collections when he was holding on to them. And he was a wonderful reader of Chesterton, because I think one of the things that he really did was help to generate friendships amongst readers, the people who shared interests, shared value, who cared about literature and how it can shape and form our lives. And so I often think of him as someone who read Chesterton as a friend. He would disagree with him sometimes, and he also loved him deeply. And I think he just modeled a very generous and capacious way of engaging literature, particularly in conversation with theology. I also think it's very special that so many scholars and friends have gathered together. It's rare that I'm at a conference where So many of the people I read are also people who I have friendships with and share in deep conversations with, and that's also very special. And I think a mark of the kind of event that this is. So hopefully, even after the papers, we will be able to continue these conversations as we think about who Chesterton is. This project, or this paper, grows out of a project that I'm completing, a book project on the theological affordances available, especially in certain readings of the Pre-Raphaelites, both in their own times and then also today. And the final chapter in this book is on Chesterton's own conflicted, somewhat ambivalent relationship with the Pre-Raphaelites, which is something that hasn't really been discussed with much substance, but I think it's important, especially for considering some of the ways in which the pre-modern or medieval period was returned to with such persistence in the Victorian period, and then even into 20th century methods of theory, even in the textual turn, even in deconstruction. In History versus the Historians, Chesterton proposes that the 19th century was unprecedentedly self-conscious or self-constructed. It believed, he said, itself to be an idea and an atmosphere, and changed its name from a chronological, almost to a philosophical term instead. He then entertains qualifying the claim, but only for a moment. He wonders if this is characteristic of every age, but settles on the judgment that especially in the pre-modern, in the medieval period, in its literature and architecture in particular, we discern far more interest in being and in doing than in self-styling or self-constructing. He also jokes later that if you don't live as long, you don't have as much time to pose. In this essay, he also discerns in the Rossetti school, or Pre-Raphaelites, but his preference was to use the term the Rossetti school. He discerns a Victorian example par excellence of a self-styled or self-conscious turn to the past, a pre-modern preoccupation that is far more about the Victorians than the medievals they sought to imitate. That is, on one level, fair enough, and there have been many jokes that many times when Chesterton himself is writing about a particular figure or thinker, we learn perhaps more about Chesterton sometimes than the person he's writing about. But I think that is also one of his gifts, his deep empathetic engagement with other thinkers to see how they might inform and shape our times too. In this self-styled turn that he often found in the Rossetti school, he detects symptoms of artistic egoism, but also an indication that the Rossetti school was alive to what he calls the feeling that the whole of literature spoke to the force of our own feeling. And in turn, he also sensed that the Pre-Raphaelites could show us how the literature of the past can enlighten present conditions and issues. If we are familiar with the founding of the Pre-Raphaelite school, which started technically in 1948, we can see that it grew in part out of a frustration with what Alison Milbank has called a certain metaphysical homelessness, or a sense of a metaphysical homelessness in the Victorian period. And it was a desire to return to pre-modern resources in the arts and also in theological writing to see what they could offer to the imagination of people living in burgeoning industrialized society. The Victorian preoccupation or fascination with the pre-modern, with medievalism, shaped the art schools and movements of the period, most notably the Rossetti school, as I've said. As Roy Manley Hopkins pointed out to his friend, the poet R.W. Dixon, the modern medieval school, or the Rossetti school, is descended from John Keats, and Keats, in turn, is shaped by the medieval keepings he indirectly inherited through his fascination with Elizabethan sources, Shakespeare as well as Herbert and Herrick. For Hopkins, the Pre-Raphaelites were great realists and observers of nature, who absorbed a certain medievalism or idealism, that is, a romantic sense of the pre-modern past, but sifted and sieved through the lens of emerging modern England. Commenting on the Rossetti school in his biography of Chaucer, Chesterton discerned the growing trend in their art to put modern values in medieval themes and to test them in that way. They promoted the medieval religion of love in particular. Here's a quote from his biography on Chaucer. "Love is enough," which was the title of one of William Morris's plays, but which might have been the motto of all of William Morris's period. Rossetti, the Brownings, Tennyson, all held that morality was passion, but they forgot, Chesterton says, that medieval love could be tragic as well. The Victorian medievalists wanted everything to end well. Morris was happy to stop Dante's journey at the earthly paradise and not continue on to the paradiso. By contrast, Chaucer was interested in getting to heaven. The 19th century drifted into romances, Chesterton quipped, but the medieval poet sees in pilgrimage a definite purpose, life beyond the grave. As the Canadian philosopher and founding father of media studies, Marshall McLuhan observes, we should remember that it's helpful to consider Chesterton's appraisal of the medieval revivalism and the medieval period as something that, if not, while imperfect, was also a refreshing change in his period. Historical returns to medieval sources themselves were especially popularized in the late 19th and early 20th century, but in many respects, Chesterton was ahead of the curve, or at least near its starting points, especially in returning to the sources, the medieval sources themselves, to engage with them deeply. It is in Chesterton's turn to the medieval that McLuhan continues. We see the degree to which Chesterton was in an uneasy relation with the Rossetti school himself. Quote, Chesterton was absolutely certain that people who were capable of an intensely significant use of colors, whose dress was as many-hued as the walls and windows of their churches, could not be as dark or bland as they were painted in contemporary and often prejudicial 19th century historiographies of pre-modern and pre-Reformation England. In his instinctive appreciation for the vibrant colors and aesthetic daring of the medieval era, McLuhan says Chesterton shares a common feeling and heritage with Ruskin, Rossetti, and Morris. Like them, he saw in medieval colors, in gash gold, verdant green, vermilion. However, Chesterton's deepest concerns, especially in the period leading up to Orthodoxy's publication in 1908, took an increasingly theological turn. While many within the Rossetti school toiled for aesthetic reasons, Chesterton, in the round, toiled after metaphysical ones. As a side note, there's also a distinction to be made in the way that Chesterton deals with and classifies the Pre-Raphaelites. He's very interested in Dante Gabriel Rossetti, hence what he called the Pre-Raphaelites of the Rossetti school. And while certain painters of the Pre-Raphaelite circle, like William Holman Hunt, could be very devotional painters, Chesterton more focused on Rossetti, and then also the decadence that he thought came from or were birthed from aspects of the avant-garde side of the Pre-Raphaelites. In many ways, Chesterton's status as a figure among the Pre-Raphaelites was something that he wrestled with from a young age. Given the time he lived in, his background, and what he loved, he could not help, in a sense, but admire the Rossetti school. He owed a lot to them. While he never published essay-length assessments of the Pre-Raphaelites, the shadow of Rossetti looms large, especially in Chesterton's earlier fiction and notebooks, and more on this shortly. Chesterton never published directly on the Rossetti school, although he penned essays on John Ruskin, who was the patron and enthusiastic art critic of the Pre-Raphaelites in their early years. The closest Chesterton came to publishing anything that verged on an aesthetic or philosophical classification of the Pre-Raphaelites was his book on G.F. Watts, which has already been mentioned. You could say that book was Pre-Raphaelite adjacent. However, we know Chesterton well enough to understand that even his lengthy asides about different figures, like his asides on the pre-raphs in the Watts book, are often essential to the main story he seems to be telling. As many of us know all too well, most of his writings, especially the biographies on Aquinas and Francis, are a constellation of illuminating asides. We could call the subplots or subfigures the main events for Chesterton. He and Dickens share in this affection or even an obsession with the aside. And this is partly to remind us that the broader perspective of reality is always much larger than our own purview. To return from this aside of my own, as I noted, Chesterton didn't publish essays on the Rossetti school, but in his book on Watts, Rossetti, Burne-Jones, and friends of the Pre-Raphaelites, notably Thomas Carlyle, paradoxically feature as the side characters who give the work much of its dynamic force and interest. Chesterton defines Watts' emergence on the art scene as a miraculous convergence with the great Pre-Raphaelite time, as he called it, a noble and very much undervalued time, when men found again what had been hidden since the 13th century under loads of idle civilization. The truth that simplicity and a monastic laboriousness is the happiest of all things, the great truth that purity is the only atmosphere for passion. A few sentences later, Chesterton laments that certain members of the Pre-Raphaelites had sold out, in his view, overwhelmed, as he puts it, with a heavy restoration of the commercial and of the conventional. So what was this original Pre-Raphaelite ideal for Chesterton that had been cheapened? The revival of a certain art Catholic aesthetic, albeit a highly idealized one, and an aesthetic which hinted at the metaphysical realities underpinning or constituting matter and the miracle of the human body itself. Pre-Raphaelite art could possess both the dry glare, as Chesterton puts it, of medieval devotional art, as well as a translucence. Christianity, according to Chesterton, lent to the Rossetti school an aesthetic sensibility in which such light shines through things. This is why Pre-Raphaelite coloring is, to his mind, as transparent as it is bright and glittering. It was initially a metaphysical revival, not unlike the kind T.S. Eliot would later identify in Donne, Herbert, and the 17th century poets, who, as Eliot himself puts it, telescoped images, multiplied associations between things, persons, and the sign. And in so doing, both of these things, ideas and persons, became reassociated, so that there was an integration between the thoughts of the mind and then one's sensibility. This metaphysical fascination, which characterized the early Rossetti school, was increasingly absorbed, according to Chesterton, by socio-political concerns, as well as personal concerns of the artists involved. And to his mind, this kind of dry and searching glare of the contemplative gaze got sidetracked. The later Rossetti, according to Chesterton, was too self-involved. Christina Rossetti would agree. In one of his later collections of essays, Come to Think of It, Chesterton would write that the greatest tragedy, to his mind, in Rossetti's life was the twilight of his religious interest, the fading of his potential faith into an agnosticism, which, to Chesterton's mind, left Rossetti without a God to thank. The man who cannot lift his eyes to the sky or bend his knee to the earth is crippled and caught in a network of negations, Chesterton says. It was Rossetti, I think, who said that the worst moment of the atheist was when he felt thankful and had nobody to thank. Now, the historical record is out on whether Rossetti ever lost his total sense of faith. That is debatable. But his final years were marked by severe sorrow and mental distress for a complicated set of reasons. And many of his friends and family members felt he had turned into the world of his art to escape the realities of life that were too painful for him to endure face on. While the early Rossetti in Chesterton's early writings glimmers in the medieval colors of deep green for hope and red for charity and passion, Rossetti and the Rossetti school in Chesterton's later writings are increasingly characterized as agnostic, ambivalent, those who sold out the cause, according to Chesterton, and left William Morris to keep the best of the school alive in his promotion of guild cooperatives modeled on the medieval guild system. Perhaps part of the reason why he is so ambivalent about the Pre-Raphaelites has as much to do with Chesterton and his development as an artist and his understanding of what art is for. In his early adulthood, Chesterton could have easily tried to satisfy his desire for faith, this searching desire that he had for the transcendent, with a service to the arts alone, toiling after art for aesthetic purposes only, as McLuhan put it. A few considerations of earlier, lesser considered writings from Chesterton's time as a student at the Slade School of Art, where he was training as a book illustrator, shows us some of the stakes for Chesterton in his flirtations with and hesitancies about the Rossetti School and their decadent inheritors. Now, most scholarship does tend to focus on around the orthodoxy or post-orthodoxy Chesterton phase, but his notebooks and unpublished letters during his period at the Slade School and during his courtship with Frances Blogg during his mid-20s show a keen sense of the temptation to artistic egoism, a temptation often figured in Chesterton's writings as a kind of turn to Rossetti and especially to Wilde. Again, side note, Chesterton's complicated. He has a lot of praise for Wilde, but he also had serious concerns, and perhaps Mark will be able to speak to that as well. He seeks to overcome this kind of temptation towards the decadent in himself. He often links the decadent with the diabolical, and we can see this especially in certain texts, like The Colored Land, and also a couple other sources I'm going to turn to in a moment. He sought to redress the decadent turn to egoism or the egotistical sublime through a certain kind of idealized medieval chivalry, a chivalry he later clarifies and reevaluates in his biography on Chaucer, published decades later in 1932. The young Chesterton discerned in himself the impulse to the worship or celebration of personality, of well-turned phrases, of keenly felt poetical expression, without an attending commitment or assent to the transcendent that was within and beyond these very things. As William Odey reminds us, the young Chesterton went through a precariously decadent phase, and we've heard aspects of this. Again, I do want to stress that the decadent and the diabolical do seem quite linked in some of Chesterton's early writings. While he was studying at the Slade, Odey put it that Chesterton entered a period of sometimes agonizing mental and emotional transition. And we do see Chesterton get quite candid about that in his autobiography. As we know, Chesterton is often hidden very well in his autobiography, but there are certain moments where he's very transparent, and talking about his difficulties while he was studying at the Slade is one of those times where he's quite detailed. Chesterton himself goes into this period talking about the degree to which he entered a kind of spiritual madness, which he says, quote, may have been due to the atmosphere of the decadence, still popular in the art schools of the time. This atmosphere of the decadence was, to Chesterton's mind, constituted by exercises of the imagination untethered from conscience. And as he put it, it plunged him or any person into a deeper and deeper blindness that could verge on a spiritual suicide. This is a very serious tone he is striking. He had a deep wrestling, an existential crisis, quite clear in his early 20s. It was also during his period at the Slade School that Chesterton briefly started dabbling in the occult. We've heard about some of this earlier on today, and especially turned to spiritualism and even experimented briefly with Ouija boards. And this would haunt him throughout his life. He later processed his spiritual struggle in his 1913 dramedy, Magic, which features an aspiring magician who must sacrifice his fascination with the occult to become a true magician. That is, an artist who accomplishes the magic of transforming the social relations around him for the common good. There are even earlier instances in Magic, however, of Chesterton's struggle to acknowledge his Pre-Raphaelite or Levity inheritance, but transform or even reject aspects of it, according to his growing and developing moral sense in line with Christianity. One of the most substantive and overlooked links between Chesterton and the Pre-Raphaelites can be found in his slightly awkward and very thinly veiled autobiography, which he drafted at the age of 19, so around late 1893 or early 1894, again, while he was training at the Slade. The novella was unpublished during Chesterton's lifetime and was only rediscovered in the 1980s in the attic study of Dorothy Collins's Top Meadow cottage in Beaconsfield. This unpublished manuscript was among the unsorted papers, and it is thanks to the work of Dennis Conlon that we now have an edited volume of the novella, which he decided to call Basil Howe, A Story of Young Love. The novella features the love story of a tall, awkward, and painfully thin young man, and a fiery, red-headed young woman who has the temperament and look of a Pre-Raphaelite model or stunner. Speculation exists as to whether this romance was strictly biographical or if Chesterton enlarged upon it or imagined a romance prior to meeting Frances Chesterton in 1896. However, visions of the fiery red-headed heroine of Basil Howe haunt some of his early verse too, and also crops up again in A Man from Thursday. We see in some of his notebooks at the time when he drafted Basil Howe that he would imagine various romantic scenes, even an imagined marriage proposal, in which he laments about losing a woman who had flaming locks of red hair that billowed by the sea. She sounds very much like Lizzie Siddle from Rossetti's famous Red-Headed Muse. The poem found in draft form in his adolescent notebooks is the verbal transposition of a Pre-Raphaelite painting, down to the description of the seaside setting and the dramatic references to color and Keatsian allusions to melancholic love unresolved or thwarted. While his notebooks show Chesterton's proclivity to moody reflections and frustrated desire in his teens, sifted through the lens of the pre-Raph aesthetic, we see him seek to move towards a more active and purpose-driven attitude in Basil Howe as he navigates questions of love, disappointment, and desire. Here, he draws an idea of medievalism, namely chivalry, driven by not only eros, but also agapic, or self-sacrificing love, something which he further explored in later writings and especially crystallized in his biography of Chaucer. This medievalism tempers or transforms the Pre-Raphaelite medievalism of thwarted love and fiery passions, which often led to frustration or obsession with what is forbidden. And we can see this kind of obsessive quality about the forbidden and a frustrated desire coursing throughout Dante Gabriel Rossetti's poetry, and especially in the House of Life sonnet sequence. Towards the conclusion of Basil Howe, Chesterton's unpublished biography, he praises the nature of woman through the character of a dreamy poet who is subtly named Valentine. Valentine rails against the reductive medievalisms of the decadent movement, which originated in part through the Pre-Raphs and then in their reception in Pater and to a lesser degree in Wilde. Through the figure of Valentine, the young and searching Chesterton proposes that medieval romance at the Rossetti school reduces women to objects of desire as opposed to subjects of adoration. I am sick, Valentine says, of all this decadent sniggering over wit and culture and the rest of it. Beauty is deceitful and favor is vain, but a woman that feareth the Lord, she shall be praised. Valentine's declaration comes at a crucial point in the melodramatic narrative where the main character, Basil Howe, and his friends have come to the realization that art and imagined romance are poor substitutes for the real thing, for the hazard of committing love. It is shortly after Valentine's proclamation that Basil desires to actually speak to the subject of his affection. Further evidence of Chesterton's love for the Pre-Raphaelite atmosphere and also his hesitancy about it abound when we look at even his notebooks that he kept during his courtship with Frances Blogg. In them, he liked to joke that Frances had all the languid, artistic appeal of a Pre-Raphaelite painting, but the energy and generosity of a woman who charitably thought about others, who feared the Lord, and who did things as opposed to lying around. We see him elaborate on this in one of his sketchbooks, which he affectionately called an encyclopedia of blogs, in which he had rather humorous sketches of everyone in his family. He describes Frances in deliberately Pre-Raphaelite colors and settings, but adds some key differences. She appears to him, he says, as in a harmony in green and brown, adding that there is some gold somewhere in it that cannot be located on examination. Harp not yet arrived. Physically, there is not quite enough of her to carry all that temperament. She looks slight, fiery, and wasted, with a face that could be a Burne-Jones if it were not grave. It had the asceticism of cheerfulness, not the easier asceticism of melancholy. Devouring appetite for sensations, very fond of the Bible, very fond of dancing, and of entry. Here, Chesterton playfully exhibits his appreciation for the Pre-Raphaelite aesthetic sense, the vivid colors, the romantic settings, the melancholic yet thoughtful muse of the artist. However, he notes the key difference between his Frances and the Pre-Raphaelite muse. Frances is lively and generous, determined to be cheerful, even if she had to endure melancholy, which she did, as her own letters attest. What appears as a playful joke in Chesterton in this encyclopedia turns out to especially become a serious problem that he was wrestling with. What is the nature of art and how does it relate to daily life? It also shows the degree to which he was developing an implicit critique of the Pre-Raphaelite medieval adaptations as well. And what are the stakes of this critique for Chesterton? To his mind, the Rossetti School, for all its contributions to Victorian aesthetic culture, downplayed the medieval religious sense in the end. And for Chesterton, the medieval religious sense was an active one, so it was also an ethical sense. While he saw in William Morris a particular kind of persisting medieval ethical sense, especially in his arts and crafts movement and in the ways in which strands of his socialism would have been in deep sympathy with Chesterton's distributism, he also saw that in Morris's desire to replace religion with art, a serious issue. And he saw this issue amplified in Dante Gabriel Rossetti. Rossetti severed medieval art from its source, the definite articles of the Christian creed. One of the most famous and standard examples of this severance in Rossetti's work is his transvaluation of Dante's values. Rossetti was obsessed with the story of Paolo and Francesca and their adulterous love, as detailed in the opening of Dante's Inferno. Instead of keeping to Dante's moral critique of the romantic affair, Rossetti praises it, rendering it in his painting and poetry as a golden, glittering kind of eros, which knows no bounds. Rossetti's medievalism was increasingly a kind of revisionist justification of aspects of his personal life, life and art intertwined until they were inextricable from him. There was no Rossetti outside of his prose, as some of his critics would argue, and outside of his poetry. His sister Christina Rossetti voiced some of these criticisms in the now famous poem An Artist's Studio, where she critiques aspects of his poetry and especially his paintings, in which she simultaneously praises her brother's gifts as an artist, but also critiques his tendency to appropriate images and persons and even past historical scenes in order to paint his obsession with erotic desires. Particularly, she accuses that he does not paint woman as she is, but as she seems to him and as she fills his dreams. He was not looking at what was before him, but rather what he wanted to see. This was Christina's critique. She could be quite harsh on him, and he would respond in kind too. Their exchanges and letters are quite entertaining. Rossetti's medieval turn, as it were then, was the pursuit of an atmosphere or vibe. This would be how Chesterton read it. An alternative historical setting was what the medieval period offered him, but it was not one that was going to give him a particular set of values per se. Rossetti's medievalism was a performance of wish fulfillment then, according to his sister, and Chesterton would ultimately agree. And he looks to Chaucer for support. Chaucer's literature restored the dignity of the pilgrimage, Chesterton observes. In medieval and modern tales alike, it was often confused with a holiday. But in Chaucer's tales, though he admits a good many things beside pilgrimage and piety on this side of Canterbury, he does not admit anything beyond Canterbury. Chaucer's scheme of travel is still dominated by the idea of a definite spiritual purpose. In Chaucer, the aesthetic sense for Chesterton witnesses to the creedal one. Chesterton saw the separation of the two, that is the aesthetic from faith, as a vanity project in the end, a sacrifice of the pursuit of the truth for the sake of self-constructed posing, and perhaps worst of all, as a replacement of agapic or other-centered love with narcissistic sentiment. Harsh assessment, perhaps, but this tells us a great deal about Chesterton himself, the development of his own ideas, and his wrestle with the question of the aesthetic in his adolescence onwards. To conclude, I'll end where I began, returning to Chesterton's essay, History versus Historians. There, he suggests that if we are in pursuit of history, especially the medieval past, we are in pursuit of written witnesses to lives lived. In this way, he anticipates Maurice Blondel's later claim that real history is composed of human lives, and human life is metaphysics in act. History is simply humanity, Chesterton quips, and history will humanize all study, even anthropology. After this joke, he proposes that there is a difficulty in teaching history. We have to seek to bypass bias and turn to the primary texts themselves and engage in acts of attention, or what we might want to call attunement. That is, Chesterton suggests that we are to read without ourselves and our times as the primary reference points. So in reading the past, we may, as in a derivative mode, receive suggestions, warnings, and even hopes for our present conditions. Otherwise, we are asking the past to rescue or warn or vindicate ourselves only. Chesterton laments that Rossetti's high seriousness too often fell into misreadings of the medievals by trying to shape or graft the medieval period onto the modern. And he classifies this attempt into the misreadings of Rossetti in two ways. First, he defines the old romantic view, and this again is in his essay on history and the historians. So first he classifies the misreading called the old romantic view. In the old romantic view, the Middle Ages are viewed as an interminable pageant of wandering knights and captive princesses. According to this view, Chesterton jokes, the Dark Ages were not so much dark as lit exclusively by moonlight. While this view is fictitious, he concludes that we can have a certain sympathy for certain aspects of this view. While fictitious, it was not false, for since love and venture exist in all ages, they did exist in the Middle Ages, but that did not get to the heart of the matter of what drove the aesthetic sense or the artistic impulse in the medieval periods. Then he says there is also the expressly Rossetti view, namely that the age was one of tender transparencies and sacred perfumes. A strong dose of Chaucer's Miller can be recommended as a desperate remedy for this, he concludes. While Rossetti was a great man in many respects, and in Chesterton's estimation, this is him saying in this essay, Rossetti was a great man in many respects, he argues that Rossetti himself did not know very much about the Middle Ages. Chesterton proposes that the only way to return to the Middle Ages authentically is to read the people who actually lived in the Middle Ages. To redress the romanticism of the Rossetti school, Chesterton proposes opening the chronicles of Joinville. Let anyone open up his rambling story, and he will find the Middle Ages of Rossetti fall from him like a cumbrous cloak. He will find himself among men as human and sensible as himself, a little more brave and much more convinced of their first principles. He then prescribes as the antidote to this modern medievalism a healthy reading of Chaucer, in which we find not a romance of darkness, nor a romance of moonlight, but a romance of the sun at noonday. He then expressly links the brightness of the noonday sun to the illumination offered through Christ's incarnation as the Son of God. He concludes in his extensive study of Chaucer that Chaucer witnessed to the Son of God. This is the crux of his reading of the medieval period. And I'll end my paper with this quotation from Chesterton's biography on Chaucer to highlight the degree to which it encapsulates Chesterton's own reading of the Middle Ages. Chaucer's religion of miracles turned all the crowds of incongruous people into one company. A religion of moods would never have brought them together at the tavern, far less sent them trotting laboriously to the tomb. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebekah, and for your particularly kind words about Stratford, whose life's work and generosity is so present in this day as well. We have just a brief time for questions, so let's use that as best we can, and then perhaps further questions can spill over for our three panelists into the coffee break. So first question. Please.
Thanks very much for three rich and visually arresting papers. I have a question for Rebekah, whose reading of Basil Howe, I'm really sure he makes a lot of sense of it. I'm very taken by this red-hairedness and this movement from the passive to the active. And I just wonder whether he isn't thinking in Dantesque terms, because the most red-haired person is the art of Beatrice. I mean, you've got Alexa White, but yes. And Dante Gabriel Rossetti never illustrated what Ruskin asked him to do, which was Matilda gathering flowers, who of course is the active. She's related to nature, she's related to the divine, you've also got the figure of Valentine, who was a bit like the figure of love and the beaten rover. I just wondered if there was any evidence of any interest in Dante in all this.
Is the microphone on?
Yes.
That's a really great question. I think that I think it's more the influence of the Pre-Raphaelites and Ballad Howe. But I would say in the later Chesterton, there is going to be an echo. In fact, even in Michael Ward's wonderful talk this morning, I think there's some echoes of the ways in which the man who Thursday was shaped by the Duncan journey, and you see figures, Virginian figures that we found in Chesterton's work. But I think, especially the influence of the Levity school Pre-Raphaelites was at the core of 20. But I would also, for me, like to pick up on about Levity never didn't get around to it be great. But his commission to draw and I do think it is interesting, given the degree that Levity often shared letters and certain hesitation about commitment, and even himself for it would be taking a long time he got hard to execute his writing. It was a bit paralyzed, which is probably artistic. Genius. I think Chesterton writes a poetry back to them. Because there is a hesitancy to arts and practice, or arts and utility, arts and people.
Next question. Can you see it here? Good one. Okay.
Balances of this connection between living and I think it goes back to this kind of question about meaning. One of the things about meanings for the Nowhere, which I think is a bit massively with Chesterton's own kind of fantasies in one of the things that Chesterton borrows from Wolfe is to explain within some parts of the unknown. And it's very interesting that it's hard to get to make it strips Westminster Abbey of its statues, its plotting, its divine aspects with kind of worldly fundamentalism. And so I just wondered if anyone relates to what Chesterton did with art, or what Chesterton did with art, Morris's again, or what Chesterton did with art.
Very much not about London. In the collection, there are two walking pictures at the back. And is that the Ballad school? Very much huge voicing influence of everything. And around there, there are literally two examples of Morris influence from the desk downstairs. There was a rediscovery of popular traditions driven by Morris. It's a very, very strong connection to popular object coming out what's that. So in that sense, there's all to do that there should be other people who was and Chesterton did. There's all those connections.
Just in terms of Duncan as well, and it's worth saying, I don't think the 25 years in a way that really is. There's a sense in the old line field that it's simply a way of human life, human energy, art, and of course, absolutely, it's the city. But there's no sense of it kind of static, individual way where the society is established. It's much more open. And in fact, the Fort John Taylor ends with the fall of Mount Hill. And the last things that you see are two men going out into the unknown. So I think in the fall of Mount Hill, that's more about opening up new possibilities rather than closing it in some sort of self-contained environment. Now we do it. And then the first connection back to the that there should be very interesting scrapbook in terms of time going to the metal and so forth and back way. But just a note to make, I think what is very interesting in the meaning of Chesterton is the link between art and portrait. It's understanding the common way shaped by active art, and that art is not just the things made, but also the way that we live, with the art to living, and that kind of artful way of living should be respectful to people, which in Chesterton, of course, one thing also walk tribute to them, which of course relates to the development of Chesterton as expressed by the arm, a right to command, a just wage, and a stewardship over the time when not our. So it's really definitely there.
Thank you. Do we have a quick final question? Seeing none, shall we? Seeing none, shall we break and have a coffee? And thank our panelists one more time. Hadas. Thank you. See you back in, let's call 25 minutes.
Oh, wow. Have you seen it? I haven't seen it. I really love it, but I know that it's not. I thought mine were really I think it's a very grateful language, at the same time, there's all the things. There you go.
Which good afternoon, everyone. We're going to get started. If you'd like to take your seats, thank you very much. Okay, I think I'm going to start the proceedings. So it's my great pleasure to introduce our final panel for the conference today. We're going to be hearing from three wonderful speakers. Firstly, Matthew Ingleby from Queen Mary University of London, who will be discussing Chesterton and landlordism. Martijn Cremers from the University of Notre Dame, Southend, who will be looking at Chesterton and distributive justice. And then finally, last but not least, Duncan Reyburn from the University of Victoria on the soul of Skylarking, Chesterton on the structure of the future. So I will not delay proceedings any longer and hand over to Matthew. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. It's lovely to be here, and I'm really grateful to give the opportunity to talk about a part of my work in progress about, which is a book about rent and the representation of landlord-tenant relations. So the first ever version of the still popular Monopoly board game was released in the US in 1906, entitled The Landlord's Game. Demystifying New York's housing distribution under rentier capitalism, originally it was a left-wing educational tool, playfully demonstrating the need for a reversal of a social asset stripping practice, widely known then as landlordism, i.e. the use of housing as investment asset and the unproductive capital accumulation depending on monopolistic exploitation of assetless tenants who need to live near their work. Chesterton's journalism from this period is clear that he would have approved of such a ludic tool. As Matthew Taunton has argued, despite Chesterton only signing up to distributism as a named economic system, as an ism, in the mid-1920s, elements of what becomes the distributist kind of package were clearly alive in Chesterton's earliest years as a published writer, including a solid anti-landlordism. In Why I Am Not a Socialist, first published in New Age in 1908, he prominently uses the critical concept of landlordism at a point in which the kind of economic mainstream of his time poo-pooed it. If and when democracy functions properly, Chesterton says, the newly empowered people will destroy landlordism, not because it is property, but because it is the negation of property. It is the negation of property that the Duke of Westminster should own whole streets and squares of London. Bear in mind the Duke of Westminster is still, along with members of the royal family and our current Tory Prime Minister, one of the richest people in the country. So in the journalism collection, What's Wrong with the World from 1910, landlords, especially but not only the indefensible slum landlords, are again the explicit bad guy in Chesterton's rhetoric. In one passage here, he asks us to indulge a momentary and to today's ears, potentially creepy fixation on a little girl's hair. That I know is a good thing at any rate. Sorry, I'm not saying Chesterton is creepy, I'm saying we read that as creepy now. So if landlords and laws and sciences are against it, that's this little girl's hair, landlords and laws and sciences must go down. With the red hair of one she-urchin in the gutter, I will set fire to all modern civilization. Because a girl should have long hair, she should have clean hair. Because she should have clean hair, she should not have an unclean home. Because she should not have an unclean home, she should not have a free and leisured mother.
She should have a free and leisured mother. Because she should have a free mother, she should not have a usurious landlord. Because there should not be a usurious landlord, there should be a redistribution of property. Because there should be a redistribution of property, there shall be a revolution. That little urchin with the gold red hair, whom I have just watched toddling past my house, she shall not be lopped and lamed and altered. Her hair shall not be cut short like a convict's. No, all the kingdoms of the earth shall be hacked about and mutilated to suit her. She is the human and sacred image. All around her, the social fabric shall sway and split and fall. The pillars of society shall be shaken, and the roofs of ages come rushing down, and not one hair of her head shall be harmed. When Chesterton thinks of landlord's mode, he thinks of children. He thinks by the pedagogical forms of fairy tale, gold red hair, and prophecy, the roofs of ages come rushing down, apocalypse, is another word for that. Yes, but also, importantly, he deploys these tropes or modes of discourse through the prism of play, the ludic. See Michael Shallcross's great book on more of that. Which justifies my retention of this Monopoly board image on the slide. So in this paper, I want to think about the foundational presence of Chesterton's strongly felt anti-landlordism within his overtly playful early fiction, contextualizing his unusual anomalies of non-realist narrative speculation within the broader anti-landlordist cultural production of the early 20th century. In all his anti-landlordist fantasies, as in the example from his journalism above, childish naivety and prophetic overreach are mobilized as part of a general kind of playfulness that led, on the one hand, to the comparative popularity of Chesterton's urban writing in reading contexts, such as the nursery or the gentleman's club, social spaces that might otherwise be retardant to their radical politics, yet also leaves them vulnerable to the misinterpretation of subsequent readers in more economically conservative times like our own, who, reading out of context semi-unconsciously, might be enabled by the presence of play in the writing to filter them for any political agenda other than their own. To put it in more concrete terms, in terms of this example, when we read of Chesterton's she-urchins, another interesting word, in 2022's Culture Wars, we should fight against the temptation to weaponize such a trope to, say, shame the figure of the working mum, or for that matter, girls who wish to wear their hair short, and kind of forget the substantive sociological argument he's making, however playfully, about the spatio-temporal conditions of rentier capitalism and all behaviour within it. The top left graph here, which shows the usage of the word landlords in the UK House of Commons as registered by Hansard, demonstrates the trajectory of rent as a political issue over here over the course of the last 2 centuries or so. As you can see, though landlordism does pop up as early as the 1840s, when the potato famine in Ireland brought to Parliament's attention the plight of tenant farmers, its most significant and influential spike was in 1879, when the Irish National Land League was founded, organising unprecedentedly large and efficient rent strikes, or boycotts as they were called, in which poor Irish Catholic tenantry withheld rent from Anglo-Protestant landlords and were instructed to do so by some priests from some pulpits, which was of course a major concern. An important and much discussed moment in Ireland's history that's known as the Land Wars, and forms the forerunner for later forms of militant resistance of the British state. The material struggle of tenants and their organisers with their landlords in Ireland was the most significant cause of the elevation to high politics of the rent question in London. But a number of key interventions were also made in London's literary culture to energise and inform a wider popular cultural anti-landlordism. It was a key ideological part of social democracy in its heyday before Maggie Thatcher reversed things and kind of revived landlords. London, incidentally, housed many of Ireland's displaced tenants. So there's material connections between these two places. The bottom left ludic map comes satirical octopus drawing from 1925, meanwhile, displays the London landlordism problem using the tentacular animal most favoured by anti-capitalist writers from the late 1880s on, the octopus, as I've explored elsewhere. It shows the large aristocratic estates on which London was built, and which, without any modern distributive fiscal measures, just accumulated money for their owners, without any incentive, the Dukes of Westminster or Bedford or the rest of them, to do much for their tenants whatsoever. Landlordism was and continues to be a particularly London problem because of the way the city's 18th and 19th century parts were built, and the lightness with which those housing assets have been taxed ever since. The octopus has been much reduced since 1925, but not enough. The tentacles of Octopium landlordicus, however, do not stop at the edges of this 1925 drawing or even at the M25, but are global in their reach. The Irish and the London contexts for early 20th century Anglophone cultural anti-landlordism need to be understood alongside an American context. Henry George wrote the key anti-landlordist theory text, Progress and Poverty, in 1879, which influenced so many writers, including not only George Bernard Shaw, and through him, Chesterton, we're going to argue, but also, for example, W.E.B. Du Bois, The Souls of Black Folk, 1903, who argued that landlordism was the means by which white supremacy and black servitude was largely de facto being maintained in the US decades after emancipation had been achieved de jure. By the late 1890s and early 1900s, urban, i.e. not only Irish rural landlordism, had become a fashionable theme in the London literary imagination, treated by many of the leading writers of the day who rode or contributed to a wave of social democratic feeling mixed with liberal guilt and conservative anxiety, no doubt. But by writing stories that were implicitly in favour of curbing landlord licence and securing tenants' rights. Arnold Bennett's 1902 novel *And the Five Towns*, John Galsworthy's 1986 play, The Silver Box, two examples, but there are tons. Of this period, the text that was the most influential, most trend-setting, and which indeed probably gets in circulation still, is George Bernard Shaw's first play, Widows' Houses, which continues to be produced occasionally, and not just in the UK. First staged in 1892, but known more through its wide readership in book form in the Play's Unpleasant, 1998. Shaw's play directly implicates one of the aristocratic ground landlords of that octopus man, the Duke of Bedford, in a landlordist system that is represented as systemically violent to tenants. This play was a watershed moment for the Fabian permeation of London's literary culture and its anti-landlordist argument, a permeation which clearly influenced KC. And this is not a restrictively 1890s play. So points the first couple of decades of that period and influences. It was first produced in New York in 1907. Cecil Chesterton is still talking about the play's politics in a Temple Bar piece written about GBS from 1906. Lots of other examples. So, two things Chesterton took from Shaw. The association of landlordism with systemic violence, violence explicitly to children, and secondarily, a concern about the way landlordism misconstrued housing as a fungible asset rather than housing as a non-fungible home. Shaw's play exposes the social murder, to recall Engels's word, revived recently by John MacDonald to describe Grenfell, built into a system that disincentivizes the repair of people's homes. The rent collector gets fired for paying for a dangerously damaged staircase to be repaired after tenants have to burn some of its planks for firewood. So cost of living crisis klaxon. Secondarily, as I said, and this resonates with Du Bois's point about landlordism's post-slavery legacy kind of work, Shaw is outraged by the fact that landlords get compensated when their houses are knocked down, but tenants don't, which seems to insist the state sees the housing as a fungible commodity rather than a place for people to live. Interestingly, the cultural history of landlord-tenant relations is peculiarly, I now think it's not peculiar because I've been thinking about it for so long, but it is kind of peculiar how much attention is given not to landlords or tenants, but the mediating figure of the agent. And a focus that arises, in my opinion, about how it mimics a sort of tension within critical rent theory from Marx on, about how capitalist or how feudal rentier capitalism is, how if landlordism is exceptional to capitalism, modern capitalism, or whether it's a kind of residue from an earlier form. So from Douglas Jerrold's popular melodrama from 1832, The Rent Day, to his friend and Chesterton's literary hero, Charles Dickens, his character Panks from Little Dorrit, to Shaw's play from 1892, which rewrites the Dickensian rewriting of Jerrold. Figures of business mediation, which separate out landlord from tenant, which do the landlord's dirty work. In a sense of the really problematic figures, the figures that need to be thought about in relation to the whole question of representation. So we think about absent landlords, right? That's kind of what landlordism is, and present agents. And from Dickens on, the question about who's to blame, who most represents this problem. And I think this context of representation is so interesting when you think about Chesterton, whose father was a house agent. And we see here Chesterton is still an estate agent in London. And that context is really not being thought about. I've got a 1958 Penguin collection that I was kind of leafing through, which has various poems I was talking to you about last night. And I chanced upon the introduction, I started reading it and came across this wild statement about Chesterton. Chesterton, although a man of strong inherent tastes and opinions, was not driven by personal discontent, goads in the flesh or splits in the personality. He was almost uniquely among creative writers, adjusted to his surroundings and to himself. He loved his country with an unsentimental passion, and he saw nothing wrong with his family or his class. And I think that there's elements of truth to what he's saying there, but there's a real kind of reluctance, I think, in certain kind of forms of Chesterton kind of thinking, to think about the kind of unconscious motivations of some of these kind of ethical and political kind of and theological kind of projects. And I think his relation to his father's kind of land agency is one of them. I don't have time to go into detail about these two, what I'm kind of framing anti-landlordist fantasies into as much detail, because I want to get onto the Napoleon and Notting Hill. But one of them is singular speculation of house agents. So it has an actual fantasy which imagines a kind of house agent that somehow resists the cash nexus, or actually in some ways is a kind of figure of utopian connection rather than a kind of mediator hiding the business of kind of landlordism, or kind of screening it, somehow finding space outside capitalism in a common, a treehouse, to give away the funny joke. But so that's really interesting. Talk to me afterwards about it if you're interested. It also has an anxiety about pleasing your parents about what kind of job we do, which seems to disrupt the previous kind of thoughts about Chesterton. And the other one is Man Alive, which I think can be read as a kind of dramatization of and a kind of deconstruction of absentee landlordism, in which we have this spectacle of the proprietor burglar and Innocent Smith flying into the boarding house tenants' lives with this kind of very interesting kind of way of kind of thinking about local space and claims upon it. And the idea of the fungibility or non-fungibility of the house, which is at the heart of Chesterton. So, moving on to the latter bit. Slum clearances in London, which financially overcompensated landlords and destroyed the fabric of tenants' lives, are one of the key contexts for understanding Chesterton's first novel. The map of a small metropolitan locality threatened by development intentionally mimics Arthur Morrison's Child of the Jago from 1896, a novel Chesterton knew, which supplied a map which depicts the neighborhoods that the novel narrates, which is actually erased through slum clearances as part of the novel. So in Morrison's map, this bit of London no longer exists by the time the novel is actually published. We can see in the child slum neighborhood activist, Adam Wayne, a romanticized and also radicalized collectivizing version of Morrison's tragic vision of the slum child, seen through, Morrison sees it through a kind of prism of conservative naturalism. This is entirely other from Chesterton's literary project. The fight back of Notting Hill against the combined forces of Bayswater and the others channels the struggle of local tenants against the developers, who are very implicitly, they are in cahoots with and will compensate the landlords, but the people being affected. Shopkeepers do not own their premises. It's a very, very kind of key reality that still is true in London today. As I've suggested in a previous paper, there are clear anti-colonial resonances to Little Adam's claim of tenant-based sovereignty, which colonialist and landlordist legal fictions, to borrow Peter Linebar's rich phrase, deny. In a novel that throws in a reference to Nicaragua as the example of a kind of self-determination made extinct by modern imperialism, at the same time in historical actuality, as the construction of an American-owned Nicaragua canal is being mooted. Panama actually is the one that gets made, but Nicaragua is being mooted at that time. And Chesterton's novel about resistance to slum clearance to make way for capitalist flow, transit, is far from being only relevant within its London context. The Napoleon of Notting Hill, through imagining the eruption and evil warfare in modern London, makes explicit by a fantastical inversion the violence endemic to landlordism, a theme so important to anti-landlordist literature, particularly after Shaw's play. It also recalls uneasily for Chesterton, much more uneasily than the Irish context because of the religious question, the example of the Paris Commune, which stands in Manuel Castell's The Urban Question, a really important work of critical urban thinking as an unforgettable, though often intentionally misread text for the radical possibility of organised mass urban rent strike. So much of what I want to say in conclusion, briefly, echoes what other speakers have said today, but particularly echoes the reading of Chesterton, the Archbishop thoughtfully gave us before dinner yesterday, which is simply that an important key for understanding Chesterton's whole intellectual project is the idea of home, homing and practice, the idea of groundedness, if you will. Chesterton's theory of the groundedness of love, be it human or divine, familial, romantic, social, universal, is best expressed in this famous passage from Orthodoxy, which is quoted endlessly, both in memes on the internet and in sermons throughout the world. Chesterton's choice of Pimlico to illustrate the accidental, the arbitrary, situated, grounded operation of love is usually seen for what it appears to be in Chesterton's thought, but possibly was in his overworked conscious journalist's brain, as itself arbitrary. Yet, yes, Pimlico is picked because, as London historians know, it was known for its apparently unlovable, straight streets, boring streets with little to do in them, still true today. Also, yes, picked for its curious name, locational onomastics being, as Adam Wayne knows, an arbitrariness that invites loving from any grounded child. But we are supposed to think, aren't we, that Pimlico could have been substituted in Chesterton's argument for wherever the reader lives. I want to argue no. So I want to argue that Chesterton is not making out that all homes are actually the same. He knows that Pimlico is built on one of the richest ground landlord's estates, the Duke of Westminster's Grosvenor estate, which he is pissed off about at other points in his journalism, who only had to sell the Pimlico bit of it as late as 1953, after decades of social democratic tax and spend, which has been reversed in recent decades. Pimlico is used not only to illustrate a philosophical ideal, i.e. the non-fungibility of domestic space, but a political reality. The fact that landlords treat housing assets as potentially fungible, as investments like any other. So in the later 19th century Pimlico, slums were famously cleared to make way for Victoria Street. One is tempted to read onomastically, we know Chesterton's onomastics, the marvelousness of the underground station, Victoria. Chesterton celebrates in The Man Who Was Thursday, in the light that, unlike Pimlico's Victoria Street, working class homes were not forcibly demolished for its construction, despite, as in here, Chesterton's frequent use of the particular in order to argue the general. It distorts the complexity of Chesterton's thinking if we uproot his particular examples from their material political resonances and investments and projects, which went very much alongside the transcendental and theological concerns many of his current readers admire him for. So the theological and the philosophical and the historical or the political are always interlinked in Chesterton's thinking, not in the ostensible stable hierarchy of tenor and vehicle, i.e. a hook onto the world to garner attention for the less considered divine, but because as both a serious anti-capitalist and an incarnational theologian, he recognizes that the challenge of embodying Christ is the self-same challenge of a truly democratic society, realizing its historical potential, a society in which it is normal to recognize the divine image in each different other non-fungible face, with hair or without. So to put it in the Archbishop's terms, home and landlordism are not compatible. Okay.
So thank you very much, Matthew, for a fantastic paper. I'm now going to hand over to Martijn. I believe we have the slides already. Wonderful. Thank you.
Oh, good afternoon. Honor and pleasure to be here with you. Thank you so much, Father Jim, Joshua, and everyone else who helped organize, put this together, this wonderful conference, and especially gratitude to everyone involved with the Chesterton collection, the professor at Notre Dame. I'm so proud to be associated with an institution that now is the steward of this fantastic collection of Chesterton's books and other items. I'm by far the least qualified to say anything to this audience. So please, I apologize in advance for my amateurism about Chesterton. I'm from the Netherlands, with a strange J in my name, and I discovered Chesterton in graduate school. And so since then, I've been a very devoted amateur lover of Chesterton. I'm also a professor of finance, and so finance is any expertise I have. So by the way, before I get started, kind of a quick shout out for an event tomorrow morning. William Griffiths, the former trustee of the Chesterton Library, has very generously agreed to give Distributive localist tour of Notting Hill tomorrow morning. So if you're interested and you have time, please join us tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. right here outside the front door of the London Global Gateway. And then we will depart for Notting Hill for a couple of hours. So if you can join us, please do so. And thank you again, William, for the generosity. In my talk, what I'll try to do is talk about Chesterton's distributism, on the one hand as part of Catholic social teaching, and on the other part as part of distributive justice. So what I try to do is something that now in the last 4 years, I've been serving as the Dean of the Business School at Notre Dame, is what I very much try to do there as Dean is to introduce our students to both Catholic social teaching or the teachings of the church on business. So Catholic social teaching, the Catholic teaching with a capital C, but also the teachings of the church when it relates to business that are based on universal human values. Right? Catholic as universal with a small c. But for me, Chesterton is first and foremost a great guide. His infectious faith, his joy, his innocence and wisdom. If I could sum up Chesterton in one word, for me, he's a mystic. He's a mystic who helps me see. He inspires me, but he also very much convicts me. Because I don't see as Chesterton does, and I would very much like to see as Chesterton does. I did not coordinate this very well with you, Matthew. So when I thought about what is the key text to kind of explain how Chesterton thinks in my mind, right? I think of the same text of Little Girl's Hair, where he starts with the very particular and then goes right, to the general. So he begins with a little girl's hair. So Chesterton has the right priorities. He starts with what's holy, right? The human person made in image and likeness of God. He recognizes injustice, and then he says, well, whatever else we do, right? Whatever else we do, let's make sure that we take better care of little girls. So if other things are against it, other things must go down. Kind of a radical statement that I find kind of, to me, that's inspiring. Of course, the question then is it practical? And the practical aspects were very well addressed by Matthew in the talk you just heard, right? Where Chesterton argues that a key blame for a situation where this little girl finds herself is usurious landlords. So usury is basically unjust charging of rents. That gets into the whole notion of what is a just price, what is a just rent, or what is just more generally. And then that's also how I put this in the context of distributive justice. I'm not reading it because Matthew already read this. Here I want to highlight that Chesterton talks as a mystic. He speaks as a man of faith who is so infectiously joyful about his faith. He sees the hand of God behind everything. And he, of course, very much sees the hand of God in all of creation, especially all human persons. So he pinpoints her, the little girl, as the human and sacred image. This quote is from What's Wrong with the World from 1910. So what is distributism? It's an economic, political, and social theory. I think of it as largely from the 1900s. The main point of distributism is that property, or more generally productive assets, should be widely owned rather than concentrated in the hands of a few. I think there's one thing that our modern world very much has in common with the world that Chesterton was living and writing in the 1910s and 1920s, the 1930s. That just like then, currently, property is quite concentrated. Finance has become a very concentrated industry. Business has been now really dominated by large businesses. And one key aspect that is very different today, of course, than Chesterton's time, is modern technology, which allows control over vast empires, where in Chesterton's time, of course, communication technology was in a very different place. Here are some key quotes by Chesterton on distributism. And this picture, by the way, is one of the distributors' key demands at the time. So they wanted everybody to have 3 acres and a cow. That's of course to basically from the back with his cow. Chesterton says, big business and state socialism are very much alike, especially big business. He called big business and big government hutch and gutch. And he was, I think, emphatically against both. And echoing Matthew's comments on landlordism, Chesterton wrote in the same book, What's Wrong with the World? Making the landlord and the tenant the same person has certain advantages, as that the tenant pays no rent, while the landlord does little work. I don't think as Chesterton is so much anti-capitalist, as he is more anti-freedom and in favor of subsidiarity and in favor of limits to capitalism. He writes, too much capitalism doesn't mean too many capitalists, but too few capitalists. Then distributism is part of Catholic social teaching. The two key encyclicals, especially for Chesterton, were Reimagining on New Things by Pope Leo XIII, published in 1891, and Pope Pius that's a mistake, it should be 11th, Quadragesimo Anno, 40 years afterwards, in 1931. I think of Catholic social teaching as having 3 main pillars that are directly related, I think, to distributism, but also to this paragraph from Chesterton about the little girl. The first and most important pillar of Catholic social teaching is the intrinsic dignity, the intrinsic infinite, unfathomable dignity of every person, the little girl. The second pillar is a pillar of solidarity. The church also talks about the certain priority of the poor. And the third pillar is that of solidarity. The third pillar is one of subsidiarity. Subsidiarity as localism, but subsidiarity also as freedom with opportunity. Subsidiarity also as a social environment where we support each other with respect for each other's freedom, with respect for each other's opportunity, and with a sense of the development that all of us can growth as a person. If someone can do something themselves, right, we should, in subsidiarity, we should allow them to do it. Chesterton talks about blowing one's own nose. Chesterton talks about if it's worth doing badly. To me, that's all part of subsidiarity. I also think of that as subsidiarity as an essential element of education. Right? At Notre Dame, we're very much right in the business, if you like, of education, the formation of young people, and an environment where you think about the whole formation of the person. You want to give them environments where you want them to learn and grow. So you need to challenge them, but you also need to give them room to learn, to fail, to develop, to learn. So Pope Leo XIII, the Elber-Aviram, here's Pope Leo. Paris, to give you a quick sense of, it's a very different time. In paragraph 3 of Elber-Aviram, he talks about the key problems. He talks about the misery and wretchedness pressing so unjustly on most people, right? The majority of the working class, which is really, we're talking about most people. The ancient workmen's guilds were abolished in the last century, and no other protective organization took their place. The importance of unions, especially unions that are inspired by the Christian tradition, and really are unions for the common good. Public institutions and the law set aside the ancient religion, but the ancient religion put a lot of limits on economic and finance, with the limits on when shops could be open, with the limits on generally work hours, but also with the many, many holy days, right, where no one generally would work. Pope Leo says that working men have been surrendered, he argues, have been isolated and helpless to the hard-heartedness of employers and the greed of unchecked competition. And he complained that the hiring of labor and the conduct of trade are concentrated in the hands of comparatively few. These are some scenes from that time, like child labor. The big demands of labor at the time were only 8 hours of labor a day, and 8 hours of recreation, 8 hours of rest. They wanted to work only 6 days a week, not 7. Factories. A lot of social unrest. Socialism wasn't the solution imagined by the Pope. The Pope writes, the socialists working on the poor man's envy of the rich are striving to do away with private property. The Pope argues that won't work. This is writing in 1891. He says, were they carried into effect, what the socialists or communists want, the working man himself would be among the first to suffer. It would also be unjust, the Pope argues. Socialism would rob the lawful possessor, distort the functions of the state, and create utter confusion in the community. What then is the solution? Well, the solution that the Pope proposes is a solution based on the intrinsic dignity of every person, on solidarity across people, across all parts of society, and this notion of subsidiarity. Capital and labor are complementary. Capital cannot do without labor, labor cannot do without capital. Wages, the Pope argues, ought to be sufficient for a family wage or a living wage. And that suggests that whatever the market decides should not be the end all. And so this notion that, yes, there's a market, but the market itself is not enough to decide what is just, especially when it comes to essential things like labor, and I would very much add rent to that. Right? There's an aspect to a wage and to rent that as a society, we cannot leave to just the market. The law should favor ownership, the Pope argues. And its policy should be to induce as many as possible of the people to become owners. I think, and this, Pope Leo XIII in Elber-Aviram, I think very deeply influenced Chesterton and many of the early distributives. And then the Pope expressed very strong support for working men's unions based on a natural right to form associations, arguing that the state simply doesn't have a right to forbid people to form associations and to form groups. I don't have time to go into the details, but if you're interested in this topic, then the next encyclical to read would be Pope Pius XI, Quater Piece from Anno, here on the front pages of the New York Times, where the New York Times headline is, Pope demands justice for workers with fairer distribution of wealth, scores communism, calls for harmony. And there's actually a summary of the encyclical right there on the front page of the New York Times. What does Quater Piece from Anno say in short? It's beautiful development of Reimagining. It talks about the problems of individualism, which minimizes the social and public character of property, but also it criticizes collectivism, and it tries to propose like the notion of solidarity and subsidiarity. Now I'm going to make a very big jump from Catholic social teaching and Reimagining predication anno to business today. How do we think about distributive justice for business? What is a just way to distribute resources among the stakeholders? The graph on the left shows in the US, from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the labor share of output in business from 47 to recent years, showing that as a group, right, the share going to labor, right, most of us, has steadily declined, especially in recent years. What does distributive justice say? Well, distributive justice tells us how to think about distributing roles, responsibilities, and resources within a community towards the common good of that community. You think of community as widely varying. You can think of any organization, including a business, as a community that has its own common good. A business would be an imperfect common good in the sense that it relies on other communities. You can think of a family, right, as its own, as having its own common good, with distributive justice within the family. So distributive justice is proportional justice. So you want to distribute the roles, responsibilities, and resources within that community proportional to the needs in that community, to the relationship and commitment the community has to everyone, and to the merits, especially the social merit. So think of the people who should have the most prominent roles in any community should be the people who best serve, right, the community. So it's also very much social merit. Well, what do markets say? How does the market allocate, right, or distribute roles, resources, and responsibilities? I would say generally proportional to wealth, or how much wealth is created, or how much wealth people have. Rather than proportional to allocating proportional to the commitment you have, markets are best when things are transactional. And rather than thinking about merit or how to think about merit, well, in markets, it's just about getting the transactions done, getting the contract signed. And if the market is perfectly efficient, then theoretically that also leads to, let's say, social optimum. But that's only in a theoretical world where there are no frictions. In reality, our markets, our competition has many frictions. And so the three classical, if you go back to, I don't know, economics 101, although I don't think they teach this in economics anymore. If you go to the first and the second welfare theorems in economics, and I know you studied economics a long time ago, they talk about Pareto improvement and Pareto optimal competition, which has three basis conditions: that information needs to be equally distributed, power needs to be equally distributed. So power, think of, can your decisions affect others in an asymmetric way? So your decisions affect others without those others being able to reciprocate equally to you. And control, think about exit rights. So you're in an economic environment. How easy is it for you to change to stop participating, go elsewhere, to exit, to have optionality? We're same as 1920s. I think today we have vastly unequal information in our economy, many differences in power, and also differences in control. The corporate leadership clearly recognizes this, right? And so the Business Roundtable is a collection of 500 CEOs of the very largest US corporations. They recently updated their statement on corporate purpose. So this is what the purpose of business is, according to the CEO of the very largest US corporations. They write, Americans deserve an economy that allows each person to succeed through hard work and creativity, and to lead a life of meaning and dignity. We believe that the free market system is the best means of generating good jobs, a strong and sustainable economy, innovation, a healthy environment, and economic opportunity for all. While each of our individual companies serves its own corporate purpose, we share a fundamental commitment to all of our stakeholders. Central to this statement, I think, is a great tension and therefore a great challenge for business, is that the free market system is based on competition, while the commitment to stakeholders, that's about distributive justice, that's based on cooperation. And I like this, this is a very obvious statement in my view, but competition and cooperation are really very different things. I think part of the confusion when I read defenders of free markets and competition, they very often write as if they think that cooperation and competition are really very much the same thing. They're very different. In competition, it's about bargaining, to some extent adversarial bargaining, because the more you pay for something, the better it is for the person who receives your payment and the worse it is for you. And so in any type of bargaining, right, that there is a certain adversariality. Ideally, right, both sides of the bargaining session improve. Competition is most efficient when it's transactional, and competition works best when there's great substitutes available for both sides. So if you don't like what I have on offer, great, you just go to the next person. Well, in cooperation, in a community, it's about recognizing the common good, the shared purpose. Why are you a community in the first place? It's about a willingness to recognize your interdependence, the importance of solidarity, and to actually coordinate. The willingness to share priorities. Something is important for someone else in the community, that's why it's important to you, because you recognize, right, you're part of that same team, that same community. You recognize the common good. And while in markets and competition, it's substitutes that makes the market most competitive, in cooperation and communities, right, it's much more about complementarities. So what would be, now not a distributive answer, but in line with distributism, what could we propose? To me, it's a positive sign that large businesses and the leaders of large businesses are rethinking corporate purpose. I think this is a very important debate. And so I think that's a very positive development. Here locally, Professor Colin Mayer, former Dean of the Oxford Business School, I think is one of the leaders in that debate. My own work has primarily focused on the role of bilateral commitments within finance. We think of large publicly traded firms, how do they interact with their investors, with their shareholders? Where the general view in finance is that the more power shareholders have, the better it is. Where in my research I focus on what I call bilateral commitments, is where the markets, the shareholders, now dominated by large institutions, that they are willing to commit to limit their own power in order to have the other stakeholders work more fruitfully together. Because competition and cooperation are such different mechanisms, if the competition is too strong, that makes it harder for the other shareholders to work fruitfully together. At least that's at the heart of our arguments. I'll give some quick examples of what bilateral commitment means. It's really a means for the shareholders to commit to fruitful cooperation in the longer term to the other stakeholders, and then the stakeholders, of course, would likewise commit. And finally, in terms of merit, to me, it's a positive sign that notions of sustainability, of the responsibilities of business towards the environment, to the well-being of the people who work at corporations and in the communities, and how to think about governance, I think is a very helpful avenue of business that is currently very, very common. Then finally, a quick, this is more, if you are interested in finance, and so what are those things that I think about? Well, how long should directors serve on boards? One real issue in the UK and in the US is that most people who serve companies as their key executives or as directors on boards, they're not around for very long. Typical CEO isn't CEO for very long. The typical director isn't director for very long, and the shareholders can kick them out almost at any point in time. That leads to, I believe, a certain limitation, certain reductionism of what they care about. And even if they're willing, by force of their position of being able, they can be kicked out really quickly. right? How do you create a more committed long-term relationship between the top executives and directors? One simple example of that, of a possible way that I studied widely, is our second boards, where you commit to a longer period of service, like the executives and the firm, the directors as well. Other legal matters are things like constituency statutes, where you by law give a corporation the right to have a corporate purpose that is much broader than financial wealth. And many US states, not Delaware, which dominates corporate law in the United States, but many other states have constituency statutes. Boys and bill laws are laws that make it much more difficult to have hostile takeovers. Another way to create bilateral commitments is to make it much easier, much more difficult in general to radically change the firm, for example, through M&A, by having supermajority voting requirements. You can only change what the firm is doing in a fundamental way if you have a supermajority, let's say 75 or 85 or even more percentage of shareholders who approve. That makes it much harder for, let's say, activist hedge funds or a small group of much more aggressive investors to dominate, as I think is very much happening today. And finally, I want to give Chesterton the last word. Before thanking all of you for indulging me on this widely ranging talk going from distributism, Catholic social teaching, and distributive justice, please think of me as a very eccentric part of the party, but any good party needs an eccentric. Everyone wonders, how did this person was invited here? So please think of me as that eccentric. What they have done, Chesterton says, is to destroy charity for the sake of competition, and then to turn their own competition into monopoly. And it's a whole point, Chesterton argues, that the central power needs lesser power to balance and check it, and that these must be of many kinds, some individual, some communal, some efficient. That the answer, Chesterton argues, in distributism is subsidiarity, and the many, many different associations, right, between the individual person, between the family, and big business and big government. Thank you.
And so thank you very much, Alison, for a great paper, and we'll finally hand over to Duncan Reyburn. Thank you very much.
It's really lovely to be here. I just want to say a big thank you to everyone who made it possible for me to fly all the way from deepest, darkest Africa and arrive in London. I have to say, just in advance, it seems that my respiratory system is not coping very well with the London air. So if I have to stop to cough up a lung, you will understand that. But so wish me luck. Chesterton made some remarkable predictions about the future, and he has often been impressively right. Briefly here, I want to suggest something about how and why he was able to be so prescient. To begin with, if counterintuitively, I should clarify that Chesterton was no historicist. He denied that we can know the inner meaning of the historical process, and insisted that history, as the most human of all sciences, should remain an exploration of humanity and not of a dead machine with human parts. History doesn't tend in any single direction, he says, whether towards progress or decline. Rather, history, this is Chesterton's word, wobbles. He was therefore unimpressed by Teutonic theories of history. After all, they substituted an idea of fatalistic alteration for the medieval freedom of the soul seeking truth. Any materialist theory of history is folly at best and an excuse for violence at worst. In fact, Chesterton would have been happy for many of his predictions to be unfulfilled. Like all healthy-minded prophets, he writes, I can only prophesy when I am in a rage and I think things look ugly for everybody. And like all healthy-minded prophets, I prophesy in the hope that my prophecy may not come true. Some things may be likely, but no future is inevitable. Prophecy for Chesterton, therefore, has a deeper meaning than mere predictive accuracy. It is more like a game or a lark, something done for fun, than a science. In a larkish spirit, in 1930, Chesterton claimed that high heels would likely get out of hand in the 21st century. A fashionable person in the 21st century, he said, may end up in shoes with such high heels that he, or rather she, practically cannot walk at all. Such a fashionable person may carry the same tendency so far as to walk on stilts or to be unable to walk on stilts. Well, what do you know? In 2004, the Guinness Book of World Records declared 20-inch high-heeled shoes to be the tallest commercially available shoes in the world. And in 2011, Lady Gaga wore similarly stupid shoes that made it nearly impossible for her to stand or walk. In predicting this absurd conversion of shoes into a personal Tower of Babel, was Chesterton not simply adopting the formula of so many historicist speculators of his time, who, as he noted, would simply see something going on and then declare that more of that thing was likely to happen in future? Thankfully, the answer is no. While considering this possibility in future footwear, freakish future footwear, I think, Chesterton reveals something of his not so methodical method for prediction. He suggests that one can easily imagine shoes becoming less practical because of a common feature of the modern world, namely, that people tend to neglect the sacred duty of thinking about boots, all capital letters. He notices this possibility not by taking the trend as a rule, as many of his contemporaries did, but by taking it as a violation of a rule. Practically and metaphysically speaking, thinking about boots would mean walking backwards in your moral and philosophical boots till you find the ancient archetypal boots from which all boots have come. In other words, Chesterton's primary way of considering the future was to fix his attention on formal causality. In his article, Formal Causality in Chesterton, Marshall McLuhan aims only to illustrate Chesterton's concern with formal causality, which can be symbolized by thinking about boots. McLuhan's article is brief and haphazard, and it by no means proposes to explain Chesterton's prescience. Also, we should not assume that McLuhan has a strictly Aristotelian or Thomistic sense of the formal cause in mind, although he draws upon their work. Typically, formal cause implies the essence of any object, its design or blueprint. McLuhan expands the idea to indicate how things are understood within a dynamic world of media, ultimately implying the world from which we interpret everything. Causes and effects are not divorced from our awareness. As Chesterton says, the mind moves by instincts, associations, premonitions, and not by fixed states or completed processes. Therefore, action and reaction can occur simultaneously in the mind, and the cause can be found after the effect. One way of understanding the formal cause in Chesterton is by his use of the photographic negative metaphor in discussing the political concerns that led up to the Second World War. For Chesterton, if you want to understand anything, whether fashion, fanaticism, or fascism, the last thing you should do is look at the thing itself. The right way to understand fascism, Chesterton says, is not to look at the fascists. We should look at the photographic negative, so to speak, perhaps even from the photographic negative. The figures that actually take the stage are inadequate for perceiving writing. The ground is what we should be after. This ground is not easy to find, though, because it is invisible. The formal cause is always hidden. It is perceptual and so never fully graspable in conceptual terms. We are reminded of this in Chesterton's The Man Who Was Thursday, when Gabriel Syme announces that the whole problem with trying to understand things is that we always see the back of them and never the front. We could speculate, by the way, that Sunday in that novel is the formal cause, perceived differently by each character and by each of us. Similarly, Innocent Smith is the formal cause in Man Alive, and Gabriel Gale is the formal cause in The Poet and the Lunatics. Perhaps Chesterton was right. Perhaps McLuhan was right to regard Chesterton's preoccupation with formal causality as potentially exasperating. Takes a sip of water. So far, my lungs are still firmly planted within my chest. I'm very pleased. The essential non-obviousness of the formal cause is the reason that the world is in a permanent danger of being misjudged. What we need, Chesterton proposes, is a telescope of sorts through which we can view the world we're in. After all, for the mind and the eyes of the average man, the world is as lost as Eden and as sunken as Atlantis. We undervalue and forget our environment, and here environment is an analogy for the formal cause. This is the great fall, Chesterton writes. It is the fall by which the fish forgets the sea, the ox forgets the meadow, the clerk forgets the city, every man forgets his environment, and in the fullest and most literal sense forgets himself. This is the real spiritual fall of Adam. One consequence of this fall, this drift from perceptual clarity, is that we end up in a state of alienation from the world we live in, caught up in appearances while oblivious to disappearances. It is a strange thing, says Chesterton, that many truly spiritual men have actually spent some hours speculating upon the precise location of the Garden of Eden. Most probably we are in Eden still. It is only our eyes have changed. The invisibility of the environment as such is no new problem. The thing that sustained us is largely unknown to us. It is too close to be seen. To make matters trickier, we tend to arrange the world so that we don't have to experience it. In fact, there is no way to gain a completely transcendent objective perspective on the formal cause. Such a perspective would be undesirable, though, since it would reduce being to representation, a mere play of signs, rather than providing a deeper contact with reality. So, how can we get a better sense of this lost Eden and sunken Atlantis we live in? How might we build a telescope with which we can perceive the formal cause? I suspect this is what Chesterton is always busy with in his work. He builds a sense of the archetypal environment against which we can contrast the world that we live in, and so also better interpret it. He inhabits paradox, a persistent between, to be true to the twofold call of being he identifies in orthodoxy, namely the call for adventure and the call for homecoming. In being attentive to this between, we can train our perception to be aware of the patterns in reality, and especially to the dynamic relation between ourselves and the world. We can therefore also better notice how such patterns are distorted. Chesterton trusts analogy to help him to gather feeling for the formal cause. As Hugh Kennan notes, Chesterton already has an intuition of being, and especially an intuition of being as analogical. But thinking is also analogical. Chesterton's concern with analogy is less about abstracting or judging reason than it is about retaining a sense of the intuitive, a sense of skylarking, which I will get to later. Analogy guides our awareness of the world without having us merely split it into constituent parts and reduce it in any way. Chesterton allows reality to show itself as itself through our natural affinity with analogy. Perhaps the most important expression of this is in his use of parallelism, which is an awful word, but it is apt. Hilaire Belloc contends that parallelism is the weapon peculiar to Chesterton's genius. His capital genius for illustration by parallel, by example, is his peculiar mark. By definition, parallelism refers to successive verbal constructions that connect meaning through an echo of form. This may involve an echo of grammatical structure, sound, or meter, but Chestertonian parallelism is concerned with analogical resonances in meaning. Belloc defines his unique brand of parallelism as the illustration of some unperceived truth by its exact consonance with the reflection of a truth already known and perceived. This is particularly evident in a series of Chesterton's articles published, of all places, in Vanity Fair between 1920 and 1921, where he analyzes social issues and proposes a way forward for what he calls a new renaissance. The subtitle of the series is Thoughts on the Structure of the Future. The Vanity Fair articles offer a key to understanding Chesterton's attunement to formal causality in general, especially in connection with prediction. However, he warns against an excess of pattern recognition where parallels of intellectual architecture elongate themselves into the endless perspectives of a nightmare. In particular, I want to focus on the example of how Chesterton looks for the formal cause of American prohibitionism, that is the lobby for the banning of alcohol, and then I will turn my attention to how he speculates about the future. So in the Vanity Fair articles, he considers a mosaic of certain aspects of society, including the seriousness with which games are played, how sports are treated religiously, how progress often means a stiffening of formalities, how tools are used versus how toys are used, and how scientific appliances replicate a degraded awareness that badly affects human creativity. These are just a few examples, but they build towards a sense of the formal cause. Chesterton sees the same pattern at play in plumbing, cinema, carpentry, and train driving. After juxtaposing one parallel after another of seemingly disconnected matters, he distills them into a single principle, into what McLuhan calls a law of the situation. Chesterton states it in this way: something has come between the man and his materials, of which the effect here involved is this, that the same materials used for a serious purpose cannot be molded to a more frivolous purpose. By invocation of formal cause, the spirit of fun that gives rise to games is overshadowed by a kind of deformation, a kind of deformed cause. In other words, a specific way of mediating the world connected with scientific thought and a largely univocal awareness has replaced amusing oneself, a formal cause, with being amused, the deformation of the formal cause. People have moved away from larking about and cannot find their way back to it. Chesterton finds, even in something as trivial as the invention of modern cinema, a shift towards rendering people passive. Certain implications follow this. One is that people get too quickly squeezed into a mechanical mold, with the effect that their dignity is threatened. Chesterton can therefore suggest that it is not heavy drinking that is the chief cause of the loss of dignity, although it may make things both worse and more apparent. Within the frame of rendering people, there it is, passive, even sitting in a cinema to be merely entertained may degrade people. No wonder they might resort to substance abuse. This treatment of alcohol as a medicine is an echo of a drift towards severity, which is why Chesterton suggests drinking only when you don't need it, as many of us experienced last night. By implication, offering prohibitionism as an answer to the abuse of alcoholic drinks amounts to being preoccupied with a symptom, which is an effect rather than a formal cause. With this in mind, Chesterton writes, the most startling and rending revolution in our politics would be the introduction of self-government. We are perhaps further from it than any human beings in history. Prohibitionism, in his view, follows the same pattern as all the other things. It is a movement towards removing responsibility from people and downplaying their creativity. This contributes to making more heavy drinking likely. It takes a drift towards something negative and exacerbated. Governing ourselves, Chesterton says, would mean governing our own furniture, architecture, landscape, and what we eat and drink and wear. Once he has perceived the form and the widespread corruption of this form, he can consider where it might go in future. What happens if transferring agency away from people towards the state becomes even more predominant in a society? Get the 21st century. Here, Chestertonian parallelism becomes more speculative. He sees a connection between prohibitionism in America and the possibility of radical limitations being placed on speech itself, as well as the possibility of greater surveillance. If such governmental impositions are normalized, who is to stop authorities from telling people which medicines to take or what food to eat, or even how to raise their own children. As people begin to be more dependent and more powerless, their manipulability is likely to increase. Could other terrible addictions be encouraged within such an environment? Perhaps an addiction to cell phones or binge watching. Chesterton asks the reader to picture the horrible pantomime that life would be if we made a public rule on a very private matter. Suppose, he wonders, there were a conversation ministry, as there is a health ministry in England today. Suppose the state sent out armies of eavesdroppers to hide behind doors and under tables, as it now sends out armies of inspectors to measure windows and analyze water. These speculations probably appeared outlandish to his readers, and yet these things don't seem so alien to us now. I should say, however, that Chesterton's point in propounding parallelisms is not to be too serious in his predictions. That would only compound that awful law of the situation. Rather, as he suggests in the Napoleon of Notting Hill, he wants us to cheat the prophet. He wants us to prove the law of the situation wrong, to keep to what is good by breaking with bad convention. In playfully focusing on generating a sense of the photographic negative through analogy, we should not forget that Chesterton is in fact creating a possible future. The primary trouble with historicism is that it follows the modern trend of rendering people passive. It fails to encourage creativity and thus fails to encourage the freedom of the soul seeking truth. Chesterton proposes a reversal of this trend, a return to the formal cause. He proposes skylarking. The word means to pass the time by messing around in boisterous horseplay and having fun, and sometimes attending conferences. But for Chesterton, it also means perceiving the world as a poet does, as many of the speakers have mentioned today. For Chesterton, we should adopt the mind of the poet, who has the power of enjoying enjoyable things, such as skies and skylarks. This does not mean trying to enjoy fresh things with a stale mind, but means enjoying even stale things with a fresh mind, with the mind of a child who never tires of doing things repeatedly. Chesterton notices the groove of modernity, its endless desire for novelties, and he sees that this is merely a figure. The ground to this figure, which is really an ungrounding, is a loss of real form, even a desire to escape real form. It includes a loss of gratitude, a loss of virtue, and a loss of play. When Chesterton predicts the future, therefore, he does so as an artist juggling extravagant possibilities. He does not marvel at all the wonders that could yet be, as if novelty were enough to make anything genuinely praiseworthy. Rather, he does this to help us marvel at wonders that already are. The point of attending to formal causality, then, is not for the sake of predicting the future, although some prescience is a fascinating side effect of this. The point is to recover that lost Eden and that sunken Atlantis we already live in. Knowing how things will turn out makes prophecy a dull business, after all. What's more interesting is that we can anticipate and also generate a new beginning, a certain spirit of moral conditions that might allow people to actually enjoy themselves. The point of endlessly revisiting formal cause is to think about Eden as we might think about boots, and then ask how, with that Eden and those proverbial boots in mind, we might make this world just a little better than it currently is. Does this mean that we can ever end up solving the formal cause? The answer is gloriously paradoxical. On the one hand, yes, we can discover the formal cause as Gabriel Syme discovered Sunday, and as Michael Moon and Arthur Inglewood proved the innocence of the innocent Smith. On the other hand, no. Arriving home does not spell the end of the journey any more than arriving at an answer spells the end of our questioning. For Chesterton, we ought to endlessly revisit the form of things, since it is only with reference to form that we can achieve anything like reform. It is only through encountering a thing repeatedly that we stand a chance of actually seeing it for the first time. It is only then that we can properly imagine the beginning. And that is the soul of Skylarking.
Thank you very much to all of our speakers for the and I
wonder whether we could expand on the concept of fungibility. Now, let me give you 5 reasons for answering that. You probably know that for some of its life, the Chesterton collection was housed at Plato College, Oxford, a college not part of the university, but Catholic workers' college, named after Charles Plato, who really popularized in England the teachings of Catholic social teaching. And I once bought secondhand a very old pamphlet of the Catholic social field about Easter. And the author began by apologizing that he had to use very obscure terms like a fungible thing. And indeed, the structure of his argument on the Easter is based on whether a thing was fungible or not. Now, I never saw the word anywhere else. I'm not speaking of topics, and I'm not a sufficiently assiduous student of Catholic social teaching. I never saw the word again until suddenly these non-fungible tokens were popping up all over the place. So please, can you expand? I mean, fungibility is essentially about whether an asset can be substituted. So when I said that treated by something and stretching it up, and like that's an actual how is it very specific meaning. Like money, etc. Things like that, right? But the money information is kind of obvious. Doesn't matter which right it's worth the same thing. Right? Now, what I'm suggesting is landlordism encourages an idea of the asset as substitute. The idea is buy these spaces in order to get the biggest profit. And what I think Chesterton quite noxious about it is that it violates the tenants. The idea of conditioning so yeah, I think that's what it's like. Like I said, it's not complex. It's interesting, as you say, the Bible, the word is quite a nice word. But I'm not really interested in that. I am interested in Chesterton's problem with the idea of substitute. It's actually probably that a new kind of the degradation of part of Chesterton. And what I want to understand is he's not alone. We've got something to think about Chesterton. But I think what's interesting, I see the thing that's interesting is how articulate he is about stuff that other people are also. So, like, the thing that I think he does with that passage is I think it's implicit in so much and landlord society. Like you are, they
basically keeping this girl's hair as essentially collateral damage to your pocket, which is essentially your money. So I think Chesterton is saying something very profound. I think I've looked at the data in the rest of the school. But I also think it's saying things that other people but it's not really.
Very much to all the I think it's really interesting, definitely also very interestingly. My question is directed towards Duncan paper. Primarily, I was looking to what I was doing because he's such a good reader of Chesterton, and obviously Chesterton has profoundly informed his thoughts and student development of the immediate period. The film had a really interesting idea that it's really the liturgy that is the antidote to the technological, because it, the thing that is valuable in and of itself and only for itself. And then the Primitive, which is the theology, focus on this idea of liturgy as play in the 20th century, especially with me and then after. And I'm just thinking, we've heard about so many different sides to Chesterton, but one side that we haven't expressly talked about, but which I think would swap you into your paper, is his devotional life and his prayer life, and the way in which prayer is, in a sense, an antidote to testing. And I know I'm kind of going in the other direction from your paper, but I'm going there because your paper opens a lot to me. I'm just going to think of that, or if you'd like to comment on that.
Thank you so much. So, Chesterton ultimately uses Catholicism as the, he uses that as the standard by which he measures everything that goes horribly wrong in the building. So he does things of which he look at wonderful text where he's drawn illustrations to some of his works, which I am very here. I do think it's a very significant part of his spiritual life. I think actually see his playfulness with ideas, and even his, as Ruth pointed out, even his bad texts, there is this tendency to explore things, still very meditate and think. And it helps him to be a less systematic thinker, but it also helps him to cover more ground with this, what I refer to as an analogical touch. He knows the truth will present itself, but that requires an open. It's a wonderful suggestion, and I somewhat accidentally wrote a book in preparation for this paper. If you want to find out how one accidentally writes a book, you're very welcome to ask that. But so I have actually touched on much more of the religious side, because I think it is exactly right. It is very significant.
Thank you. I also have a question for Duncan, which is really about the quality of his thinking, not what he thought, but how he thinks. I was really interested by what you said about that. But maybe we can see the other one, Jeremiah Hopkins, and he says that all poetry reduces itself to the principle of parallelism. And he means by that the former terms of understanding life, the rhyme scheme is rhyme, but I think he also means more than that, that there's something about the imaginative capacity of poetry which is enabled by those concepts, but it's actually about making them out. And I just wondered what you thought about that in the context of when Hopkins is saying what great poetry is the best when it was proper poetry. He says it has about the quality of surprise. And he says, don't say that you can imagine it through Shakespeare, that you can imagine writing in Hadas. So that's exactly what the point is. Because even Shakespeare couldn't have imagined that, and having read all of Shakespeare at that point. So that it has this quality of a leap in some way, and that this analogical imagination you described is somehow the more outrageous in a way than action, the more surprising, the more shocking, the more truth-bearing the Mara has hovering around about in the question of prophecy itself.
And so what Chesterton expects to find is an order to the world. And so he sees, even in the corruption of that order, for example, what he discusses very in heretics, the corruption of the order is still, it's a parasite on the order. It's still dependent very much on the structure of reality. And so that's why he can make you go into the train by. Because you go, well, that's not an obvious connection anyway. Not last time I was saying it wasn't very entertaining. But he connects those things with this realization that there is. So, speaking of surprise, that's very much in this way, the surprise, where he shows you the order and then shows you the direction of it. So it's there, I agree with you, and it's certainly there in the poetic mindset, which I think is
I'm the perspective Martin, if that's okay. I was very struck by the interesting, and I was thinking particularly of the officers, I was wondering, does Chesterton talk anything about the life has already been enacted, but not in
Thank you for the question. And I think that he was, my sense of it was very much part of the English, but also in this one, you have the comments. There's a way to recognize the common good, where even people who have very limited knowledge, they could use the comments. Then when those are closed, that took away that. The same when you have the monastery for the largest landowners in the country. And the monastery land are often available to the community. So when the monastery lands were taken, they were not then given to the community, they were given to the aristocracy, the very small elite, so that they can access to that. Matthew was talking about the French Revolution in France dealt with very widely and differently. And so I think Justin was thinking of those things, but he knowledge guidance more irrational and very.
Let's first thank this panel for their fine contributions. I first want to thank our presenters. Many came from far away, even ill, they would travel. I want to thank even those among them who were eccentrics. It's a pleasure to have all of you here to inaugurate a great journey forward. We look to be a convener of conversations like this for many, many years to come. Our great hope would be to have an annual or a biannual every other year conference and an annual Chesterton lecture. So you will be our first ambassadors to spread the word about the archive and the collection and the opportunities that people have to visit. There are some cards about with the URL site for the Chesterton library, such their collection, such that you could be in touch or you could refer it to others if they wish to visit. So we're very grateful. The other group that I'm eager to thank is our team. You don't see them much because they work so hard to prepare so well. For our moderators, for our comms and events team, which have been remarkable. And for those who come from afar or from the residence hall who've joined us to assist, but others from the US campus and recent alums and dear friends of the collection. So I thank all of them, and we couldn't have done it without them. So cheers to them. We're transitioning now. In about 20 minutes, we'll actually have our keynote address. And you should know that it's a public lecture, so we will start inviting people in shortly. You could do us a great favor by clearing everything off the desks that you know not to be occupied, so that people could feel free to sit there and not feel as though they're intruding on a space, okay? Again, thank you all so very much, and we'll reconvene in about at the bottom of the hour. Thanks so much. It's a one.
like the enclosures and
We'll
then
begin in
fill
about
it like
15 minutes. Thank you
division
so much. We're going to be beginning in about 15 minutes.
to me, this
Yeah, it doesn't, I mean, that's, I mean, what, I mean, no, but it comes with, I feel like.
15 minutes. Thank you very much.
Friends, welcome. I'm Father Jim Lease. I serve as the academic director for the Notre Dame London Global Gateway. We bring in 200 students each semester from campus to study here in a multidisciplinary program. And we also run a number of conferences and events. In the past, 3 years ago, before the pandemic hit us, we acquired an archive from the Oxford Oratory, which was in the possession of the Chesterton Library Trust. We were entrusted with it, and we are so grateful. We have housed it now here at the Gateway, where it will be long beyond my lifetime, if God is good. So we have great joy to know that it is at home here. We want to acknowledge that there are some members of the Chesterton Trust here, and I know William Griffiths. Anybody who is on that Chesterton Library Trust, could you just stand up? I'm so grateful for your presence. Okay, well, William's your one representative. Judith Wolfe was here earlier. She had to leave early. She too was a member, and there Michael Ward had been a member. He had to sneak out early. But there are they have been remarkable in their kindnesses to us and affording us the opportunity to shepherd it forward. Tonight we are delighted to have our keynote address given by Felipe Fernandez Armesto. He joined the University of Notre Dame's History Department in 2009. After occupying chairs at Tufts University and at Queen Mary College at the University of London. He had spent most of his teaching career at Oxford, where he was an undergraduate and a doctoral student. He has had visiting appointments at many universities and research institutes in Europe and in the Americas, and has honorary doctorates from several universities. I just want to end this little introduction with a curious line I found in one of my online searches of this man. And it simply read, Fernandez Armesto gained media attention in 2007 for his alleged brutalization of 5 policemen in Atlanta, Georgia, following an incident of jaywalking. Now, whether he chooses to explain that to Father or to you, that's his decision, but I'm honored and delighted to have Felipe with us. Please welcome him.
Thank you, Father Jim. The explanation is quite simple. It took 5 of them to hold me down. I'm obviously, it's a great treat for me to be here, to take part in this wonderful occasion for Notre Dame, and a privilege to be able to talk about Chesterton with an audience that includes many people who are doing really exciting and inspiring work in Chesterton studies. So I feel very grateful for the invitation. Thank you, Father Jim, and all concerned. I congratulate you also, Father, on your cunning in giving me the task of sounding the keynote at the end of the conference when the orchestra has already played. I feel I'm really more of an echo than an oboe. And I was sort of hoping, you know, that after hearing what everybody else had to say, I would really be bereft of any further contribution. We could all go straight to the reception and have a drink. Unfortunately, however, my fellow conferenciers have been so inspiring that I've actually got more to say than I could possibly fit into the available time. Obviously, when Chesterton had to give a lecture, you know, he always used to begin with various self-exculpatory and self-deprecatory remarks. And usually he apologized for not having prepared anything, which was pretty offensive to the members of the audience who'd often paid substantial sums in order to hear him. In my own case, I mean, I've really got 3 self-deprecatory things to say. The first is I very much apologize for being sort of elevated on this platform. I hate the idea of standing on the platform ever since I was an undergraduate in Franco's Spain, where the professors definitely abused the elevation of the platform in order to lend to their remarks an altitude to which intellect alone would not have entitled them. Like my second excuse is that I'm terribly jet lagged. Usually, it's my audiences who fall asleep during my lectures. Today, it may be the lecturer. And you know, my final bit of breastfeeding is that I really have to confess my sheer ignorance. I'm absolutely the least of the scholars taking part in this event, and you know, I'm definitely an example of exalted abasement. I do, however, take some comfort from the fact that my ignorance is really shared by everybody, because the topics I want to concentrate on are really problems in Chesterton scholarship that nobody really knows, at least no one's got a solution to them. Really, these are three, I would say possibly, the three most contentious and unsolved problems in Chesterton studies, problems of what I call the great trajectories of his life, which, if I've got time, I'll broach three. First of all, his religious trajectory from the rather vague theism in which he was brought up to Rome. Secondly, his political trajectory from what he called the socialism of his youth to distributism. We've had a wonderful session about that in the conference, but we haven't yet really faced the problem of how he got to distributism via liberalism and reactionary views of a really startling kind. And then finally, I want to broach one of the most vexed problems of all about Chesterton, and one which is particularly problematic for those of us who hope to see his cause succeed, and that's his trajectory through his attitude to Jews. And in all of these three great pilgrimages that led Chesterton through life, it seems to me that one of the extraordinary things about the existing scholarship is how it's conducted along or debated across remarkably, and I'd say suspiciously, straight lines. In the case of his religious journey through life, he, there's a prevailing notion, it's very strong amongst us Catholics, that his Catholicism, if not, foreordained before time, was at least predictable from very early in his life, perhaps even from childhood, and that his path to Rome was kind of straight. And in the case of his political trajectory, I mean, he himself really created, I think, an illusion that he went straight from socialism to distributism by actually saying that he was a distributist avant la lettre, and that when he thought he was a socialist, he was already really a distributist. And then finally, the debate about his attitude to Jews has been conducted as if there were a straight, sharp, defining line between anti-Semitism on the one hand and philo-Semitism, or to use Chesterton's word for his views, Semitism on the other. Whereas I don't think that that's really a helpful way of looking at this sort of problem. I think that line is very blurred, and use word that Duncan Reyburn used there effectively in his presentation of the conference. There's something very wobbly about that line. In a way, it's strange, that this kind of straightness should characterize Chesterton studies in these respects, because everything we really do know about his life and thought is much better represented by one of his own favorite images, which is that of meandering. The title that I gave this talk is, as you know, an allusion to one of his best known poems, not perhaps as well known to Catholics as the one that we sang as a hymn at the Mass to celebrate the inauguration of the Chesterton Collection yesterday, which of course was God of Earth and Altar. Perhaps not as best as well known as the Donkey, but I think probably this is the third most anthologized of Chesterton's poems. You know, it begins, before the Roman came to Rye, or out to Severn strode, the rolling English drunkard made the rolling English road. A reeling road, a railing road, so it goes on. And that sort of image of the rolling road associated with in Chesterton's imagery and the language that he uses so often with things that he really loved and was deeply emotionally invested in, especially patriotism. You know, he said, Britannia needs no boulevards, only crooked streets. And he loved things that, you know, curl and curve. And we heard a lot in the conference about girls' hair. He particularly praised, of course, the curl of ribbons in a girl's hair. And of course, we also heard the conference about the curl of Guthrum's beard. And he also, you know, talks about the ways that worms squirm as they bend from the king's highway. And it's not only in his imagery that Chesterton seems to be beloved with these meandering notions. It's also, of course, in his own work, you know, it is very much characterized by a sort of obliquity. You know, he very often in his essays, it takes him a page and a half or a couple of pages before you get to the subject in the title. We heard in the conference on how much this annoyed Ezra Pound. Because what he was doing was he was reversing his own thoughts in order to lead the reader by a circuitous route to the subject and then reveal it with greater impact and drama than would otherwise have been the case. And he loved other people's work when it meandered or when it was oblique. I think that he expresses very well that that's one of the things that attracted him to the poetry of Browning. In many ways, I think one of his favorite books was very obviously the Pickwick Papers. I don't share his taste in this respect, but many people do. He said that what the point, he said the point of the Pickwick Papers is that it doesn't stick to the point, and that the book is better the more it rams. And I suppose, you know, one might also cite all those, you know, peripeteia of Chesterton's own journeys, those cab rides around London, looking for addresses that he had forgotten, and you know, the extraordinary peregrinations that he went on when he was on holiday abroad, when he never, you know, quite seemed to take the shortest route between stops. So this kind of rambling, this meandering is really what one should be looking for, I think, in order to understand Chesterton. Not that he was impervious to the beauty of straightness. You know, he, as well as writing in praise of the reeling road, he also wrote about the straightness of Roman roads, which he also greatly admired. And of course, once he got to the point, you know, once you get through those 1.5 or 2 pages of preamble, once he gets to the point of anything, he's very direct. And his logic is, you know, takes the same route to the trouncing of an opponent as that followed by the swiftest of weapons. So he did have a kind of appreciation of straightness as well. But in my opinion, for what it's worth, and you know, everything I say is really subject to correction by greater experts than I am in the audience. But for what my opinion is worth, Chesterton's scholarship hasn't focused on the straightness along which these debates are being conducted or across which debate is raged because of deference to Chesterton's relatively rare images in praise of straightness. I think this tendency in Chesterton's studies derives really from influences that come from outside Chesterton's own. And I think in particular, there are three sources of this tendency. First of all, there's the influence of Maisie Ward. And in saying that Maisie Ward is the most influential book on Chesterton, I mean no disrespect to the many, very great books that have followed hers, but it's literally the most influential because it's been around for such a long time. So everybody working on the subject has read it. And also, it's in a uniquely privileged position to exert influence because Maisie Ward had access to sources now lost, documents that have disappeared, interviewees that are dead. And so everybody who's worked on Chesterton is susceptible to her influence. And she was a Catholic apologist who wanted, to make Chesterton's life projected as extremely kind of coherent, connected, and I suppose above all, foreordained. We wanted to make it seem consistent with a kind of divine plan. A second influence, I think, that is that's sort of the best possible understanding of Chesterton in these connections, is of course the very practice of biography itself. It's very hard when you write a biography, not to do it in the form of a narrative. You try to stream of consciousness. If you have tampered with the biographical tradition, but broadly speaking, if you want to write a biography, it's got to be a narrative, and therefore you create an illusion of a sequence of events that are connected with one another, very often causally connected with one another. I mean, I have to tell you that I've only written 3 biographies. They were all of seafarers who were buffeted by the winds and hurtled by the hurricanes. And in my case, none of my 3 biographies ever reached the destinations they set for themselves. So I worked in a field of biography that is somewhat immune from the teleological temptation. But even I, felt when I was writing these books that it was extremely difficult to avoid giving this misleading idea that everything happens sequentially and therefore consequentially. I think the final influence that's worth mentioning here is kind of, Freudian psychology, or, to put it crudely, the notion that the child is father to the man, that its experiences in childhood that kind of map the whole of the rest of your life. And as a result, we tend to we're trying to understand the life of someone else. We tend to look at these very long-term trends that we think we can perceive and very long-term influences that we think we can detect. I mean, obviously, Chesterton didn't believe in Freudianism at all. You remember, he said, I pronounce it fraud. But of course, the irony is that in Chesterton's case, the child really was father to the man. We just, heard an excellent paper about his Skylarking. He was, he did have the playfulness of childhood throughout his life. Nevertheless, if we look at our own lives, I think we probably all acknowledge that it doesn't really make sense to treat them in this sort of normal fashion. That our own ordinary experience of life is that we drift between contingencies and crises, and that at every moment, the things that I suppose Chesterton resented being absent in Freudian psychoanalysis. It's the absence of free will and contingence. And you need to bring those into your biographical model in order to understand what happened. Father Jim said that I belong to the history department at Notre Dame. It's one of the departments from which I haven't yet been expelled. And in the historical discipline, you know, what the most conspicuous thing that has happened in my lifetime, I know, you know, I'm talking about a very long period, but subspeciate sanitatis, my life is a relatively short period. The most conspicuous thing that's happened in historical study is what I call the collapse of the norm bureau, in which we've rehabilitated contingency and we've cut out these, you know, sort of very long-term explanations. Say, for example, you know, if you're an historian nowadays, you want to explain the fall of the Roman Empire, you don't do what Gibbon did and go back to the Antonines. You look at the immediate circumstances of the barbarian invasions of the late 4th and early 5th century. Or if you want to write the history of the French Revolution, you don't do what Tocqueville did and go back to the age of Louis XIV. You look at the financial crisis of the French state, which was the result of its intervention in the American Revolution. If you want to explain the American Revolution, you don't do what I was taught to do when I was a schoolboy. You go back like Macaulay, you know, to the freedoms of the Anglo-Saxon forests. You explain it in terms of the aftermath of the French and Indian War. Or if you want to explain the First World War, you don't do what Albertini did and go back to the diplomatic balance of the 19th century, which actually kept the peace. You look at the immediate circumstances of the period probably between 1911 and 1914. So what I think, what I want to propose to you is that when we do biography, and you know, a fortiori, when we try to understand the trajectories of Chesterton's life, we should do what we do in these larger historical, confronting these larger historical problems, and focus, when we want to explain a change, focus on the immediate circumstances of that change in order to understand it. So, for example, if we take my 3 cases of Chesterton's Catholicism, his politics, and his attitude to Jews. Take Catholicism first. Maisie Ward's account of this is very beautiful, very attractive. Was, you know, putting it crudely, I haven't got much time. What she thought was that Chesterton, in childhood, developed this kind of affective relationship with purity and liberty. And that gradually in the course of his life, he came to find that these desires could only be fulfilled in the Roman Church, and other options proved disappointing or fatal. And that is a very attractive idea. But they're really, the problem is that the evidence doesn't support it. Really, there are essentially, I suppose, 3 pieces of evidence. One, which Maisie Ward made a great deal of, which was a poem, a prized poem in school that Chesterton wrote in his late teens about St. Francis Xavier. But I think honestly that Maisie Ward simply misread the poem, because if you look at it, you see that Chesterton admired or purported to admire, this is a prize poem. You shouldn't read his real intentions into it, but he purports to admire St. Francis Xavier in spite of the fact that he was a Catholic priest, not because of it. The second piece of evidence is that in some of Chesterton's early writings, you do have these rather sort of romantic reflections on the purity of the Virgin Mary, but these are somewhat counterbalanced by the hostile remarks that he makes about Catholicism. And I think they're best understood in the context of that romantic medievalism which characterized his tastes pretty much throughout his life, and about which we've already heard a lot in the conference. And the third piece of evidence is an episode that he mentions in his autobiography, and he claims that in childhood he was terribly impressed by the sight of Catholics kneeling in the streets to kiss Cardinal Manning's ring. Well, you know, even if it's true that some formation of the purity and authority of Catholicism impressed itself on the mind of the very young Chesterton, I think it's a bit of a stretch to draw a line from there to his reception into the Catholic Church 30 or 40 years later. It seems to me, you know, the evidence is actually rather more against Mason Ward's view than in favour of it, because, well, I think it was Rebekah who mentioned Basil Howe. And I think it was you who brought that text up in the conference. And that to me does represent something very clear and unambiguous that Chesterton wrote about Catholicism when he was a schoolboy. And it's really very hostile. You know, he says the early Christians didn't need to have a sacramental understanding of the meals that they shared together. The only Catholic character in the book, Seaber, is said to have a morbid and ecstatic religion. Isn't that, you know, the sort of most the basic anti-Catholic trope you could find at the time. You may say, this is the, you know, lecturer's way of saying what he wants to say. you may say, well, if you don't like Maisie Ward's, but why don't you just go to Chesterton's own version? Because he did write a book about conversion. I think there's a big problem in conversion narratives. They're often false. When a man tells me he's been born again, I'm afraid I always suspect him of thinking that I'm still wet behind the ears from my own unique birth. But even when conversion narratives are sincere, am I wrong to say that to a remarkable extent, they depend on literary models? Basically, there are three ways of writing a conversion story. You have the Damascene model, in which you're there, it's a blinding flash, what was crossed in the sky, that's a mystical vision. Or second method is to follow the sort of pilgrimage idea. You're engaged in a quest and leads you to the truth. And finally, it's based on some encounter with a great sage who illuminates your understanding. And I think the reason why, when in life we fall back on literary models to explain experience, that's usually because we're so bewildered by what has happened that we can't find the words to express it ourselves. And so we turn to literature for the words that we need. I think conversion, it must be a very baffling and bewildering experience. If I can just sort of dip into another chapter of autobiography, I made Father Jim set a terrible precedent in telling you about my experience with the police in Atlanta, Georgia. Then I can give you another, it's a brief moment of my own life. I mean, I'm a cradle Catholic, but I think even those of us who were brought up in the bosom of the church have sometimes experienced moments of revulsion from it and have kind of been converted back into Catholic practice and sensibility and identity, or else we've been converted to a more intense awareness of what it means to be a Catholic in the course of our lives. So really, I think everybody has had some kind of experience of conversion, and it is bewildering. When I look back on my own teens, when I experienced my own moment of thinking that I knew better than the Pope, Well, of course, I still think that, but now only in 4 hours turn when I had that moment, and then I found myself, back in the fold, and I tried to reflect on what means of grace had led me back to my Catholic self awareness. I really, couldn't say. I think I've tended to tell myself, well, sometimes I've expressed it in terms of encounters with people and crises and problems. Sometimes I've attributed it to an intellectual process of maturation and reading, the doctors and fathers of the church and discovering that actually they knew more about it than I did. But I still don't know, even today, I'm not sure, where the balance lies between these various influences. And I don't think, that my students and children won't agree with what I'm about to say, but I don't think I'm that weird. I think this sort of bewilderment is very normal, and that Chesterton himself felt it. And if you actually look at what Chesterton says about his own path to it, I detect 4 quite different explanations in his writing. And first of all, there's the account you get in the Catholic Church and Conversion, which is to some extent autobiographical, which divides the conversion experience into 3 stages. There's nothing particularly remarkable about these, and nothing very personal about them, as far as I can tell. And what triggers the transition from one stage to another is never explicit in that work. Thus, his second account, describes at least his conversion to sacramental Christianity and the awareness of the divinity of Christ and the influence of his wife. She says that she looked up like a lily to the Lord, and she brought him to the cross, which of course has inspired some scholars to detect, I'm sure, an unintended ambiguity in the phrase. But clearly, whatever his wife's role was, it wasn't to bring him to Rome. She followed him in the final stages of conversion from Anglo-Catholicism to Roman Catholicism. His third explanation is to say that he was so repelled by the feebleness of the arguments of the atheists that he read that this led him back to or at least led him back to Christianity. You can notice that none of these explanations really solve the problem of why it took him so long to get us back to where the point at which he actually is received into the Catholic Church. So, but my submission is that we can reconcile these various accounts by looking at the story contingently and seeing the moments in his life when a crisis deflected him towards Rome. And it seems to me that probably you can see this starts with his revulsion from spiritualism. I think Michael Hurley pointed out to us how slow Doyle's arrival at spiritualism was. In Chesterton's case, the other way around, spiritualism was really his first experiment in bizarre religious practices. And I suppose that his very early, he described himself as dabbling in spiritualism. And I guess that was really a function of his revulsion from materialism. And we don't really know what turned him back to the theism of his youth or in the direction of Christianity. But to some extent, it was obviously to do with experiences in the late 1890s when his number of his Christian friends multiplies. He gets married in 1901. By the time he has his famous controversy with Robert Blackford, 1902 to 1903, he seems to have decided in his own mind that the divinity of Christ and the grace of the sacraments are elements of the religion that he wants to have. He mentions in his autobiography an episode which must have been earlier than this, but I don't know the date of it. Someone here may have been able to date it exactly. A conversation that he had with his friend Lord Cecil about Cecil's own Protestantism, and Chesterton tells us that as a result of that conversation, he didn't know what he was, but at least he was convinced he wasn't a Protestant. And then at some point over the period between this crystallization of the sacramental notion of the church and a belief in the divinity of Christ, between that and the First World War, he attended an Anglo-Catholic conference. I think that was another of these critical moments, because his account of this is really most entertaining. He says that he realized that being an Anglo-Catholic was a bit like leaving your parents' house and then decorating your own in exactly the same fashion. But without acknowledging that your parents have been right all along. And I know that that analogy isn't entirely satisfactory, but that gives us an inkling of what it was that made him dissatisfied with the Anglo-Catholic solution. Then, of course, there's his brother's conversion in 1912. To me, it's very surprising how little he refers to it in his work, but he does refer to it in correspondence with his mother. I think it was influential in that at least it convinced him that his mother wouldn't mind that much if he also completed the path to Rome. Then there's his, terrible illness of 1914 to 1915, which his wife's correspondence makes it very clear that he was on the brink of seeking reception into the Roman Church at that point. I think the final contingency that I draw attention to occurred in 1920. He mentions this in a letter to Maurice Baring. And I noticed that Martijn said that he thought Chesterton was a mystic. I think that's a term that I reluctantly use, but in 1920, Chesterton describes what I think you could only call a mystical experience. When he is in Jerusalem, and he's in the church of the Elber-Aviram, he says that everything came together in what he calls an explosion. So it's not very clear exactly what happened, but I think this is a mystical revelation of the truth of Catholicism. And so, in 1922, he's finally received into the church. So if we try to adopt this kind of contingent approach to understanding Chesterton's religious tragedy, and we then apply it to his political life, he begins by telling us, there's contemporary evidence of this in letters that he wrote at the time, that he called himself a socialist in the early 1890s. But by the end of that decade, he's recommitted to liberalism in the form of the Liberal Party. And that, again, I think is best understood in connection with such contingencies as friendship with, friendship at the end of that period with Hilaire Belloc, the fact that he's working mainly for liberal press organs, and above all, obviously, it's the outbreak of the critical stage that precedes the outbreak of the South African War, that convinces him that the really important thing is to back the Liberals against the Tories. I love the line that Hadas quoted about Chesterton's attitude to empire. If there's one thing he was absolutely always against, it was empire. And I love that phrase that you quoted Hadas about how he didn't want an empire without fun sense. Because it shows us how romanticism animated his hatred of jingoism and militarism. So that explains his switch to liberalism, or back to liberalism, because that was a tradition of his family. And then how does he move away from that? It seems to be a very gradual process of disillusionment with the corruption of the Liberal Party. You know, that line that we sang in church yesterday from God of Earth and an altar about, you know, spare us, Lord, from sale and profanation of honor and the sword. He's really talking about, you know, the corruption of the party that he helped to bring to power. And by 1910, he and Belloc have really abandoned their liberal affiliation. And I think that then, you know, what succeeds that is a really very intense form of a period of reactionary views. You know, Chesterton said that he was always a reactionary. He preferred the past because he detested so much of what was going on in the present. And I think, I mean, we've heard a wonderful panel on distributors, and I thought particularly illuminating remarks on that subject from Matthew Ingleby, say that, you know, there's a lot to say which I'm spared from having to say, because it's dealt with earlier in the conference. But to me, his attraction to distributism was part of this reactionary sensibility. It was again another of these ways in which Chesterton sought to replace the vileness of the world that beset him with the purity, romance, and chivalry that he saw in the remote past. So that I think without that element, I don't think his distributism is fully intelligible. But you'll tell me if I'm wrong about that. And then I've just got time briefly to broach this really fearsome question of whether we can apply this contingent model also to his trajectory through various attitudes to Jews. And I absolutely insist that we will never understand what Chesterton felt about Jews if we debated in terms of a sort of dilemmatic choice between Semitism and anti-Semitism. I think if you want to play that game, the evidence for Chesterton's anti-Semitism is incontrovertible. He was fully aware, as anybody who's a Catholic, anybody who's a Christian ought to be, that our blessed Lord and his mother and all the apostles were Jews, and that, you know, salvation is of the Jews, as our Lord himself said. Chesterton was perfectly aware of that. He was also aware that, you know, the contribution of Jews to what he called civilization, the arts, the sciences, has been quite disproportionate to their numbers. So in these respects, I think it's fair to say that he was a Philo-Semite. On the other hand, of course, he, like everybody at the time, he was susceptible to the abuse of Jewish characters in fiction, and sometimes in his essays, a sort of shorthand for greedy financial exploitation. But above all, he shared one thing in common with anti-Semites, which is, you know, very, very important to acknowledge, which is that he, like they, thought that they were always foreigners wherever they went. He was very clear. He didn't have a racist thought in his head. He rejected racism as nonsense, quite correctly. Nor was he concerned about Judaism as a religion, but he did think that Jews constituted a nation and felt that without a homeland of their own, they could never be fully committed to patriotism in any country that they lived in. It's often said that in this respect, he failed to notice that people make exactly the same complaint about the Catholics. We're also, permanently, I don't know, warped by our allegiance to this, foreign pontiff in Rome. In the United States, they have this terrible blasphemy of putting the Star-Spangled Banner in the sanctuary churches just in order to reassure people that this isn't the case. Actually, Chesterton was perfectly aware of this analogy between, oh God, what have I done? Sorry, Father Jim also mentioned that I spent most of my life in Oxford, counts for my technological instability. He said this about Catholics. It's worth actually verifying that I've got the quotation right, something that Chesterton himself would never bother to do. Yes, he says this about Catholics. The cant about foreign allegiance is still heard. Men who are wide awake are well aware that the Catholic internationalism, which bids men respect their national governments, is considerably less dangerous than the financial internationalism, which may make a man betray his country, or the revolutionary internationalism, which may make him destroy it. So it's because of that sort of remark that Chesterton was accused of anti-Semitism in his lifetime. I think the defense that he made against that charge is also well worth quoting. This is a relatively long quotation, but I think it does. I think it does help us understand his position. This is something he writes in 1920. There's a gloomy gentleman in America who keeps asking me how my anti-Semite prejudice is getting on, and generally displaying a curiosity about how many Hebrew teeth I have pulled out this week, and how often a pogrom is held in front of my house. He appears to base it all on some statement of mine that Jews were tyrants and traitors. Upon this basis, his indignation is eloquent, lengthy, and, in my opinion, just. The only weakness affecting the superstructure is the curious detail that I never did say that Jews were tyrants and traitors. I said that a particular kind of Jew tended to be a tyrant, and another particular kind of Jew tended to be a traitor. I say it again. I'll skip some of this because we don't have time for everything here, but he says, for example, Reyburn was a tyrant, Jehoshaphat was not. In what is perhaps the most celebrated collection of Jews in human history, the proportion of traitors was 1 in 12. But I cannot see why the tyrants should not be called tyrants and the traitors traitors merely because they happen to be members of the race persecuted for other reasons and on other occasions. Obviously, there's a lot of justice and reason in that defense, but where it falls down is that he admits that he's characterizing particular kinds of Jews as tyrants and traitors, not just Jewish individuals. And I think that's where the denunciations of Chesterton as an anti-Semite, they really spring from that avowal on his part. But if you look at this subject, as I've urged doing, if you look at it as a series of contingent events, I think you'll see that he's also absolutely right when he said that he and Belloc, I quote again, began in the days of Jewish omnipotence by attacking the Jews, will now probably die defending them. And it is true that in his earliest speech, the earliest remarks we know about Jews on Chesterton's part are very appreciative. And I mean, when he was a schoolboy, he wanted to go and defend what he called the Hebrews from pogroms in Russia. And at the end of his life, he made the same commitment to the defense of the Jews against persecution in Nazi Germany, and that won him, many Jewish friends and admirers. in between when there wasn't the threat, to Jews from anti-Semitism wasn't so conspicuous, that he wrote the sort of defense that I just quoted to you. So once again, you can't understand what he says about Jews without looking at it in connection with the changed events in the world surrounding him, which affected his use of language, and in response to which the forms of expression that he used changed. Well, I've argued that we should understand Chesterton's life in terms of a series of contingencies. Obviously, there were also constant features of his life. I mean, some of them were the sort of tics of style and imagery. It's amazing how often red hair has been mentioned in the conference. There are more red-headed people in the works of Chesterton than there were in the entire red-headed league. Sometimes, the constant features are sort of stylistic tics, like the alliterations and the puns. But there are two things that I would pick out that at the end of the conference I want to emphasize. The first is Chesterton's understanding of the nature of humankind. That's something that he never wavered about. He sometimes called it optimism. In a way, that was his sort of shorthand notion for his understanding of what makes us human. And the really critical features of this are the creativity with which God has endowed humankind, the chasm which, in Chesterton's view, perhaps not one that I would endorse, the chasm people separated us from the rest of creation. Above all, the strange paradox that we are fallen yet redeemable. Indeed, you can't be redeemable unless you're fallen. So that's the resolution of the paradox. And I think this view of the nature of man really animates everything else that Chesterton ever thought or did, because really it's the starting point of every philosophical posture. If you, broadly speaking, if you're optimistic about the nature of man, you're like Chesterton, you're on the liberal side of politics, you're on the side of the poor, the oppressed. You see humanity wherever you can. And obviously, complementary to this, there are certain constant hatreds like the capitalism and the materialism and the gross inequality, which he hated so much. I think, despite what Martijn Cremers told us in his contribution to the conference, that Chesterton really did hate capitalism. He speaks of the capitalist slave market. He calls Satan the first salesman. He said Satan's slogan was "Eat more fruit." And obviously, he hated race inequality. Again, in Matthew Ingleby's paper, he created that line about how dreadful it was that the Duke of Westminster should own so much property in London, because he said something very similar about the Duke of Sutherland as well. And in both cases, he said that it was as just for them to engross so much property in one portfolio as it would be to incorporate a lot of women in one harem. And a lot of the stuff that he says about inequality is really riven by, I think it's not unfair to call it hatred. You might want to call it righteous anger if you want to advance his cause. But perhaps one of the most shocking things that he says, apart from some of the things that have been cited in connection with the debate over his attitude to Jews, one of the most frightening things that I've read in Chesterton is his sort of epitaph on Pierpont Morgan, in which he says, he fought the good fight and is of more value now than he was. It is really kind of horrible thing to say about the state, however badly you think they behaved in their lifetime. So there were these constant hatreds as well. But then finally, the thing that perhaps most it says there's one constant feature of Chesterton's life which is of greatest value in understanding him. It's obviously it's fun. You know, it's like skylarking. It's above all, it's the spirit of the toy theatre. How lucky we are. The toy theatre is part of the Chesterton collection. And at the end of his life, I mean, I think that unlike my biographies who never reached their destination, I think Chesterton did reach his destination. His destination in this life, the Church of Rome, and his destination beyond the grave. Well, like as with all his journeys, I don't think he got to paradise quite by the route he predicted, because he didn't get to paradise by way of Kensal Green. He died in Beaconsfield, buried in the local cemetery. So he got to paradise by way of Shepherd's Lane, the address of the Beaconsfield Cemetery. And therefore, I mean, I'm confident that Gilbert Peace, servant of God, can pray for us. Taking those time to put.
Obviously, Chesterton stories. No notes about it. Wonderful to listen to. I wanted to ask you if you thought there was a danger in carving out contingency versus teleology. You said it was too clean, this teleological line, and that we need to think of it as more rambling and subject to contingency and chance. I wonder whether there's a danger that you reverse the terms of it, you yourself have perhaps been too clean with it as well. What I mean by that is simply that you mentioned the essays, for example, that it can take you several paragraphs to get them together. But in the essays, the whole point of the essays is that when we get to the point, we realise that there was something inevitable about it in the first place. When we read his detective tales, they're all rambling and so on, and he talks about what makes a good detective tale, is that you can't have the deus ex machina, you can't have some chance contingency, but somehow it needs to be resolved in a way that is clean and right. And he thinks that life is like that, and he thinks that life is like that because he doesn't believe in chance, he believes in providence. And so I wonder whether if the chance that you want to accent in his life, the contingency you want to accent in his life, works rather better for the third element than, let's say, the first element of his life, where one could perhaps see his path towards Rome more like a detective tale, where suddenly it explodes with a clarity which seems inevitable in retrospect, not because of the Bible that has happened, but because there really was something forward.
Well, thank you very much. I'm sorry, I've returned to this podium because, again, we have to use this microphone in order to communicate with those unwise enough still to be online and listening. So thank you very much, because obviously it's an admirable question. I could return the compliment and say that, you know, your own phrasing is impressively Chestertonian, and you didn't need a note when you were formulating the question. I think what you say is absolutely just, and in a way, I say the only reason why I'm disappointed to hear you ask it is that I thought I'd said something quite similar myself, that all this ubiquity, all this wobbling and roundabout meandering always sounds needless, you know, something which is generally expressed in a very direct, rapier-like, weapon-like way. And I'm very interested that you should mention the detective story, because I somehow or other, I can't imagine why this is, I didn't mention detective story. But that is the literature of which he was par excellence. I mean, you know, there isn't a better detective story writer. You can say that there are essayists who rival Chesterton. There are certainly better playwrights. I think you can make out a case of saying there are better poets. You can't say there's a better writer of detective stories. You're right that the detective story has, in Chesterton, always a devastatingly simple denouement. I thought you made that point very well and eloquently in your own contribution to the conference. But you can only, the whole art of the detective story consists in setting up these detours from the main lines of a plot and deceiving the reader as you go along. So I mean, I think the detective story ideally really kind of illustrates my view that you need to see Chesterton in more in terms of the wobble and the meander than in terms of the straight line. But I thought I said that you need to understand both. And I did acknowledge that there are these constants in Chesterton's life. I'm drawing attention to the contingencies because I think those are the things that haven't been adequately covered in the received wisdom about his life and work. And as for Providence, of course, Chesterton believed in the providence of God, but part of that providence, part of that grace, is free will, which is precisely what makes what we actually do unpredictable and dependent on contingency. But I don't say that in rebuttal of what you say. On the contrary, I very much acknowledge its justice and the great pursuit for an art. I usually try to bore people into submission by a very long answer. Right, I bored the audience into submission. I do. Do you want to make concluding remarks?
Don't mind.
Well, again, thank you very much, and thank you everyone for listening.
Thank you again, Felipe, and thank you to all who have participated in this conference today. It's an inaugural conference, many years in the making, with many of you. Thank you for persevering and being with us. Thank you again, Felipe, for wrapping us up at the highest level, bringing us to the thorny things, the challenging things, and bringing us to the higher things as well. So thank you for that, and thank you for all who contributed with loose threads and paradox and eccentricities and all sorts of ideas that we have shared in these hours today, in our celebrations that began yesterday, and in the remarkable collaboration that we've had in these years as we have become the custodians, the stewards of this remarkable collection, and we can now share and be the stewards and conveners of conversations like this. This is going to bring to an end this particular celebration that we've had here, but it's just the beginning of our conversations about Chesterton, the conversations about numerous ideas that we'll have through Chesterton. And the beauty of Chesterton, this polymath, this man who contained multitudes, that allows us to share and have conversations about numerous things in scholarship and understanding the life, a rich life of faith, a rich life of culture, a rich life of contribution that we can celebrate through many different lenses and many different ways in years to come. I want to take just a moment again and acknowledge one particular item I believe we have left, and William, if you will correct me if I'm wrong, there's one further activity. Is it a walk tomorrow morning that you're hoping to lead? So is it 9 a.m.? Just outside here, a Chesterton's London? Yes.
The church where he was baptized, and
Thank you so much, William, and thank you for sharing that and your knowledge and your lifetime of experience of Chesterton as well. We're indeed grateful and privileged to have you as our great partner in all things Chesterton for this and celebrate that. Thank you, William, and to Lucy as well. Thank you. I feel I shouldn't keep us any longer, but thank you again. Let me just take a moment to thank our wonderful team here on site. I'm so grateful for all of the efforts here, for our colleagues from Notre Dame International, for colleagues throughout the whole university who have been here to celebrate, from our friends who are here from the Alumni Association, welcome and thank you so much. And for all of you again who have contributed and have been here and been part of the conversations. heartiest of thanks and gratitude from all of us. You're very welcome here, and we are delighted to have this celebration. Let's please celebrate with a reception and drinks and food in the back. Thank you again, and let's have a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you.